Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy Becomes Whitebeard Pirate? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1. Turn your face towards the sun. Let the shadows fall behind you. Don't look back, just carry on. And the shadows will never find you. Alarms are blaring, unrepentantly loud, ringing in his ears and rattling his brain, a throbbing ache behind silver eyes that won't go away. Voices, wailing, shouting and screaming, echo from above, behind and ahead, a cacophony of revolution too close for comfort. Ace ignores it all as best as he can, tightening his grip on the small hand, clenching his fingers in a death-like clasp. Another pair of hands dig into the tatty fabric of his shirt, a tremble in them. Keeping his head low, he leads them through the winding tunnels, plunging into the darkness. No need for torches or lamps. They've memorized every crack, every turn and bend. Fear and pulsing adrenaline make the trip that much quicker as they run, bare feet pounding against the cold, wet concrete. Voices, this time angry and sharp, echo from behind them, louder than any other. Orange lights, dancing and bobbing, swallow the darkness they left behind inch by inch. The guards are already on their way, rallying to contain the escapees. They're a ways off yet, but not for long. He'd be a fool to think they're even close to the edge of the woods because they're no longer behind bars or bound by chains. He leads them to the right, a sharp turn that almost has them skidding into the wall. His back aches terribly, but he won't let old pains hold him back, not now. They won't be impeded, not by the cold draft wafting through the tunnel nor by the ache in their bloodied feet. Fear is an incredible motivator, but it can make one do stupid things, make hasty decisions. A part of Ace is suddenly terrified he's taken a wrong turn somewhere, leading them into a dead end, but he's quick to banish the idea. If he ever lapsed for a moment, he has his brother at his back. Sabo would never lead them astray. The small hand around his fingers squeezes twice, and Ace looks down at the shock of black hair and wide, baby browns peering up at him through untamed bangs. Luffy doesn't say a word, but he points ahead with his free hand, a question in his eyes. Ace offers him a smile that he hopes is comforting and nods. Almost there. We're almost there. Another shout, louder and closer than before. They went that way. His younger charges whimper, clinging closer, holding tighter, fear claiming them in a way it never used to. Ace grits his teeth and runs faster, veering left. The guards are getting closer, having stronger, healthier bodies than their captives. The alarms are still so loud. The angry disharmony of voices at their backs promise retribution, bloodshed. He doesn't care. They're so close, so close. Once they make it outside, they'll have cover. They'll have air, space, earth. They'll have freedom. There. The gate, just up ahead, so close to the final hurdle. He can see the once lavish gardens through the bars, lit with flames and screaming and gunshots and sulfur. Seems the other slaves weren't satisfied with just escaping. They want to burn this place to the ground, and they will. Their numbers surpass the guards 10-1. Serves their masters right, so desperate for slaves that they hadn't dreamed of such consequences. The boys skid to a halt, narrowly avoiding slamming against the iron bars, breathing hard and fast. Ace looks to Sabo, and he dutifully brings out the set of keys. He plunges it into the lock with steady hands, twisting it. The gate gives with a groan of metal against stone, and they burst through the rusting metal barrier. The feel of soft grass and mud on Ace's feet nearly brings tears to his eyes. It's been so long. But they don't stop. The riot has bought them time, a distraction, but only for so long. Now they have to make it across the garden, past the courtyard, through the main gates and into the city without being noticed. They're so close. A stray guard, beaten and bloody from an encounter with one of the heavier set slaves, catches sight of them making a break for it, not joining in the escalating fight around them. Ace spots him too late, and in the blink of an eye the metal-clad man is upon them, spear raised to strike, a yell tearing from his throat. Ace can only skid in the mud, too slow to tug Luffy back. The guard is fast, but Sabo is faster and grabs the seastone spear by the rod between his teeth, inches from Luffy's head, wrenching it from the guard's grip, slack with surprise. The man goes sprawling to the grass, and shrieks in agony when his own weapon is plunged into the back of his leg, pinning him to the grass. It's an ugly sight, watching the blood pool from the open wound. Ace feels no sympathy, and Sabo's glare is vehement as he snarls at the guard through his teeth. Luffy, clutched close to Ace's chest, is unreadable. They don't stick around to watch him squirm. They keep going, ignoring the screams, explosions and gunshots ringing in the nighttime air, choking on the smoke and sulfur. They leap over shrubs, stumble across the cobblestone path turned hot from the heat of the flames liking and devouring the castle behind them. They don't look back, not once. There's nothing there for them to mourn. So close almost they're keep running keep going. The front gates are wide open, no doubt for the royals and their ilk to escape first. Ace doubts they have, or if they have, only very few of them due to the fire, the riot, the bloodthirsty slaves demanding their comeuppance, and it feels too easy, too good to be true after all these years. But it's as easy as breathing for them to run past the gates and into the streets of the town, where many citizens are flocking in worry, curiosity, and fear to gaze upon the burning home of their king and queen. So enraptured they are by the sight that no one notices three boys, thin and ragged, barefooted and clothed in rags, fleeing from the scene and vanishing into the night. Only when he's certain they're safe from imminent danger does Ace dare to stop, at last, turning into a barren alleyway and pulling his brothers down behind a row of empty barrels. They're wheezing for breath, boneless and dizzy, but the dirty concrete and the wall at their backs is blessedly cool against their flushed, feverish bodies. Ace tilts his head back, bleary eyes gazing up at the open sky for the first time in years. He sees the stars through the smoke billowing from the castle, dancing in the midnight blue, the moon a blinding, beautiful white. A small, almost delirious chuckle escapes him, along with the barest of smiles. We're out. We're actually out. We made it. We're free. He ignores the sea stone bracelet encircling his ankle and the one around Luffy's. They'll come off soon enough. A sniffle brings him back to the present, and he looks down to find Sabo hunched over, hands hiding his face as his shoulders tremble and shake. Luffy's hand rubbing circles on his back does nothing to soothe him, and his eyes are distraught and confused as they turn on Ace, desperate for a solution. Ace feels his heart break, and shuffles closer to his twin, brushing a hand through Sabo's mess of dirty blonde curls. Bo. Sabo stiffens. Slowly, he uncurls from himself and lowers his hands. The scar over his discolored left eye seems to glow in the light of the moon, along with the tracks of tears streaming down his cheeks. Ace swallows thickly, for he knows these tears are not born from fear or sadness, not anymore, and never again for as long as he lives and breathes. He reaches out, cupping Sabo's cheek, wiping away the tears over his scar with a swipe of his thumb. He smiles, wobbly but sure as the sun rises. It'll be all right now, he says, looking between Sabo and Luffy watching him with wide eyes. We'll be all right now. Sabo's breath hitches, reaching up to grasp the hand on his cheek. He sniffs, and then his own smile claims his lips as he nods. All right, he says, sitting up straight, lacing his fingers with Ace's free hand. Right. Ace's smile pushes the edges of a grin hard enough to make his face hurt. There's another wet sniffle, and they both turn to Luffy. Normally the sight of tears on their youngest's face would be a cause for alarm, or in other cases, retribution. But the boy is smiling fit to burst even as the salty drops cascade down his hollowed cheeks, the softest giggle escaping his cracked lips. He scrubs his dirty face with the backs of his hands, meeting their gazes. Are we really free, Ace? He signs, signing for the letter and poking his damp cheeks for Ace's freckles. Ace snickers. He's always liked the way Luffy describes them. He releases Sabo's cheek to card his hand through Luffy's hair. Almost, Lou, he says, brushing his thumb across the old scar under his left eye, the boy leaning into his touch automatically. Almost. Escaping the castle isn't enough. They have to get off the island. Whether or not the king and queen and their unsightly progeny survive the flames or the riot remains to be seen, but if they're spotted by the guards or any marines near the scene of the crime, they might be suspected and taken into custody. Or worse. They need to find a boat or a ship they can sneak aboard until the next island. Until they can find their way back home, or make a new one of their own somewhere else. But first, they need to find the harbor. Sitting in a dank alley won't help, so Ace stands, taking Luffy's hand and Sabo's hands and hauling them to their feet. They'll need to lay low, with no cloaks or any sort of disguise or cover, but if they can escape a castle with barely a scratch, surely they can reach the harbor. With little time to waste, the brothers vacate the alley and enter the city once more. 0000. It takes them until the first rays of sunlight to reach the docks, hindered only by their lack of cover as the commotion from the castle brings more and more onlookers from their beds and into the streets. They stick to the alleys for the most part, less ventured by the public, disgusting though it is to trudge through waste and trash barefooted. No one complains. They've trudged through worse in shoes in their short lifetime. Luffy, exhausted from the night's events, exhausted in general, too weak to continue under his own dwindling power, lies fast asleep against Sabo's back, the blonde carrying him piggyback style as they near the harbor. Ace would have offered to carry Luffy. The boy weighs virtually nothing, a blessing and a curse, but due to the circumstances concerning his back, Sabo had insisted. Ace had relented, unwilling to argue with his twin over the issue when they have bigger ones to tackle. He did manage to swipe a torn but large blanket from another alley, draping it over Sabo and Luffy when the younger had started shivering. The air, blessedly clean though it is crisp and biting this time of year. The last thing Ace wants is his brothers to get any sicker than they already are. Taking temporary cover behind a fisherman's shack by the shore, Ace peers around the corner, casting his eyes across the port, too early for people to be wandering about, not even the Coast Guard. There are quite a few ships to choose from, surprisingly. Well, not really. The king had hosted a grand party for his daughter's 18th birthday last night, inviting all from the nearest kingdoms to attend. Ace had never seen so many outlandish dresses or pompous assholes in his life, not even in Hightown back on Dawn Island. It makes him sick, surrounded by those who value money, status and material things over human lives. He's more than glad to see it all go up in smoke. He shakes his head, banishing the thoughts. He needs to focus. Pick a ship, sneak aboard, hide until the next island. But which ship to take? Certainly none that bear the emblem of any royal family, which he can see quite a few of. Get discovered on one of their ships, it's either immediate slavery or you're thrown overboard. And then a fluttering, black flag catches his eye. It's by far the smallest vessel, not even a ship, really. More like a large boat to transfer cargo and such. But the flag she bears, waving high and proud in the chilling winds, is none other than a pirate's Jolly Roger. It's an odd-looking one, standard skull and crossbones, but with a curved mustache above a proud grin. Something about it niggles with familiarity in the back of Ace's mind, but he dismisses it for now. He quickly scans the boat. No one seems to be aboard above deck. But just in case. He closes his eyes, concentrating, willing the other sense to see deeper into the ship. It's shaky at best, but he only picks up a mouse or two, maybe a rat. No humans aboard, not yet. He opens his eyes, weighing their best options. Beggars can't be choosers, but if it were a choice between slavery under another noble or being caught and possibly killed by pirates, death is a less painful thing in the end. And at least the pirates have spare boats to steal. He turns to Sabo crouching behind him and watching expectantly, Luffy fast asleep on his back. There's a boat, he whispers. No one's boarded yet, but we can probably hide in the barrels below deck. I think they're just full of grains or something. Sabo lifts a brow. Why do I sense another, but in there, he drawls. Ace scowls but doesn't disprove it. It's likely a transport vessel, meaning there's a bigger ship waiting for them further off. And, they've got a Jolly Roger, he admits. Oh good, Sabo drones. Pirates. A much faster way to get us killed. Well spotted, brother. Ace sighs heavily, rolling his eyes heavenward and praying for patience. Look, I don't like it either, but it's them or the Royals' ships. Guess which one I'm more willing to take a chance with. Besides, worst case scenario, we throw the crew overboard and steal the boat before they reach the ship. Sounds easier said than done, but despite their appearance, they're not exactly weak. Trust me, Bo. This might be our only chance to get off this godforsaken island. He waits, watching Sabo bite his lip, battling with himself, casting a brief glance at Luffy's sleeping face perched on his shoulder. Eventually, he gives in with a sigh. Fine. But if they lock us up, you can't say I didn't tell you so. Ace smirks wryly, offering a hand to help Sabo to his feet. Shut up. Let's move. 00000. What's with all the commotion? Thatch asks, hefting the sack of flour over his shoulder with a grunt and letting it slap onto the wooden deck. He fights a sneeze when a small cloud of white powder puffs from a hole in the bag, and he dusts his hands off. Awful lot of people running around this early in the morning. I heard something about a fire, but there's been a riot at the royal palace, Jozu answers, carrying 2 barrels worth of rum under both muscular arms with an ease Thatch is not so subtly envious of. He sets them down and folds those colossal arms over his chest, facing Thatch. Word on the streets are that a bunch of slaves managed to break free, start a riot and attack the guards and other nobles attending the princess's 18th birthday party last night. No reports of casualties yet. Call me cruel, but I'm not too inclined to care. Sitting on the starboard rail, Haruta snorts derisively, swinging his legs back and forth. I'm with you there. It's their fault for following the celestial dragon's example and thinking hoarding dozens of slaves was ever a good idea. He looks back at the city and scowls at the smoke now lazily drifting in the early morning sky, the fire successfully put out. BSTRDS, those nobles. All of M. All right, enough of that talk, you lot, Fasa scolds, lightly, musing up Haruta's mane of red hair as he passes, earning a cat-like hiss from the younger commander that he dismisses with a chuckle. Let's get these supplies back to the ship before the Marines come calling. If there's anything they like more than catchin' pirates, it's blammin' 'em for every bad thing that happens whether they're involved or not. Thatch huffs a laugh, already making to pull up the anchor with Jozu's aid. True that. And honestly? It's too early in the morning to mess around with Marines. That's more of an afternoon thing in my opinion. Like, after lunch, but not right after lunch, so that you're not fighting on a full stomach, know what I mean? What kind of pirate has a timetable for when he wants and doesn't want to fight Marines? Haruta snickers, hopping off the railing as the boat starts to drift from the port. Fasa's already raised the sails and is now manning the helm, setting their course for the Moby D dash, home sweet home. He stretches his arms over his head with a yawn. I'ma go ahead and dump some of this stuff down below for now. How long, till we reach the Moby do you think, Thatch? Thatch looks up at the sky, pinks and purples giving way to clear blue as the sun rises. I'd guesstimate about 6 hours? Maybe less judging by wind currents? Let's say 5, Fasa says at the helm, eyes fixed ahead. They're not that far out. Still, might want to grab something to eat. You got anything below, Thatch? Thatch gives his brother a wounded look. Oh ye of little faith, for you to even ask such a question. Of course, I, the head chef of the Moby D dash, have food for my beloved, grateful siblings, he chastises, to which they all roll their eyes at and shake their heads. Humph, hooligans, no respect for his theatrical performance. God, he sounds like Aizu. Might as well come with me, then. Take this while you're at it, drama chef. Haruta drops the incredibly heavy sack of flour into Thatch's tired, unsuspecting arms, turning on his heel with another snicker when Thatch stumbles with a wheeze. Fasa and Jozu chuckle heartily at Thatch's misfortune, and Thatch sticks his tongue out before following Haruta down the steps to the lower deck. The little BSTRD is only carrying 2 sacks of herbs and fresh fish, their lighter cargo. The storage deck is dark, no portholes or lamps to shed light, and the temperature varies depending on the waters they sail. Currently, it's chilly enough that Thatch has to stifle a shiver when they reach the bottom of the stairs. Geez, it's cold down here, he mutters, waddling over to the bench where he usually stacks their non-perishables, slapping it down with a huff. A small cloud of flour wafts from the sack, again, and Thatch stands back, hands on his hips, satisfied. There. This plus everything Marco and the others brought over yesterday should hold us over, till the next island, right? Should do, Haruta muses, tossing the herbs by the barrels of nuts and crates of fruit. He smirks, facing Thatch. Considering the size of our crew and their levels of maturity, though, how long do you think the sake will hold? Hachu. They freeze. Stare at each other. Thatch blinks. Did you sneeze just now? He asks. Haruta blinks back. No. Slowly, the two commanders turn to the stacks and crates of food and supplies against the wall. Then, Thatch mutters, eyes narrowing as he takes a step closer, observation hockey flaring. His hands twitch, aching for his swords at his hips. Who the hell? He catches the slightest twinge of fear in the compact space before 3 large rats leap out from the bags of flour Thatch had just slapped down, scampering across the floor. Despite themselves, the 2 pirates let out ungodly screeches. Freakin' little, Haruta curses as the rodents disappear up the stairs, squeaking all the while. No doubt they'll jump overboard before Jozu or Fasa can deal with them. How the heck did we not notice we had rats? Shock dwindling until slight annoyance takes its place, Thatch sighs and shakes his head with a grimace. Well, Marco said we've been a little complacent these last few days, so I guess this proves his point. Being in paradise does that, I guess, he says. Though I gotta admit, sneezing rats? Kind of adorable. Heh, Haruta waves him off. You and animals, I swear. Come on, let's grab an apple or something and head back up. I can't wait to get home and sleep for 1,000 years. What are you even talking about? Thatch teases as he grabs 4 apples from the nearest crate, tossing one to his ship brother and crunching on another as they trek up the stairs. You've not done a DMN thing since we got into port yesterday. Their banter continues until they reach the poop deck, where Thatch tosses Jozu and Fasa their apples and then sits back to enjoy the ride back home, the breeze cool and calm, welcome despite the chill of early December. He can't help but frown to himself, though. Sneezing rats, though adorable, had never sounded quite so human. He strokes his goatee as he casts his gaze to the clear skies, watching a trail of seagulls fly overhead. If even a few measly rats could escape the notice of not 1 but 4 Whitebeard pirates, then what else might they have missed while they'd been ashore? 00000. Luffy, you have to be quieter or they'll spot us, okay? Sabo whispers behind a crate of nuts. Luffy shrugs and rapidly signs sorry. The flour tickled my nose. I couldn't help it. Ace shakes his head and sighs. Your fault for hiding under the flour, dummy. Luffy gives him a single sign in response, a middle finger. Chapter 2. What on earth are these little rats you've brought us this time, Captain? Your Majesty, if I may, they might not look like much to an eye as keen for detail and finery as yours, but these 3 rats have quite a reputation in the East Blue, YC. They're strong, smarter and dependable, durable. They'll work hard, given the right motivation, and they won't need breaks. They won't cry or complain or want for anything. Perfect additions to your collection, wouldn't you say? Well, say what you will, but they still look like wild animals, more likely to eat off the floor or chew the furniture than the dogs are. If what you say is true, how on earth do you expect my guards and servants to break them like the rest? My husband is correct. Look at them. They're positively filthy, and that one looks like he'll bite my fingers off. I don't want such savage little beasts in my castle. Oh, but mother, look at the little one. It's so adorable. Look at it, it's shivering like a chihuahua. I want it as a pet. I promise I'll take care of it this time, I promise. Well, if I may, Your Majesty, you won't find good slaves like these anywhere else, and certainly not at the price I'll gladly sell them to you for. You pay for 2, and I throw in the runt free of charge. What say you? Oh, very well, I'll take them. Magdalene, you may have the little one for now, but when it gets too big, it will have to go to the cells with the rest. Oh, thank you, father. Teehee, it's so cute, even for a dirty little SLV. Thank you for your business as always, Your Highness. Likewise, Captain, likewise. Let's see how long it takes for our new pets to break, shall we? 00000. Ace jolts awake at an impact that rocks the boat to a halt. He swallows hard, his breath short and shallow. He sits up, wiping off the sheen of sweat collecting along his brow with his hand and scans the dark storage hold for 2 bodies. When his eyes fail him in the dark, his other sense flares before he can fall into a panic and seizes 2 familiar presences. They're still fast asleep, entangled in each other, Luffy, tucked close to Sabo's chest, Sabo's arms locked around Luffy's tiny frame. They're safe. They're safe, unharmed and free. Ace lets out a long breath, shoulders sagging. He swallows again, rubbing his eyes with the heel of his hand. Despite the scare, he feels somewhat rested. He hasn't slept this good in years. His dreams, unfortunately, weren't quite as pleasant. They never are. And those memories. It'll take more than one night's rest to banish them, banish everything spanning the last 5 years from their minds, bodies, souls, if they'll ever go away at all, that is. Maybe they'll stay, forever, chaining them to that place and them despite having left it all behind. Ace grits his teeth, shaking his head. No. We'll get over it. We'll be free, freer than anyone else, and live with no regrets, no chains, no brands, nothing but the wind, the sea, and each other. Movement and voices from overhead make him jump, reminding him where they are and what they have to do. Quickly, he moves over to wake his brothers, shaking them firmly. Lu, Bo, wake up, he whispers. Sabo is the first to jump awake, immediately alert, followed shortly by a drowsier Luffy as he sits up and rubs his eyes with the heel of his palm with a yawn. Both have mussed-up bed hair sticking up and out in all directions, and Ace spares a precious second to note the wretchedly adorable sight. I think they've reached the main ship, he says. They'll be down here any minute, hop in the barrels and don't make a sound. Like you need to tell us, Sabo huffs, belying the undercurrent of trepidation and urgency Ace can feel radiating off of him as he helps Luffy clamber inside a barrel half full of apples, just big enough for the 12-year-old to squeeze in. Sabo offers Luffy a smile, ruffling his fluffy spikes of hair before climbing into another barrel full of grains nearby. Ace pricks his ears, the pirates sound like they're about ready to unload. He needs to hide, but first things first, secure the brothers. He goes over to Luffy once he's settled in among the apples that will undoubtedly disappear once they've boarded the ship. Grinning at the thought, he takes the boy's face between his hands. You'll be good, right Luffy? He prompts, earning a cheeky snicker that makes no promises and a quick yes gesture. Ace chuckles, rubbing their noses together briefly and earning a giggle from Luffy before leaning back, picking up the wooden cover of the barrel and sealing it carefully over Luffy's head. He hears muffled munching almost immediately, and he shakes his head, a fond smile quirking his lips. Bottomless pit, till the very end. Sap, Sabo teases from his barrel as Ace moves over to him, grabbing the cover off the floor. You never used to be like this with him on Dawn. I thought you had a reputation to uphold. Ace shrugs, unrepentant. If it keeps him calm and quiet, what do I care? And what's it to you? He grins, leaning in close as Sabo leans away in mock disgust. Are you jealous? You want a kiss on the cheek too, little brother. Get your ugly mug away from me, Sabo mutters, but he's smiling. Ace counts it as a win, right until the smile fades. You think they won't find us down here? He asks, fingers gripping the splintered rim of the barrel tight. It can't be that easy. They're not like the washed-up pirates from East Blue, remember. Ace frowns, nodding slowly. The thought of Blue Jam, after all these years, compared to what they've seen out on the Grand Line's unpredictable seas. It's laughable he was ever a true pirate in their eyes, laughable that they'd ever been afraid of him at all. I know, he replies. And don't worry, if they discover us, I'll fight them off while you get Luffy to safety. Sabo groans, exasperated. Ace. There's no time for arguments, especially not this one, so Ace cuts him off by pressing a brief but firm kiss into his brother's hair, startling him into silence. Just trust me, Sabo, he whispers as he draws back. I know what I'm doing. Mismatched eyes stare up at him long and hard for a moment. Then Sabo relents with a huff. Fine. And you're still a sap. Love you, too, Ace chimes brightly and slams the cover over Sabo's head, muffling the blonde's indignant yelp as he seals it. But, he hears from the depths of the barrel. Ace chuckles as he hops into his barrel, securing the lid and settling down among the nuts and seeds to wait. He loves his brothers more than anything, flaws, quirks and all. And regardless of Sabo's words or thoughts on the matter, he'll do whatever it takes to keep them alive, live the dream they'd had as children running wild in the jungles of Goa. If it means they'll live, happy and free from worry, sadness, pain, benge, fear. He clenches a fist, listening as the footsteps and voices become louder, closer. He shuts his eyes. I'd take on a horde of pirates for them. I'd gladly die for them. 00000. Marco. A familiar flare of hockey and an excited yell is Marco's only warning before his arms are full of Thatch as the taller man barrels into him from the gangplank, his pointed chin digging into Marco's shoulder. Marco chuckles and hugs his brother and best friend back, barely ruffled from the enthusiastic leap. Thatch rarely leaves the ship these days for anything more than the occasional stock run, and his presence had been missed by many, though it's only been a day. No one but Pops, Vista and possibly King Du would openly admit it. Hey, buddy, Marco says as Thatch draws back, clapping the chef on the shoulder. Good to have you back in one piece. How'd everything go, Yua? Thatch wraps one arm around Marco's shoulder, waving his free arm at the load they've brought aboard with the help of their eager siblings. Not bad at all, as you can see, oh astute, bird-brained brother of mine, he boasts. Marco rolls his eyes at his theatrics and the unnecessary insults he seems to spew whenever he so much as looks at Marco. Haruta says we should be set till we reach the next island, sees willing. But, he rubs the back of his head, biting his lip. Dumbass brother, sense going off immediately, Marco narrows his eyes, ducking under Thatch's arm and folding his over his tattooed chest. What did you do, Yua? He drones, already feeling a headache on the horizon. We're already on not-so-good terms with the island's locals as is. I know. Thatch holds up his hands in surrender under Marco's scrutinizing glare, and we didn't do anything, honest. It's just there was an incident last night involving the rulers, so we kinda had to dash before the Marines could point fingers. Marco quirks a brow. What incident? Nothing we need to be concerned about if I'm honest. Heard some slaves broke free and started a riot, setting fire to the whole castle. Marco's eyes go wide. Seriously? The whole castle, he repeats, feeling a surge of pride and grim satisfaction at the mention of nobles receiving their comeuppance in full at the hands of those they thought they could treat like nothing. Brings back old memories of earthquakes, a toppled kingdom and a dethroned king, a smile wider than the seas and warmer than the sun's rays and an offer he could never refuse if he relived 1,000 lives. Thatch must see it in his eyes, and his smile grows despite the morbid nature of the discussion. Yep. Didn't stick around to see the show or hear the list of casualties. Hoping most of the slaves got away, though. Anyway, where's Pops? Gotta ask him about something real quick. Nothing important, just a small thing. Marco accepts the swift change of subject and Thatch's blatant dismissal of whatever it is that's bothering him, ping his head. In his quarters, sifting through the papers. He heard a report on Red Hair tearing apart another government-funded auction house in the New World. I swear I've never seen that man act as recklessly as he has been, Yua. Another one? Thatch gawks, following Marco as they head to the captain's quarters together, weaving through the small crowd. DMN, you ain't kidding. All I hear about the guy nowadays is him wreaking havoc every time he crosses one of those places. I mean, I know he's not that much of an a-hole to ignore a place like that, but I've never pegged him as a saint that goes around freeing slaves or anything. Marco hums in agreement, ignoring Namor and Jiru complaining about the weight of 2 barrels as the crew gets to putting the stock away. It's not uncommon for pirates to destroy auction houses, but I don't recall Red Hair getting too much involved with the SLV trade. I said the same to Pops, Yua. But he says he doesn't think Red Hair's doing this for a cause that one might think. HM? What you mean? If you've been following the reports, there's a connection to every auction house he takes down, Yua. They're funded, accepted or deliberately ignored by the Marines and the world government and have routes from Paradise to East Blue in the last 5 years. Pops has a theory that he's looking for someone. Thatch blinks. You sayin' one of his crew got kidnapped and sold off or something? Possibly, Yua. But they're the red hair pirates. Thatch exclaims, waving his arms like he's about to take flight, and no, this is not the pot calling the kettle black. I mean, they're on par with us for cryin' out loud, pirates that some admirals don't even want to cross. Who would be dumb enough to think they could get away with touching one of his guys without getting wiped off the face of the planet? Chuckling, though Thatch's words aren't too far off the mark, Marco shrugs. What can I say? It's a big world. You'll always find someone dumbass enough to try anything. Just look at Roger, Yua. Yeah, I guess that's true. Still, there's gotta be a limit to the dumbassery. What the? Thatch and Marco pause, turning on their heels in unison to see Haruta staring, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, into one of the barrels they'd brought aboard. Fasa joins him over his shoulder, and his cigar falls from his gaping maw, bouncing to the floor, as his eyes pop from their sockets. What's the matter, Yua? Marco calls as a curious crowd starts to gather. Thatch folds his arms behind his head, relaxed but interested. Fasa and Haruta share a truly bewildered, if not disturbed, glance. Marco, Haruta stammers, and with Fasa's help, he spins the barrel to show what lay inside, or what used to, Marco realizes with no shortage of shock. Thatch loses what nonchalance he had, releasing what can only be a strangled garble of incoherent babbling before he screeches, "Who the hell ate all them apples?" What was once a barrel full of fresh apples has been reduced to a barrel of apple cores. Judging by how many cores remain, the culprit had eaten their way through a good few apples entirely but didn't have much room for the rest. It should be hilarious. It is hilarious because someone had eaten through a barrel of apples in one sitting. But at the same time, someone had eaten through a barrel of apples in one sitting, and none of the commanders present had noticed. You think it could have been those rats you found when we set off from port? Jozu asks, plucking a core from the barrel and inspecting it. Thatch dashes over, glaring inside the barrel and mourning the loss of their provisions. Marco follows at a more leisurely pace, but he doesn't dawdle either. As first mate of the Moby D Dash, he'll need to report this to the captain even if it's just apples. Can't be, Haruta replies with a shake of his head, eyeing the barrel like the suspect might jump out from the otherwise empty barrel. Not even rats can go through this much in one go. And Namor was just complaining over how heavy it was a few seconds ago. That thing was full when we brought it up, I promise you. I wasn't complaining, Namor mutters, fooling no one. Still, I could have sworn. Wait, look at this. All eyes fall on Jozu as the large man leans down, displaying the apple core he'd been scrutinizing. Marcos peers into Jozu's hand, brow raised. I don't think rats did this after all, the third commander says. Look at the bite marks. And Marco finds that he's right. Rats didn't do this. Or if they did, Marco should fetch Stefan to go hunting for vermin with mouths the size of a human's. 00000. Ace shuts the door carefully but firmly, shoving the heaviest thing he can. Find a cannonball, which his back will not allow him to pick up, so he settles for rolling it against the door to keep anyone who might try to come in and snoop. However, judging by the room itself and its size and lack of natural or fluorescent light, he can't imagine anyone needing to be down here anytime soon. It looks to be the sort of room one would dump something in when they're being lazy and or don't know where something is supposed to go, and so leave it here until they can remember or even be bothered. Kind of like what we were back at the castle, a horrible little voice whispers in the back of Ace's mind, a sadistic purr right in his ear, and he shakes it away violently. He focuses on relaxing instead, knowing he and his brothers are safe and out of sight for now. With all the pirates' attention drawn elsewhere, it was an almost simple task creeping from their barrels and vanishing below decks, deeper and deeper, until they reached the bowels of this massive ship they'd called the Moby D Dash. There were a few close calls, one being a large, white and curious dog with the weirdest mustache, but they made it. They weren't spotted once or impeded in any way. Well, almost. Ace turns to where Sabo hovers over Luffy, the boy curled up on his side with his fingers clutching his stomach, brows pinched and lips downturned in a pained grimace as he whines. Ace sighs, walking over and sitting on Luffy's other side by his head, crossing his legs. How is he asks Sabo. Rubbing soothing circles along Luffy's back, Sabo meets Ace's eyes, lips taut in a rueful smirk. Could be better. You saw how much he puked up back there, he says. He frowns. That's gonna give us away, isn't it? Ace winces through his teeth. It might. Luffy opens his eyes, looking as miserable as he must feel, sluggishly raising his arms. I'm sorry, he signs, movements lethargic. Tears prick at the corners of his eyes, and his bottom lip wobbles, to Ace's horror. I was hungry. I didn't think the apples would make me sick. Shoo, Luffy, it's okay, Ace soothes, running a hand through the 12-year-old's hair, wiping a stray tear away with his other hand. It's alright, it's not your fault. Luffy leans into his touch though his frown remains, full of guilt as he sniffs. The pool of vomit they'd left behind might work to their detriment, it's not like they'd left a trail. No one will find them, and if they do, it won't be the fault of a starving child. Luffy cannot be allowed to think that, not for a moment. First of all, you're not rubber right now, so your belly can't stretch like a balloon and hold food the way it used to, Ace adds with a smile. Luffy finally returns, no doubt remembering just how big his belly could get after a hefty meal thanks to his devil fruit. And you're not used to eating as much food anymore because of, well, you know. You'll have to pace yourself so you don't get sick again, which means smaller meals and easier foods to swallow, alright? Luffy looks at Ace as though he'd killed a puppy right in front of him as he sits up, nearly knocking Sabo's head. What? He signs, utterly distraught. Sabo laughs softly as Luffy's gestures become too fast for either of them to translate, and all Ace can do is grab his hands and hold them still before he breaks his arms. Alright, that's enough, he appeases, chuckling when Luffy pouts and glares through his bangs. It's been a long day, and you need to rest. You threw up half your intestines back there, so lie back down for now, that's it. He eases Luffy back down with a hand splayed across his chest, and the boy goes willingly. Ace boops him on the nose with a finger, and the phony glare melts from Luffy's face, replaced with a grin so bright that it's blinding. Much better. Sabo stands and creeps over to a box stacked with what looks like spare blankets, old, a little torn, but thick enough to ward off the chill. With a satisfied nod, Sabo spreads the blanket over Luffy's body and makes a show of tucking the boy in. So you can't escape, he teases. Luffy squirms and giggles uncontrollably, it's infectious as soon Sabo joins him, trying and failing to hush the boy. Luffy sticks out his tongue, which, of course, Sabo takes as a challenge, and so he grabs Luffy's face between his hands and blows a raspberry into his cheek, earning a squeak of protest as a scuffle ensues, tangling the two in the blanket. Ace watches them go at it like a pair of lion cubs, shaking his head, but his smile is wide and real, full of love and wonder. Wonder for how Luffy can still laugh and giggle the way he does when even now he's too afraid to speak, how he can still love so completely, how the light shines ever brighter in those impossibly dark eyes that have seen so much of the worst this world has to offer. Wonder for how Sabo can still smile with burns ascending the length of his left side, marring his face and encumbering his vision on the worst of days, how there's still fight left in him, enough to growl and scream and claw at the guard that had aided them in their escape with his death. Wonder at how someone like Ace, with the devil's blood in his veins, could ever deserve such wonderful, endlessly loving, and strong little brothers in the face of the demons they'd fought to be free of since the day they knew what it meant to be caged at all. Sabo notices Ace's gaze once the giggles and playful fracases subside, and he shoots Ace a look as he tucks Luffy back in again. Ace? You alright? He asks. Luffy's enormous and curious eyes peek over the edge of the blanket that swallows him whole. What? Yeah, I'm good, Ace says. He shuffles closer, bumping his shoulder against Sabo's and reaching for Luffy again, running a hand through his hair. It needs a wash, they all do, no wonder the dog kept trying to follow them, they must stink but they can deal with that later. I bet you're both starving, even after this little idiot decided to eat a whole barrel of apples, he directs a teasing grin at a bashful Luffy. Sabo snickers. We'll steal some food when it gets darker. I think I heard one of them mention something about a party tonight to welcome back the guys we came with. Sabo kisses his teeth in frustration. Geez, seriously? I know, perfect timing, right? Ace rolls his eyes. Still, we need food and fresh water, enough to tide us over for another day or so if this is where we're gonna stay, till we reach land. Here's hoping they'll be drunk enough not to notice me when I go up there. At that, Sabo arches a brow. Why you? He asks. You need rest as much as Lou and me. I'll go up, I'm better at sneaking than you guys anyway. First of all, shut the hell up, I'm great at sneaking. Second of all, this isn't up for discussion. With this cuff on my foot, I'm no use to anyone if someone comes in and attacks us. He knows he's winning when Sabo, frustration in his eyes and the set of his tense shoulders, looks away. Sighing, Ace puts a hand on Sabo's shoulder and squeezes. You're best off staying here with Luffy for now, Sabo. Find something to pick these cuffs off somewhere in here in the meantime, okay? Luffy's big eyes dart between him and Sabo, watching them both and waiting, hugging the folds of the blanket to his chest. Sabo's jaw locks, his eyes burning holes into the opposite wall. Sabo never used to give in so easily, not since obedience had become less of an option and instead a means of survival. 5 years ago, Sabo would have bitten the hand off anyone who told him to stay behind, behave, submit and do as you're told. Now, it scares Ace just how quickly Sabo acquiesces. It scares him, knowing that this obedience, this version of his brother who is as quick to surrender as he is to protect and shield, is what might become of Sabo until the day he dies. No. I won't let it. I won't let them own you, Sabo. Ace is equal parts relieved and disappointed when Sabo inevitably concedes with a Sigs. He reaches up to drop his hand on Ace's head, fingers digging lightly into the scalp as their gazes meet. Just be careful, he says, almost pleading. He leans forward, and Ace's forehead meets his halfway. Ace shuts his eyes. Course I will. Idiot. Sabo's hold tightens, just a little. He's worried, of course he is. And he's scared. Who wouldn't be? They're on a ship full of pirates who'd sooner slit their throats than let them hitch a ride. And it's true, Sabo is better at sneaking. He'd run away from home at 5 years old and is half the reason they'd managed as well as they did when their daily routines consisted of picking pockets from high-town nobility. But things are different, now. And he trusts Sabo with Luffy's safety far more than he trusts himself. He can do this. It's a simple food run, another dine and dash, just like old times. All he has to do is not get caught and not die. Easy as pie. Also, don't get drunk, Sabo adds, smirking. Ace opens his eyes to give the cheeky BSTRD a look. Sabo carries right on. Don't talk to strangers, look both ways before crossing the ship, remember that men are pigs and are only after. Stop talking, Ace laughs, shoving Sabo away with a hand over his face. He yelps as he topples on top of Luffy, who lets out another squeak at the added weight. The tension lifted, Ace leans back on his hands to watch Sabo curse and heft himself up, shooting Ace a petulant glare until Luffy tugs twice on his arm, gesturing eagerly for a story. Ever the soft soul, Sabo grins and settles Luffy's head on his lap, fingers carding through his unruly hair as he delves deep into a tale that even Ace can't help but listen to with rapt attention. A story about pirates and dragons, about a trio of brothers as free as the wind that charts their course on their grand adventure. It's a story Ace is willing to do anything to make a reality one day. Chapter 3. It doesn't take long for Luffy to drift off to sleep once Sabo's story ends. There's a smile on his face as he dreams of bigger and better things, curling up like a kitten under the blanket Sabo tucks around him. He never used to sleep like this, Ace notes with a shred of bitterness as he watches Luffy. He's so still, curling up as small as possible, hands tucked under his chin, breath soft. Not very long ago, he would have had his limbs spread all over the place, snoring loud and boar-like, drooling like a fountain without a care in the world. He'd always end up on top of someone come morning or smacking someone else in the face with a rubbery hand during the night. It was annoying. Ace misses it. Sabo has been fighting sleep tooth and nail, determined to wait until Ace had to leave or until he came back. He's exhausted, Ace can tell. He can barely keep his eyes open, stand or walk in a straight line as he tries and fails to scour the boxes for something to pick the locks on the seastone cuffs. He'll pass out or hurt himself at this rate. Not about to allow such idiocy, not even from Sabo. Ace coaxes him away from the boxes to lay down beside Luffy. Not without some form of protest, of course. Don't need sleep, Sabo slurs, barely resisting as Ace pushes him down. Sabo struggles, pushing against Ace's chest, but his attempts are sloppy and kitten-like, barely budging Ace away. Gotta stay awake, he mumbles, eyes fluttering, watch over Lou. Don't be an idiot. Lie down and get some rest, Bo, it's okay, Ace whispers in his ear, draping the blanket over them both as he leans back. Instinctually, Luffy curls up against Sabo's chest, burying into his warmth and clinging to the ratty t-shirt with an iron grip. Sabo won't be able to leave even if he wanted to, so he surrenders with a huff. Ace chuckles, ignoring the pout marring Sabo's scared face as he tucks them in. I won't be gone long, promise. I'll be here when you wake up, he adds, folding up another blanket and slipping it under their heads like a pillow. Sabo looks up at him with bleary eyes, arms wrapping tightly around Luffy. You'd better, he says, a plea and a threat, before his eyes finally slip shut. He's out in seconds, breaths evening out, almost in tandem with Luffy's. He looks peaceful like this. They both do. The world can't touch them here, safe as they are in their dreams. Ace knows there's nothing peaceful or anything remotely good about being tired, dizzy, nauseous and constantly sleeping because your starving body is doing everything to keep you alive. Ace sits by his brothers curled up together on the hardwood flooring, one hand brushing through Sabo's hair, silver eyes cast upwards. Lethargy pulls at him like a siren song, his stomach cursing him the longer he's forced to abstain from food, but he must be patient. Not yet, he thinks. He repeats it like a mantra, grounding him as it echoes and aches with a strange familiarity he can't quite place. Not yet. The muffled sounds of jubilation, dancing and shouting are loud and unrelenting. The party must have already started. It can't be that late, surely. Then again, these are real Grand Line pirates, they'll take any excuse or opportunity to party. Briefly, Ace wonders when they'd started viewing pirates as something they should be afraid of, a dream too impossible to chase. He wonders but doesn't dwell, not too much. The way things are now. The way they are, what they've become, a pirate's life may not be the life for them. Not anymore. Then again, who knows what the future holds? Maybe there's hope yet, if Ace can stay strong, push himself and his brothers through the grueling healing PRD. He waits another half hour, even as the temptations of sleep yank at the edges of his consciousness. He wants to curl up with Sabo and Luffy, drift off to sleep and dream of something sweeter than cages, chains and leering eyes below a glimmering stage where he'd dance and spin for their pleasure with only a fleeting, false sense of freedom. He wants to get this stupid cuff off, wants his fire, wants to see May. Focus, Ace. It's almost time. He takes a deep breath and stands, careful not to disturb the sleeping pair as he sifts through another box for a sack and a cloak he'd seen earlier. He pulls the brown fabric out and drapes it over his head and shoulders. It's long enough to brush the floor, hiding his bloodied, bare feet, shrouding his face in shadow. A little conspicuous, he knows, but if it's as dark out as he thinks it is, he'll blend in with the crowd with no problems. Hopefully. He crouches beside Sabo and Luffy. I'll be back soon, he vows, pressing a kiss to their cheeks. He stands, grabbing the sack and moving to the door. He carefully rolls the cannonball out of the way, sparing his brothers a final glance over his shoulder before slipping through the door, shutting it, and dashing down the hall, cloak billowing behind him. It'll be okay. He can do this. He'd slipped scraps of food from under the noses of nobility at gatherings and plucked fruits from unattended baskets before, sharing them with his siblings and as many slaves as he could without drawing attention. This is no different, not if he's careful. Even the strongest man's defenses are lowered at parties. He should know. He'd lived with bandits and a crazy old marine once upon a time. I can do this, he tells himself, already nearing the top deck in a matter of minutes, a few turns left before he's out in the open. I won't get caught. Sabo and Luffy need me. I won't die. Not yet. 0000. Something pricks sharply at Luffy's senses, and he wakes with a snort. He's curled up against Sabo's chest, his breaths measured and calm as he sleeps, tucked up tight and comfortable in the blanket Sabo had dug out from the boxes, one folded under his head like a pillow. The wood is brittle and worn but warm against his clammy skin, the muffled groans of the ship as the waves lap against its mighty frame like a soothing ambience, a mother rocking her child to sleep. The added warmth of Sabo's arms around him, his heartbeat steady and constant against Luffy's ear showers him with a sense of peace and safety, the likes of which he hasn't felt in so long. It almost feels like they're back in their little treehouse in Goa. And yet, there's something inexplicably wrong in the air. Bad enough to wake him from a peaceful sleep, and for the life of him he can't figure out what it is. He's careful not to jostle Sabo too much as he sits up, blinking away the dregs of sleep. There's dried drool on the corner of his mouth, his hair sticking up and out all over. Smacking his lips in distaste at the remnant flavor of vomit on his tongue, he scrubs the crusty dry drool off his face with the back of his arm and scans the darkness. Ace has already gone above deck, it seems. His brother is all right for now, he'd know if he were anything otherwise. He's always known when it comes to his big brothers, though he doesn't understand why or how, he just does, and Ace is strong and fast, faster than any drunk pirate. But that's not what woke him. Ace's lacking presence isn't a new thing, not even back there when they'd take him from their cell, put him in chains and lead him away only to return him hours later, weary to the marrow of his bones, eyes vacant, though his body was much cleaner than it was when he left. Can't have their prized performer looking like trash, he'd said one night, Sabo tucked against his left side and Luffy on his right. He'd smelled nice, Luffy remembers, like flowers and spring water, and his skin was smooth as silk. They'd given him a bath, groomed him, made him look special, only to throw him back into rags when the night was over. The only time they treat us with some human decency, and it's so we can look appealing to their guests, he'd sneered. And under his breath, he'd added, or to anyone who might want something more than a dance. Luffy was 9 when he'd heard that, heard the disgust and twinge of fear in his eldest brother's voice. He was young, but he wasn't dumb, nor was he ignorant to the anxiety Ace had felt every time they took him to the dressing room. He shakes the memory away. He's getting off track. Stupid brain. Back to business. Why did he wake up? Why is his body tensing up like a jack-in-the-box? Why is there something in the back of his mind ringing, blaring, telling him to run? Voices, coming from outside, faint but getting louder, drawing nearer. Someone's coming. Luffy gasps, his heart hammering as he grabs Sabo's shoulder and shakes him hard. "Amen." He grunts, insistent, pleading, and why doesn't he just speak for God's sake? He knows why, and it kills him inside that they're still holding him down, binding him even when they've left that hell behind. MMNNNN. Sabo nearly jumps out of his skin with a startled snort as he wakes, immediately reaching for Luffy and framing his face between his hands. Luffy, Lu, are you okay?" "What's wrong?" he asks, and Luffy grabs his wrists as his brother looks him over. "Are you hurt? Did you have a nightmare?" Luffy gently but firmly pulls Sabo's hands away from his face. "Someone's coming," he signs rapidly, fear making his arms shake, then he points frantically at the door. Sabo's eyes go wide as his head whirls. He stares at the door, tensing. The voices are getting louder. They're cheerful and casual, engaged in a conversation Luffy can't hear with the blood pounding loud like drums in his ears. "They're gonna see us," Luffy thinks, trembling as his arms curl into his chest on instinct. "They're gonna see us and kill us." Sabo moves, hooking one arm under Luffy's legs, the other supporting his back, and then Luffy's up in the air as Sabo cradles him close in a bridal carry. Then he darts to the other side of the room, stumbling awkwardly in the dark, heading for the corner closest to the door and pressing his back against the wall. Luffy throws his arms around Sabo's neck for support as the footsteps paused outside the door. The door creaks open, light pouring in from the lamps in the hall. Two pirates step inside the room. "I'm tellin' ya, it's not down here," one in a green tank top says to the other, a taller guy with bulging muscles and a beard that reaches his knees. "No way Commander Izo would leave it in here. Too dirty and dusty, he'd throw a fit." Luffy barely breathes as he stares at the pirates' backs, praying to every god he can think of that they don't turn around. His fingers dig into Sabo's shoulders until his knuckles turn white. Sabo's eyes are narrow, calm but endlessly cold, focused on the two men as he slowly, quietly, sidesteps on the ball of his feet for the door, mismatched eyes not once leaving the pirates like he's daring them to turn. If they do, Luffy knows Sabo won't hesitate to kill them. Luffy is no stranger to death. The first time it had been a mountain bandit, his little fishing boat swallowed by a sea king. The second time, and every moment after, it had been slaves who were too old to work, reckless and desperate to escape, or simply too ugly. One had been a middle-aged former pirate. He'd slit his throat with a kitchen knife he'd stolen during the day and wasn't found until the following afternoon. Another had been a friend? The most recent death had been the guard escorting them back to their cell. Luffy remembers Ace flinching away, a degrading touch, filthy words of lust whispered into an unwilling ear. He remembers Sabo, horrified, forced to sit and watch, had suddenly snapped, much like the guard's neck did in the next instant. Sabo had barely batted an eye then and later delivered another horrific blow to the guard with the spear. That was last night. Now that they're free, Luffy is almost afraid of what Sabo might do to these pirates. Almost. "Hey," the bearded one says, crossing the room and kneeling by the pile of blankets they'd left behind. His companion crouches beside him. "Did someone take a nap down here?" "Probably Stefan," the tank top guy says with a shrug. "That mutt will sleep anywhere, including Division 12's shower room. Poor BSTRDS. I suppose. Floor's still warm, though. And Stefan's a smart dog, but this doesn't look like something he would do. Looks more like a person made it. But why sleep down here?" Step by step, Sabo finally reaches the door. The pirates, engrossed in their conversation, don't notice a thing. Sabo sets Luffy back on his feet, and then with lightning speed, he snatches Luffy's wrist and bolts down the hall, heading for the upper decks. Luffy hears the pirates. "What was that? Did someone just?" But he doesn't dare look back as they run, skidding around corners and leaping up flights of stairs, meeting no one along the way. Everyone must be out on the main deck for the party. Sabo pants as they reach the top of another flight of stairs, pausing for just a minute, was too damn close. I swore they were gonna turn and spot us." He swallows hard, offering Luffy a shaky grin as he reaches out and cups his scarred cheek with one hand. "You okay?" "MMN." Luffy nods, leaning into Sabo's palm, wheezing. He's better than he was after the apple incident, and sleeping had helped, but he'll never be at 100% until he gets the cuff off, so that run had taken a lot out of him. "That was scary," he signs and then hugs his shaking arms with a nervous laugh that Sabo echoes. "Yeah, it was. And now it looks like we'll need a new place to hide." Sabo straightens, casting his gaze upwards where the music, laughter and stomping resonate without pause. They must be close to the main deck, Luffy thinks. Sabo chews his bottom lip, a habit he has when he's thinking about something that might be a bad idea. Ace calls it the Sabo regretting his life choices look, or SRHLC for short. "Soon," he nods. "Okay," he sighs, running a hand through his hair. Okay. First things first, we need to find Ace. Hopefully, he's got the food, so we'll grab him and find somewhere else to hide before the party winds down. Preferably somewhere no one will wander into. He looks down at Luffy, offering an apologetic smile. I know you're still tired, but I need you to stay with me a little longer. Can you do that for me, Lulu? Luffy nods. He is tired, but Sabo needs him to be strong. They've done so much, too much, for Luffy without hesitation or complaint. It's way past time for him to return the favor. Yes. We can do this, he signs, beaming widely and offering a thumbs up to make Sabo smile back, which he does, and ruffles Luffy's hair with both hands. Shishishi, he laughs, batting Sabo's hands away. That tickles. The mood is short-lived, and they both freeze at the sound of more voices coming around the corner, these distinctly slurred, implying intoxication. Running into pirates is one thing, but running into a gang of drunk ones is another. Time to move. Sabo grabs Luffy's hand, and away they vanish into the halls once more. 00000. When Luffy had told them about the time he'd met the greatest pirate he'd ever seen, and at that time, the only pirate he'd ever seen, a man by the name Red-Haired Shanks, he'd been quite vocal on how much they'd loved throwing parties in Makino's bar every time they visited. They were loud parties, wild, with food and drinks that Luffy was not allowed within 5 feet of, jaunty shanties a 6-year-old had no business hearing, dancing and laughter that shook the foundations of the little bar Luffy had called a temporary home. And when it was all over, they were right back at it again the next day. Luffy had loved it every single time. It certainly sounded like one hell of a time to Ace and Sabo, 2 boys with dreams of sailing the seas with their own crews one day. But coming from Luffy, who deemed something as insignificant as an insect as the most incredible thing, the story sounded little more than a dream, really, a blissful pirate fantasy. But what Ace sees as he skirts the edges of the deck is everything Luffy had described and more. Piles of food on tables swathe the deck, roasting meat and sweet aromas of tarts and cakes wafting through the air, assaulting Ace's senses, earning a painful growl from his empty stomach. Lights dangle aloft by ropes and around the masts, someone is dancing or singing off-key to the music, someone is laughing with their arms thrown over someone else's shoulders, someone is drinking a pint or two, toasting over something ridiculous. There's joy and cheer in the air. No doubt it can be heard for miles, though this ship is the only thing in sight as Ace can see in the growing darkness. It's contagious, almost has Ace smiling and tapping his foot to the beat of the music. Almost makes him want to jump right in. The reminder that these are Grand Line pirates who'll butcher him and his brothers on sight incenses him, and he moves on with his head down, his eyes on the prize. He hits the table full of meats first, Luffy's favorite. He plucks and stashes a reasonable amount, not too much but not too little. He swipes a sausage just for himself, the lure too strong even for him, and for a moment, he can't remember to breathe as the delicious flavor washes over him. He can't remember the last time he'd eaten real meat. He might cry. Might, but won't. He collects himself quickly, swallowing the rest of the meat, it burns his tongue something awful on the way down, and moves on to the fruits and veggies. Luffy can complain all he likes, he's eating his DMN greens, and then the cakes and pies. Ace and Sabo don't have much of a sweet tooth, but he knows Luffy will more than appreciate the treat. He's earned it, they all have. A weight slams into Ace from his left, making him stagger, and suddenly there's a very tall pirate squishing against him, one arm wrapped around Ace's shoulders. Ace tenses from head to toe, eyes blown wide, heart hammering, knuckles turning white as he grips the bulging sack like a lifeline. He's spotted, he's caught, he's failed, he's going to die, oh god he's going to die, and then they'll find his brothers and... Hey buddy, the pirate giggles, pulling Ace close enough that it's hard to breathe, that's without the threat of a panic attack looming over his head. The voice is slurred but familiar, he must be one of the pirates from the boat they'd stowed away on. What was his name? Thatch? Isn't this party great? The man, Thatch, adds with a hoot, slapping his knee with his free hand. What a ball, am I right? Ace bites his lip to keep it from trembling. Why yeah, it sure is, Thatch, he stammers through an attempt at a smile, trying and failing to wriggle free from the one-armed hug the pirate has him locked in. This guy is strong and tall, or maybe Ace is just short for his age. He has a ridiculous pompadour, a goatee, a scar running down the left side of his face, and a big, goofy grin that almost reminds him of Luffy. Ace takes one look at the healthy blush along his cheeks and knows this man is long gone from the land of the lucid. Or so he hopes. It'll make it easier to get away. And then Thatch blinks hard, frowning down at Ace, brows furrowing. Ace keeps still under the arm around his shoulders, even as the pirate leans down to look Ace in the eye, his features still partially hidden under the hood of the stolen cloak. Ace keeps smiling, doesn't blink, doesn't breathe. Hey! I dunno you, Thatch slurs, poking Ace in the chest with a finger. Where'd you come from? It's over, it's over, it's over. You. Then Thatch gasps. Oh. He exclaims, and Ace fights the cry that threatens to burst through his lips even as he jumps a foot in the air. This is it, this is where he. I get it, Thatch says excitedly. Pops must have adopted some new guys while we was gone. I get it. He spins Ace around, yanking off the hood and exposing Ace's rapidly paling face. To the world. Thatch grins wider, impossibly happy, impossibly drunk. Look at you, you're so little. And tiny, he coos, grabbing Ace's face between his hands and squishing his cheeks. And you're so cute, look at your whittle freckles. How old even are you, kiddo? Ace stares up at Thatch, one eye twitching, too stunned to even think of ripping himself from the man's grip. He's so sloshed that he thinks Ace is one of them. And where on earth did he get the whole adoption thing? Is this a crew of orphans? Who the hell is Pops? Is that the name they give their captain? What is going on? Why isn't he dead yet? What is all the response Ace's scrambled brain can muster? This only seems to delight the pirate more as he throws his head back and laughs. You're adorable, kid, he snickers, releasing Ace's face. Before he can move, Thatch thumps him twice on the back. Welcome to the family. He thumps him again, harder. A horrible, searing pain shoots up the length of Ace's spine, and it's all he can do to bite back a strangled yelp, squeeze his eyes shut and banish the wetness slowly building behind his eyes as he grits his teeth. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, please stop hitting me, it hurts. Ah, welp, I'm off. Thatch sighs, a pleased grin splitting his face in two as he stumbles away, waving over his shoulder. Help yself to whatever y want, little brother. S all free. Thatch disappears into the crowd, and Ace stares unseeing at the creaking floorboards, tugging the hood back over his head with a hand that trembles, gulping deep, haggard breaths. Music and laughter become a dull roar beyond the bubble that envelopes him, the smell of the food under his nose roiling his stomach, bile rising to his throat. He stands frozen amid celebrating swashbucklers, his spine screaming at him as he tries not to crumble to his knees, tries not to cry. It still hurts so much, it's been weeks and they still hurt, that stupid drunken BSTRD pirate made it worse, it hurts, they're gonna come back and hurt him again to try and make him cry and then they'll. He bites down on his lip. The minute his teeth break the soft skin, blood trickling down his chin, he doesn't think about the terrible ache in his back, or the phantom pain of metal bars and whips and chains beating him black and blue, or the press of cold hands feeling every inch of him. Oh, look at that. My lip is bleeding again, he thinks instead. He licks the blood off his lip absently. The sounds of music and laughter resuming as the bubble bursts, Ace investigates his crumpled sack. It's nearly overflowing with food, and it all smells lovely again. He smiles. Luffy and Sabo will love this. Now, he just needs to find some water. He forgets the pain, forgets the drying blood on his lip, forgets the pirate and his words, welcome to the family? What the hell did that mean, and everything else, and heads toward the nearest barrel. There's bound to be something non-alcoholic. It's wrong, he knows, this method, to cope, forget, divert focus. It's almost worse. Sabo hates it, Luffy hates it, and it kills him to hurt them like that. But it's the best he can do for now. Anything to forget it all, even for a moment. 00000. Marco can see just about everything and everyone on the deck from his perch on the captain's chair. The dazzling lights, the smell of food and music assault his senses with a vengeance, so he prefers to hang back instead, watch the others have their fun until the phoenix can bear the stench and let him join in the festivities. It's a cumbersome price for a Zoan devil fruit, but he's willing to pay it in full for the chance to watch over his family, side by side with the man he's more than proud to call his captain, his leader, his father in all but blood. He spots Vista and Kingdu in an arm wrestling match, their audience cheering them on vigorously. It looks like a stalemate until Atmos, the brute, reaches out and shoves their joined hands on the table, breaking the table in the process. Laughter and cheers abound. Marco shakes his head. Idiots, you are, he mutters. The giant of a man chuckles beside him, because of course he does, and takes a hearty gulp of his rum. Let the fools have their fun, Marco, he says, his golden eyes cast about the ship they call their home, unparalleled warmth swirling in them. Another table smashes, followed by Aizu scolding someone harshly for getting beer all over his kimono, and Whitebeard laughs again. This is a party. Might as well enjoy ourselves now that your brothers have returned. Marco looks at him. You'd throw a party for the sake of it, you are, he says, casting a meaningful glance at the tubes up his nose and patches attached to his chest. Any excuse to drink to your heart's content despite the nurses and my strict orders not to do so as often as you have been. Giving me orders, are you? Need I remind you who the captain of this ship is, brat? Need I remind you who the one keeping the whereabouts of your emergency stash of rum a secret from the nurses is, you are? Whitebeard's grin falls quickly, and he eyes Marco warily. It's all Marco can do to keep from laughing, arching a brow. Fair point, the old pirate concedes with a grumble. Marco laughs lightly, patting his father on the shoulder. Though I hope you're aware that I consider ratting me out to the nurses as an act of treason, my boy, Whitebeard adds, though the grin beneath his mustache contradicts the threat that would make outsiders and newbies shudder. As it is, Marco shrugs, moving to sit on the man's knee. Right, gotcha, he says. There's another chuckle above him, and Marco feels a swell of adoration for the man he's followed for decades. There's no one else on these seas he would pledge his allegiance to, no one else in the world he'd fight or die for. A terrified part of him knows he'll outlive his father. The other part of him that dares to dream praise. Otherwise. By the way, Whitebeard says, and Marco shifts to look up at him, any ideas on the mystery behind the disappearing apples of this afternoon? Marco smirks. When he'd told Whitebeard what had happened, everyone was afraid he'd cough up a lung with how hard he'd laughed. Thatch's pitiful expression hadn't helped matters much. Still, he had agreed that vanishing provisions was a mild concern. It bothers Marco, though, just a little, and it frustrates him more to shake his head. Nothing yet, he admits. It wasn't rats, not from the bite marks we found, you are. And a little while later, Arlo and Libby from 2nd Division came across a puddle of vomit down by the 3rd deck. Said it smelled like apples. That I don't think I needed to hear, Whitebeard says with a grimace. I'm still drinking, you know. Marco has the grace to wince. Sorry. It could have been Stefan, but I don't think that dog's got a taste for apples, plus everyone would have seen him get into the barrel. Also, I'd feel guilty putting all the blame on the dog, you are. That's true and commendable, Whitebeard nods. Let's not focus on that for now, my boy. Any apple-stealing stowaways we can deal with later. Go, enjoy yourself, the night is young, and so are you. I'm 38, you are. Younger than me. And I'm the captain of this ship and your father, and as such, I order you to go and have fun. What you can't order me to? Of course, I can. I'm the captain. Why I oughta. Hey, Pops. Marco, buddy. Before Marco can finish his retort, Thatch comes stumbling over, an arm wrapped around Rikuyo, both grinning wide and red-faced, giddy as schoolboys. Marco fights the urge to pinch his brows and shake his head as Whitebeard looks at them once and laughs. If he could get gray hairs from annoyance, he'd be bald. Thatch, he groans, a long-suffering thing, but the chef beats him to the punch. Hey, Pops, why didn't you tell us you'd adopted such cute kids while we were gone, he accuses, but he's still grinning fit to burst. Marco and Whitebeard share a look, frowning. Cute kids? Marco repeats. Whitebeard shakes his head with a shrug. Marco hops off the captain's knee, landing on his feet, and folds his arms as he regards the drunken louts he calls his brothers. What cute kids? He asks and silently hopes it's a joke. Thatchy here was just tellin' me, Rikuyo says, thumping the chef on the back. Told me 'bout the cute freckled kid he met. Seemed shy, but he'll find his feet eventually. We all did. He laughs. Thatch wheezes back, and soon they're wobbling away to join a group singing Bink's Brew, a classic, a song of joy and mourning, and they dare butcher it with their squalling. Marco watches them go, wondering and praying if what he'd just heard was real or not before Whitebeard's booming voice diverts his thoughts. Let them be, Marco, he says, taking another mighty belt of his rum. I'd have recalled taking in any new sons or daughters. There are few sheets to the wind tonight. He pauses, blinks and then looks down into his tankard, considering its half-empty contents swirling inside. Come to think of it. So am I. Marco splutters again. Pops. Marco is too busy attempting to convince his father to go to bed before he drinks himself unconscious to notice the cloaked figure slinking away. Chapter 4. Sabo can't help but whistle as he shuts the massive door behind him, his eyes surveying their new hiding place illuminated by the lantern on the desk. The room is wide and spacious with a loaded bookshelf on the right-hand side, a desk and a chest of drawers on the left next to a giant bed. It's bigger than any bed Sabo has ever seen and looks positively luxurious. The pillows are as big as Luffy, and the blanket looks as thick and soft as sheep's wool. Sabo wants nothing more than to climb onto it, curl up in the center like a cat and sleep. An excited giggle is his only warning, and then Luffy is no longer beside him, his wrist slipping from Sabo's slack grip. Luffy no. Sabo curses, reaching for but just missing the boy as he dashes for the bed with more speed than Sabo expects. Luffy clambers up the blanket and hops on the plush surface, bouncing up and down with a manic grin. Trying to get him down at this rate is a useless endeavor, and because hearing him laugh in delight is a wonder and joy, Sabo sighs with a resigned smile and lets Luffy play. The bed truly is massive compared to the bouncing monkey boy, at least 5 times the size of a regular person. Maybe it's for that big butt dog they'd crossed earlier? No way, no one loves a dog that much, unless you're in Hightown or any town where the difference in class is clear. And why put a desk and a bookshelf in a dog's room? Maybe and he shivers thinking about it, this is the captain's quarters? Surely not. The captain can't be that big. If they are, Sabo thinks, fingers folding into fists that shake only slightly, out of sight so that it might not spoil Luffy's fun, and this is their room. He takes a breath, shaking his head. The noise outside the cabin shows no signs of dwindling, and as long as no one decides to turn in early, they'll be safe here. He still needs to find Ace before he goes to the hold and finds them gone, but can't leave Luffy alone, nor can he take him along for the search. He's exhausted enough without the sea stone sapping him of his energy. Already he's stopped bouncing, laying flat on the bed with his limbs spread languidly, eyes drooping. Dragging him out now would be nothing short of cruel. Leaning against the bed, Sabo runs a hand through his tangled mess of blonde, biting his lip. What to do? We have to find Ace, but I can't take Luffy. Is there anywhere here that he can hide until I get back? Maybe under the bed? Something shuffles and stops just outside the door. Sabo whirls. Luffy sits upright and freezes on the bed, staring at the door with impossibly wide eyes. Somebody's out there. Sabo's mind reels, desperate and hopelessly afraid in ways he'd never been 5 years ago, ways he never should be, he knows, but it's far too late to change that. He scans the room for a weapon, and all he sees are books and medical equipment. Maybe this is a sick ward, that might work, but can he get to them in time before? Something pressed against the door, wood creaking under their weight. Luffy whimpers. Something clicks inside Sabo like a switch. Fear gives way to cool anger, a vicious thing that vows an unkind fate casting shadows over his eyes. A fierce urge to protect the frightened boy behind him, no matter what or who comes through the door, armed or not, because no one touches Luffy, no one touches my brothers, I'll kill them if they try, I won't let them, not again. The door opens inch by inch, and a familiar head of Raven pokes through the crack. The cold, killing intent vanishes in the presence of his bewildered older brother. A sigh of relief heaves from Sabo's chest as Ace splutters and quickly slips through the door, shutting it and dropping the delicious-smelling sack on the floor, removing his hood. His eyes are wide and blood dries like rusted metal on his bottom lip, but he's alive and here. Ace is here. He's safe, and Sabo had been seconds from charging him and possibly injuring him, thinking he was an intruder. Oops. He'd thought it was normal to be protective, cautious of anything that might hurt the ones you love. It's what had driven him to attack and kill the guard that dared to lay his hands on Ace. But if a whimper from Luffy can turn Sabo into that person, then maybe he's not as okay as he'd thought. Not when such a mood can flip from the merciless protector to the boy who'll bow his head like a dog and beg at a coin toss. Sabo, Luffy, what the hell are you two doing up here? Ace whispers harshly, diverting Sabo's thoughts. Luffy slides off the massive bed to join Sabo's side. I told you to stay down in the hold until I got back, he groans, pinching his brow with a sigh that shakes just barely. Guilt squeezes Sabo's heart as he trades a look with Luffy. Though Ace's eyes are blazing with mild annoyance, his shoulders are tense, hands bearing the slightest tremble, pupils dilated with emotion all too familiar to them. He's terrified. You're lucky I sensed you in here before I went below, Ace says, leveling them with a half-glare that belies what flows off him in waves. What were you thinking? I thought for sure you were. Sabo charges Ace and throws his arms around his neck, shutting him up as he hides his face in the crook of his older brother's neck. Luffy joins him seconds later, crushing Ace's waist in an embrace no one could hope to break if they tried, his face buried in the folds of the stolen cloak. Ace goes still. Then Luffy sniffles and his brain finally seems to connect with the rest of him, arms automatically coming to wrap around them. Hey, he whispers, holding them closer, tighter. Even without his devil fruit, his embrace is warm and fiery love incarnate. Sabo basks in it. Hey, it's okay. I'm not mad at you guys, I'd thought. We know, Sabo says, muffled against Ace's neck. He draws back, offering him an apologetic smile. We were forced to leave when 2 pirates came looking for something. What? Sure. Sabo flaps a panicked hand in Ace's face, and Luffy releases his waist to slap his hands over Ace's gaping mouth with what might be a glare but looks like a pout. The sight they make and Ace's expression as he stares at Luffy is hilarious, but being discovered is less so. Yes, the blonde continues softly, pirates showed up, but Lou and I managed to slip away. We weren't seen, and we're not hurt. But for what it's worth, we're sorry. For worrying you, he adds with a shrug and a crooked smile. Luffy releases Ace's mouth and steps back, nodding, looking small and meek as he shuffles where he stands, fingers laced behind his back. Ace looks between them, eyes lingering on Luffy a moment longer. He sighs again, scrubbing a tired hand over his eyes. "It's fine," he says, drawing Luffy in for another hug which the boy has no qualms returning tenfold. He smiles at Sabo, weary beyond his years, reaching out with the hand not stroking Luffy's hair to clap him on the shoulder. "You made the right call, Sabo, don't apologize for that. Guess I'm just tense, you know? We're on a pirate ship, for God's sake. But you're both okay. That's all that matters to me." Clasping the hand on his shoulder, Sabo leans forward to press his forehead against Ace's, sandwiching a grinning Luffy between them. "Glad you're okay too, big brother," he says. Ace smiles back, a little weak, but they're all the same. He lets the moment sit a few beats more. The silence settles his nerves, and Ace's warmth soothes him as it always has and always will. Then he addresses the elephant in the room. "What happened to your lip?" Ace jolts, smile falling, stepping back. Luffy, still clinging to him like a limpet, goes with him with a snicker. Ace's hand goes to where the blood has flecked off the pale skin of his chin, the center of his lip bruised and red. He stammers, looking for an excuse he must know Sabo will see through like glass. Gray eyes dart every which way, avoiding Sabo's suspicious gaze. I bit my lip while eating a sausage I stole from the buffet." Actually, Sabo can believe that. Well, the part where he'd pinched a sausage for himself. Everything else is lies. Sabo narrows his eyes, and Ace innocently ignores him, now messing with Luffy's hair and showing the delighted boy what he'd managed to steal from the party. Something had happened out there. Something bad, resulting in that god-awful coping mechanism his idiot brother developed. Sabo sighs, watching Ace try and fail to keep Luffy's hungry maw at bay while he splits the food equally for the three of them and saves enough for later. He knows his brother well enough, he won't talk about it, no matter how much Sabo pesters. He'll keep his pain, his tears, all locked within him only to turn it into an inferno of rage and hatred to protect them when the time comes. And it will come. It always does. Sabo hopes prays that one day his big brother will talk to him, lean on him and Luffy the way he's always let them. But until then, all Sabo can do is let it go, smile and join his brothers on the floor to eat and stay under the noses of their hosts a little longer. He's confident, despite their close calls in the last hour. The crew is larger than any Sabo has ever seen, but they don't seem to be the most observant. "We'll be fine," he thinks as he slaps Luffy's wandering hands away from his sausage and pulls a face when Luffy pouts at him. "We'll be just fine. 00000. Luffy can't remember the last time he'd eaten real meat instead of the thin, rubbery kind the guards had fed them, leftovers from the royals' meals. Ace had picked the good stuff, the kind they would hunt for and cook with Dayton and the bandits back on Mount Corvo. It's hot, juicy and delicious, and the array of sweets reminds Luffy of the treats Makino would let them pinch for themselves and the bandits, reminding him of home. He's not aware he's crying until Sabo reaches out to wipe the tears off his cheeks with gentle hands. Not that Sabo is much better off. He doesn't remember falling asleep after eating his fill. He does remember being picked up, hair tickling his nose where his chin rests atop a broad shoulder, his stomach doing flips, a bad thing after a meal, as Ace climbs the bed, cursing under his breath when he slips. When he opens his eyes again, reluctantly, the room is pitch dark. He's lying flat on the bed, surrounded by the warmth of his brother's sleeping bodies under the folds of the giant blanket. Ace holds him close to his chest, tucking Luffy's head under his chin, his other hand clenching Sabo's sleeve where he's curled up behind Luffy, his arms snaked under Luffy's waist. Their breaths are soft, even. They've been out for a while, it seems. Luffy wriggles an arm from where it's squished against his chest and brushes his fingers over Ace's bottom lip. "Stop hurting yourself like this. Dummy." Luffy retracts his hand and curls his fingers into the ratty fabric of Ace's shirt. His heart thumps steadily under his palm, and it's an instant comfort, as is Sabo's sudden shifting as he cuddles closer against Luffy's back, nosing his hair and mumbling in his sleep. This is good, Luffy thinks with a smile that might be dopey, sleepy as he is. This is good. This is right. This is safe. Safety isn't something he's felt much of over the last 5 years. The closest he's ever gotten is here in the circle of his brother's sleeping embrace. The nightmares nor the world's cruel hands can touch him here. Ace and Sabo won't let them. Luffy resents it, sometimes, the lengths they'll go to ensure his safety, his comfort, keep what's left of his innocence and sanity. He resents it, appreciates it, loves and hates them deeply for it, and the mixed-up thoughts and feelings make him want to cry. As it is, he's too tired to do anything but burrow against his brothers, soak in the love and comfort they project in waves even in their sleep, close his eyes and drift off. He doesn't dream, and he's somewhat grateful for it. Not all of his dreams are nice these days. He wakes again, though briefly, at a foreign sound. His senses are so hazy that he barely feels the vibrations of footsteps drawing closer to the bed and doesn't feel the dip in the mattress when something eases onto it. Another noise, a soft grunt, confused, followed by a low chuckle that rumbles like thunder yet emanates warmth like the sun's rays, like Ace's hugs or Sabo's kisses in his hair. It almost reminds him of Grandpa. "Good boy, Stefan," a voice says. There's a smile in that gruff voice. "You can sleep here for now. I don't want drool on my pillows come morning, though." A gentle weight presses down over the three of them, once, twice, like a pat on the head. It's nice, Luffy thinks absently. A far contrast to the degrading touches and scorn-driven fists he'd grown used to. The weight vanishes too soon, and Luffy immediately misses it. Whatever it is settles into the bed with them on Ace's side. Something clicks and machinery starts to whir. Soft snores quickly follow. Luffy's eyelids grow ever heavier. Whoever this new presence is, they don't project danger or threat, not like the pirates milling the ship do. If anything, it's soothing. A solid, strong aura smooths his nerves like a balm, and it's so easy to drift off into another dreamless, peaceful sleep, knowing he's well and truly safe. His brothers surround him, and this looming, comforting presence shields them from anything and everything outside the realm of sleep. I hope it never goes away. 00000. Waking up with a mild hangover, Edward thinks, is not the best way to start the morning. There's a light but constant throbbing behind his eyes that he knows won't go away until much later, and his bones creak in protest as he sits up, fighting a yawn. The nurses and Marco will get on his case for this. Such are the joys of being old and having your children worry over you. Still, it won't ruin his morning. A smile finds his lips as he casts his gaze to the porthole, daylight filtering through the glass in rays of gold. Gulls are screeching in the clear, blue skies, and already he can hear his sons and daughters about the ship, starting the day as they head to the mess hall. Some are chipper and strangely sober, while others aren't so lucky. He chuckles when he hears a pitiful groan from Julie of 5th Division as she passes his door, wishing she hadn't challenged Vista to a drinking game. He chuckles to himself. Foolish as his dream may be to many, it's taken beautiful shape these last few decades. He's grateful, eternally. So, to have lived this long, to watch his family grow, and it will no doubt continue to grow. A little longer is all he asks for, to spend more time on the open seas, his family at his back. Well, no need to sit on his arse and ponder on such things much longer. There's much to do today, and the Grand Line waits for no one. They need to set a course for Sabaody Archipelago and return to the New World. Marines in Paradise get ridiculously paranoid when big shots like Whitebeard linger for too long. He makes to get up, and a quiet snore stops him short. He turns to his left, where the big lump remains. Ah yes, Stefan had decided to make himself at home here last night. No doubt to hide from the ruckus he and his children were making, till the early hours of the morning. "Come on, old boy. Time to get up," he says, reaching down for his boots at the foot of his bed and his captain's coat hanging by the headrest. He pulls them on, ready to face the morning anew. He stands with a low groan, "DMN these old bones to hell," and looks back down at the bed. Stefan hasn't moved at all. Edward frowns. Stefan may be old, but even he jumps up at his master's voice, then again, so do most people. Perhaps Edward's not the only one who feels off this morning. Poor old boy. He sits on the edge of the bed, reaching over to pull back the sheet. "Come now, Stefan. No time to be lazy when there's work to." Edward freezes. That's not Stefan. That's not even a dog. In his bed, curled up more like kittens in their mother's nest, are not one but 3 human children, snoring lightly in the shelter of Edward's blanket, arms and legs intertwined, faces lax in their blissfully ignorant slumber. Edward stares. He lays the blanket over them, closes his eyes, and counts to 10. There are no children in his bed. He's hungover, tired and seeing things. He'll open his eyes in the next 3 seconds, and a dog will be there instead. All will be well. He opens his eyes and lifts the blanket again. The kids are still there. "Oh, sweet mother see." Turning away and dropping the blanket, Edward pinches the bridge of his nose and heaves a heavy sigh, shaking his head. Surely he's hallucinating, going senile in his old age. Surely he hadn't been drunk enough to miss the presence of 3 people in his room when he turned in. Surely he hasn't been sharing a bed with children the whole DMN night. A pirate he may be, but this is inappropriate on so many levels, not to mention incredibly dangerous. What if he'd rolled over and squashed them? To make matters worse, he has no idea who they are. Considering he knows all of his children by name, this is incredibly perplexing. "Calm yourself, Newgate," he inwardly scolds. "See what you're up against before you throw a fit?" He takes another breath and turns, looking down at his sleeping guests. Two older boys with a much smaller boy cuddled between them in a protective embrace. The smallest has a thatch of messy dark hair, a scar running under his left eye, probably left by a blade. The one on his left might be a blonde or a brunette, his curly hair is too dirty to tell, and has burns cascading the left side of his face and some of his left arm. The last one, slightly broader than the other two, has wavy dark hair and a decoration of freckles along his cheeks that strikes Edward with an odd pang of familiarity that he can't quite place. They're young, between 13 and 10 judging by their size. And they're thin, far too thin for Edward's liking. Their clothes, ratty things that they are, hang off them like sacks. Their cheeks are hollowed, the bags under their eyes like bruises on their pale skin, and that's not counting the actual bruises he can spot dotting their arms and faces, peeking under the folds of the rags. They're filthy, too, like they haven't bathed in days. There are cuffs on the ankles of the smallest and the freckled boy, staining the pale flesh of the exposed skin. They reek of sea stone. Rage bubbles within him. It appears he's found their apple-stealing stowaways. And the recruit Thatch had bumped into last night. How they managed to evade his crew and himself is impressive, he admits. But now there's the issue concerning what he's to do with them now? Waking them doesn't seem to be the best option. He has no intention of harming them, but they won't know that. What does he do? What's the right thing to do? Too busy contemplating, he doesn't notice the littlest one stirring until he's moving to sit up. Edward freezes like a deer caught in the torchlight as the little boy rubs his eyes and then stretches with a yawn, wide and loud. Lanky arms flop to the mattress as he smacks his lips, staring blearily into nothing. Half-lidded eyes cast about the cabin before landing on Edward's large hand resting beside the freckled lad. The boy follows the arm up and up until he's staring Edward in the face. Edward stares back, not having felt so wrong-footed since Marco's teenage years, clueless as to what the hell he should do. He settles for keeping still, not moving an inch. The boy blinks at him once, twice, 3 times. And then he flops backwards onto the mattress, snoring once more. Edward blinks rapidly. That was anticlimactic. Still, at least now that he's well and truly asleep again, it gives Edward time to think, to plan. Perhaps he can quickly fetch Marco and Thatch, 2 average-looking men, one cool-headed and the other incredibly good with children, having been the eldest of 9 siblings. They'll do a much better job of handling this particular situation, not that Edward is a coward, heavens no, but... There's a familiar zap of energy that gives Edward pause hockey? And the little one leaps upright again. He stares Edward in the face, brown eyes impossibly wide and full of what Edward had wanted to avoid fear. Oh! The boy trembles all over, pupils dilating, fingers digging into the fabric of the freckled boy's shirt until his knuckles are as deathly white as his face, jaw hanging open like a waiting flytrap. No sound leaves the gaping maw aside from a choked gasp like a dying bird. No screaming or tears is a good thing, though, and Edward wants to keep it that way. But he's not sure how. It's the first time in years since anyone has been this afraid of him and even longer since he's interacted with anyone under 17. Reaching out or moving is a very bad thing for a man his size. So he does the best, and only, thing he can do and offers the frightened little one a warm smile. Hello there. The boy shrieks. It's a loud, high-pitched sound that grates on Edward's old ears, and he rears back in a rare bout of shock. The pipes on this child, gracious. His screaming wakes the other 2 or rather, they spring to attention, eyes wide and wild, limbs flailing. The freckled one instantly reaches for their screaming little one, and the moment his hands cup his cheeks, his face blocking Edward from his view, the screaming stops, thank the seas, giving way to heaving pants for breath as he scrambles for the other with shaking limbs, eyes welling up. The 2 surround him like mother wolves over their cub, paying Edward no mind. He doubts they yet know he's even here. Luffy. Luffy, shoo, it's okay, we've got you, the freckled one says, stroking the little one's Luffy's damp cheeks with the pads of his thumbs in a tender way that melts Edward's heart. Easy, little brother, easy. What happened? Asks the blonde, mismatched eyes full of love and concern for the hyperventilating child as he rubs circles against his back and their brothers. How delightful. Luffy pulls back from the freckled one's chest and points a quivering finger at Edward. The older pair turn to look and then do a double take, eyes the size of dinner plates, seeing the giant man that is Edward Newgate for the first time. The color drains rapidly from their faces. Unlike their little brother, they don't hesitate to start screaming bloody murder. Edward winces slightly, eardrums rattling. The children, still screaming, scramble away from Edward, and they tumble over the edge of the bed, landing on the floor in a tangle of limbs. Edward sighs and calmly stands, hands by his sides, doing his DMN best to appear non-threatening. A vain effort, but still, he tries. The boys find their feet quickly. The blonde immediately puts Luffy behind him, letting the boy grip and tug his shirt tight as he faces Edward with a chilling glare that could freeze hellfire, despite the thrumming undercurrent of terror. The freckled one stands in front of them both, brandishing what looks like one of Edward's old IVs, which the boy snaps in half and points the jagged metal end at the old pirate. Where there's ice in the blonde's eyes, a blistering fire rages in the silver pair that glower at Edward, a fire that dares him to take a step closer. These boys are something else, Edward thinks, and he steps closer. The boy charges him with a yell of rage, weapon raised to stab the nearest limb. Edward grabs it with ease, halting the boy in his tracks. To his surprise, the lad puts up a valiant struggle to keep his weapon. He may be small and look physically weak and starved, but he's got a hell of a grip and more than enough fight left to even think about charging a man at least 5 times his size. Edward feels a swell of pride even as he plucks the stick from the boy's hands and discards it across the floor, out of reach. "That's enough of that, lad," he says. "There's no need to fight. I'm not going to hurt you." He gets a nasty growl in reply as the boy backs up, arms spread, and he keeps going until the blonde and Luffy are stuck between the wall and the freckled lad himself, shielding them with his own body. Edward regards them and feels the weight of their aura pressing down on him, filling the room. His will far surpasses theirs, he knows, but it's an impressive feat. There's a fight in all of them, in the brutal cold glare of the blonde, even in the frightened browns of Luffy's gaze peeking from the solid arms wrapped around him. They're raggedy little brats, almost savage in their desperation. Edward likes them. Still, it won't do to have them keep attacking him. He watches the sneering boy and his charges a moment longer, weighing his options. They believe he'll harm them, maybe kill them, regardless of what he says, and the last thing he wants is to prove them right. He also has no desire to be bitten or clawed at. They're not feral, but Edward would be foolish to think they're not above the action. His eyes drift to his unmade bed. He looks at the pillows for a moment. He looks back at the boys, then at the pillows, and back to the boys. The brats mimic him, looking at the pillows and the pirate with confused, cautious frowns. It's almost cute. "Perhaps we should try something different," Edward muses pleasantly, reaching for a pillow and taking out the fluffy stuffing. He smiles. Realization hits them, and they blanch. "Eep," the blonde squeaks. Chapter 5. It's been a month since they were taken from Dawn Island. Luffy misses it more and more every day. He misses the heat of the sun on his face, the feel of grass under his feet, the wind brushing through his hair when he'd climb up high in their treehouse. He misses Makino and her bar, laughter and hugs, and Mr. Mayor and his lectures. He misses Dayton and her bandits, for all that they'd had no interest in raising them. He misses Grandpa. He misses his freedom. Here in the whitewashed walls of a castle, far away from everything he knows and loves, there's no sign of that freedom he'd taken for granted, the freedom he and his brothers had wanted to achieve when they set out to sea to become pirates. Here, they clothe them in rags. Here, they lock them in windowless cells every night. Here, they put them in chains and set them to work, no matter how cold or dark it is or how damp or hard. And here, Luffy is quick to learn that. Slaves are not allowed to speak outside of their cells. The princess, a snobby girl with bright red hair, an upturned nose and narrow eyes gleaming with undisguised glee, had wanted Luffy as her pet. Luffy had no idea what that entailed, but he knew how wrong it was. And yet, no one bats an eye, telling her yes without pause. 2 guards grab him and drag him by the chains binding his wrists away from his brothers, screaming after him, and taken to her bedroom. He struggles and cries the whole time and doesn't stop until the guards throw him to the floor and kick him, punch him, telling him to shut up with your blubbering. The princess has no desire to listen to such noise, urchin. Sniffling, Luffy holds his sobs back, pressing his lips together. The princess waltzes, a maid 2 steps behind her with a bedazzled collar on a white pillow. Luffy's stomach churns with dread. The princess stops in front of Luffy, gloved hands on her hips. Luffy decides he hates her long before she orders the guards to hold him so she can wind the collar around his neck. And it's tight, so tight that he can barely breathe as he tugs at it in a fruitless attempt to loosen it. He gets smacked upside the head as they clip a chain onto it, handing it to the princess to hold like a leash. If he still had his gum-gum powers, the thing around his ankle makes him weak like water does when he falls in the river or takes a bath. Breathing might be easy. As it is, he might pass out. Tee-hee-hee. What a cute little pet. Mother and father always get me the most adorable slaves, the princess coos, delighted. I think I'll call you Spot. Yes, Spot will do. Spot? I don't even have a spot on me. Luffy thinks and glares at the back of her head when she turns and orders the guards and maid to leave. They shut the door behind them, and then Luffy is alone with a crazy girl who thinks she has the right, the ball, to treat him like an animal. He's scared. He wants Ace and Sabo. He wants to know where they are, if they're safe, if they're already planning an escape. But more than anything, he's angry. More than anything, he wants to punch this snotty brat in the face. Stop that growling. She tugs hard at his chain, and the collar seems to tighten as Luffy jerks forward, nearly falling face-first to the carpet. He struggles to take even half a breath, vision blurring. "Good pets don't growl, cry, or speak," she says, and another tug forces his head upwards as she leans in close, a sneer creasing her ugly features. "I don't ever want to hear a sound from you. You are much cuter than the last pet I had, but if you misbehave, I'll have to put you down, too." Put down? Does she mean? Luffy knows he's stronger than a gutless twig like her. He could punch her lights out and escape this room, hide until his brothers find him. Or he would if he could breathe. If he still had his powers. If she didn't have time to scream for help before he could shut her up. For now, there's nothing he can do. He struggles to his feet and trails behind as the princess skips out of the room, giddily claiming she's taking her new pet on a walk. He complies in silence, praying and hoping that Ace and Sabo will figure something out, preferably before he suffocates. A week passes. He cries once when she tugs too hard on the chain, the pain and fear of suffocation too much to bear. He's whipped for it and slips into unconsciousness with tears running down his face. He wakes up in their cell, blood seeping through the bandages around his waist and shoulders, his brothers' faces looming over him. Fear and tears are bright in Sabo's eyes as he hushes Luffy's agonized whimpers and holds him, burning anger and hate searing Ace's. All because Luffy had cried. So Luffy stops crying. Or if he does, he bites his tongue and does it quietly. It keeps the princess happy and leaves his brothers with less to worry over. It becomes a habit to keep silent, one he has no idea is manifesting until Sabo mentions one night how quiet he's been, even in the rare privacy they receive in their cell. Luffy laughs it off but inwardly trembles. It's nothing, surely. Another week passes without incident. And another, and another. Soon, 2 months have passed. Luffy has endured the princess and her antics long enough. He's sick of being quiet, sick of bowing his head, sick of watching his brothers get more and more worried when he doesn't talk because his throat hurts from the collar or because he's too paranoid to even cough in fear of a beating, sick of watching her bully the other slaves into crying out in pain when she kicks and smacks them and then has them punished for making noises, sick of walking behind her on a chain she won't stop tugging. Luffy watches her as she giggles maniacally, kicking at Ace as he scrubs the floor on his hands and knees. In any other situation, the princess would be unconscious by now. As it is, Ace takes every kick with gritted teeth, passive in a way Luffy has never known him. She shoves him so that he knocks into the bucket and spills water all over the tiled floors. "Oh dear," she gasps, feigning surprise, "look what you've done. Now, you'll have to go back to the kitchens and get some more water to clean the floors." Tee-hee-hee. Luffy can't take it. He looks at the resignation in Ace's face, the hate building behind his eyes even as he obediently stands, and he snaps. "Stop bullying my brother, you stupid beach." Silence. Ace whips his head around to look at Luffy with wide eyes, horror etched in every line of his paling, freckled face. Other slaves cleaning the ballroom turn to stare, terror in their gazes and trembling limbs. Luffy doesn't care. He's had enough of keeping his silence, being afraid, enough of this spoiled brat and her whims and annoying little laugh and everything. She can't get away with this, she won't. Slowly, the princess turns. Luffy almost flinches at the expression on her face, one he's never seen, not on her. It's scary. The hand holding the end of his chain tightens, knuckles white. "What did you say to me?" she whispers, her voice and fists quaking with rage. Luffy swallows, sweat gathering across his forehead. His eyes slide over to Ace standing behind her. His face is ashen, hands trembling at his sides. Luffy has never seen him so afraid, not against the Blue Jam pirates, not even the day they were taken from Dawn. He looks back at the princess, watching as her face begins to burn a furious red, and remembers, far too late. She can get away with it. She can have me killed. She's gonna kill me. I'm gonna die. Your Highness. Four guards come rushing into the ballroom, shattering the silence so harshly that everyone in the room jumps, all but the princess, still holding Luffy's eyes with her poisonous glare. "Your Highness, are you all right?" one asks, looking between her and Luffy. "We heard someone shout. Is everything okay?" The princess looks Luffy up and down, considering. Luffy feels his heart drop into his stomach when her face slowly breaks into a sinister smile. It reminds him of Blue Jam. No, not even Blue Jam was this evil. This girl smiles like a demon. She spins on her heel. "Guards," she cries, false tears in her quivering voice, and the four men snap to attention. "I have been verbally abused. A filthy, rotten little SLVH has dared to call me a." She bursts into heaving sobs so fake it couldn't fool a dog. But it's enough to have the guards turn on Luffy, retribution in their hardened eyes. Luffy quivers where he stands, fighting tears. "It was me." Luffy's heart seizes. Even the princess shuts up in surprise, and they all turn to Ace, standing tall, glaring at the guards with his head held high. Gone is his fear as though it had never been there, his stance sure and steady as that of a man prepared for battle. It was me, he repeats, defiance in the glow of his silver eyes. I shouted at the princess. I shouted at her and called her a beach. Luffy's blood runs cold. Ace doesn't look at him, his jaw locked, eyes fixed on the guards. The clenched fist twitches at his side. No. The room is spinning. His heart pounds like a drum in his ears, blocking out everything and everyone except his brother. He watches as 2 guards surround Ace, grab him by the arms and hair and drag him away. Ace doesn't fight back. No, wait, please. Suddenly he's on the floor, pinned down by the other 2 guards, one arm reaching out for Ace's disappearing form. He might be screaming, crying, struggling, but he can't hear over the pounding of his heart, the throbbing behind his skull where the guard had hit him, can't see through the torrent of tears. Not him, please, not my brother, I'm sorry, I won't do it again, I promise, I'm sorry, please. The last thing he sees is the princess looking down at him, a smug, wicked grin on her face as she giggles behind her hand, and then there's only darkness. Please. I'm sorry, not him, please. 00000. It's fair to say that Marco's feathers are, figuratively and literally, ruffled by the time he reaches the quarterdeck at a brisk stride, Thatch and Namor not far behind as they head for the captain's cabin. The other commanders and a few division members crowd around the door, murmuring. Worry and confusion are more than apparent, he can feel it, smell it, in the air. Izo is the first to notice them, and he turns on his heel with a swish of his lavish robes. His features, tight with concern, are barren of his usual, and very expensive, makeup, meaning he'd been in the middle of his morning routine before, well, whatever this is, happened. Took you fools long enough, he greets, nodding to Thatch and Namor. I'd figured you'd have been the first up here, Marco. Can't always be the early bird, you are, Marco shrugs, vehemently ignoring the childish snickers from Thatch and everyone else who heard him. God, he hates his siblings sometimes, but DMN if the puns they spew at him on sight aren't contagious. Any idea what's going on? We felt something, a zap if you will, and a whole lot of screaming. We were all down in 2nd Division when we heard it. Sounded like someone was getting murdered or something, Thatch adds with a frown, the sliver of discontent belying the casual set of his stance as he peers over the dozens of heads surrounding Pop's door. Izo hums in agreement, taking out one of his many intricate fans from the folds of his robes and unfurling it with a snap. We have no clue what's going on. No one's gone in yet to check on Pops, and since the screaming stopped a few minutes ago, we've heard nothing. Izo frowns. It's quite unnerving. You're telling me, Haruta mutters, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Then he blinks, and Marco sees the spike of trepidation as he looks up and meets Izo's gaze. You don't think someone snuck aboard last night, Anne? Not likely, says King Du, eyes narrowed at the door and arms folded. I was on watch last night after the celebrations wound down. Being sober, I would have seen any trespassers attempting to board the Moby, and there are no ships or boats nearby. Marco has to agree. And even if King Du weren't as sober as he claims, Marco had made a few rounds himself during the night. He can't get drunk due to his devil fruit, and getting past a Phoenix well-trained in hockey would be like trying to infiltrate Impel Down or Marineford, difficult, and rather stupid. But not impossible, he admits. In that case, do you think it was the stowaways you guys were raving about yesterday? Jiru asks. The ones who stole the apples? And then puked them back up in the hallways? Vista adds with a disgusted shudder as he twirls his mustache around one finger. Possibly. But why would they be in Pop's room of all places? Can't we just knock on and ask already? Rakuyo says, running an agitated hand through his hair. Standing around like idiots ain't doing us any. Footsteps thump inside the cabin, heavy and quick. Everyone stops, leaning forward. There's a crash. Eeeeee. Everyone cringes at the high-pitched scream that cuts the air, only to die off just as quickly with a muffled yelp, a few muffled yelps. Then, more silence. Everyone stares, wide-eyed and disturbed. Rakuyo blinks. What the F? The handle turns, and everyone jumps as Whitebeard steps out of the room, shutting the door behind him. He pauses, glancing over his shoulder to see them all gawking. He looks as surprised to see them as they are to see him. But he's quick to smile, as always. Good morning, my sons, he says, turning to face them. What brings you all out here? Pops, are you all right, you are? Marco blurts before he can help it, looking his father up and down for injury. We heard screaming and... He pauses, as do they all when their eyes land on what their captain holds aloft, tight in his grasp. There's another silence, this one slightly awkward. Blenheim speaks first. Is that your pillowcase, Pop? He asks, pointing at what hangs in Whitebeard's grip. Indeed it is, son, the old pirate replies, calm as anything. They take a moment to stare at what is, indeed, Pop's giant pillowcase, the opening tied in a knot to contain whatever the hell seems to be squirming inside, flailing and kicking madly, muffled grunts coming from within, accompanied by muffled curses. Wait, curses? Are there people in there? Thatch, Haruta and Namor squawk in unison, pointing at the pillowcase. They and their fellow wide-eyed crewmates follow Whitebeard like a trail of ducklings as he makes his way to the quarterdeck, squirming pillowcase in hand. Indeed there are, Whitebeard says, and the man is still smiling like this is all far too funny to him when it really shouldn't be. Marco, of course, is not laughing, not in the slightest. I've discovered our stowaways, he continues, 3 of them. I caught them sleeping in my bed. Another silence, this one utterly mortified. Come again? Thatch squeaks. Marco would be lying if he said he, or anyone for that matter, isn't blushing madly and feeling, well, frankly, a little ill. The captain looks at his crowd and finally decides to have mercy on them, but that doesn't stop him from chuckling heartily. I'll explain everything in a moment. For now, I need Marco, Thatch, Jozu, Haruta, Izo and Fasa to join me in navigation. The rest of you, keep away from the room until I give the order. I deem it wise that we address this. He side-eyes his fussing cargo, issue between the 7 of us for now. I don't want them to feel any more trapped than they are at present with too many people in one room. Despite their curiosity and confusion over this unusual matter, the other commanders quickly heed Pop's orders and start steering nosy crewmates back, leaving the named commanders to follow their captain to the navigation room. On the way, Marco casts his father a look. I understand the need for privacy, but they're trespassers, he reasons, his voice low. They have every reason to feel trapped for boarding our ship and stealing from us, Why take measures to make them feel comfortable? Whitebeard's smile falls. It's immediately a bad sign, and something foreboding settles in Marco's gut as the old captain meets his eye. And that's when Marco sees it, that look, that angry spark in those golden eyes that Marco remembers from what feels like lifetimes ago. It prelude the downfall of an entire kingdom in a single day. I got a good look at these brats, Marco, Whitebeard says, an undercurrent of wrath in his rumbling tone. I don't like what I saw. Dread coils anew in Marco's chest and squeezes tight, a familiar feeling he'd thought he'd banished long ago, along with the memories, the scars. He can't mean. But he has no more time to dwell. Before he knows it, they've shut the door behind them, and he's standing in navigation. He blinks once, twice, and then takes a breath as he watches Thatch, with Jozu and Haruta's help, clear a space in the middle for Whitebeard to set down the sack. He has to keep it together. It's not the first time they've dealt with unfortunate people, and if Whitebeard has his way, it won't be the last. He needs to get a grip. Go away. Go away, it's fine, go away. He feels a hand on his shoulder. He turns to find Izo's dark eyes roaming his face, concern in his gaze. You all right? He asks softly. Gathering himself, Marco lays his hand over Izo's pale one, patting it. I'm good, he assures. Really, he adds when Izo gives him a capital L look. Let's just get this over with, yeah? Izo regards him a moment longer, eyes narrowed. Finally, he sighs with a nod and slips his hand off Marco's shoulder, turning to face the scene before them. Whitebeard and the others stand a few feet from the sack, watching and waiting. It's only now that Marco realizes that it's quiet. Their prisoners, he supposes, have made no attempts to escape despite the fuss they'd made only minutes prior. There's no movement, no sound, nothing from their captured stowaways. The only evidence of their existence is the lump they make as they sit there. Marco frowns the same time Pops does, and the pair trade a glance. Something's not right. They can breathe in there, right? Haruta asks after a solid minute of nothing. I think so, Fasa says, but he looks unsure. Still, they weren't this quiet a few seconds ago. Did they pass out? Could be a trap, Izo muses, his fingers twitching, no doubt itching for the guns always hidden on his person. Get us to lower our guard and strike when we least expect it. Pops shakes his head. I doubt they're in any condition to inflict real harm on anyone, he says. Then he inclines his head, considering. Then again, one of them did try to bite me before I stuffed them in the pillowcase. Fasa snorts at the same time Haruta smirks. Gee, that's comforting. On Pop's left, Jozu shakes his head. Well, if they're not coming out to see us, I'll go ahead and meet them halfway, Thatch announces cheerfully, predictably the one who makes the first move, curious as ever. He crouches in front of the sack, untying the knot. Let's take a look-see, shall we? He lifts the mouth of the sack and peers inside. A powerful aura, thick and heavy, fills the room. 00000. Thatch isn't sure why the others are so on edge. They're trespassers, sure, and apparently attempted to take a bite or two out of Pop's hand during what had to be an embarrassingly brief scuffle, but if what he'd overheard between first mate and captain was true. And the look on Marco's face? I got a good look at these brats, Marco. I don't like what I saw. Thatch's eyes narrow, jaw taut as he unties the knot. Something's up. Something that had prevented Pops from throwing the interlopers overboard or simply killing them. He wants to see what had stayed the hand of the strongest man in the world. He lifts the mouth of the sack, recklessly peering inside. Hello? He calls, allowing a grin. Anybody home? He freezes, a shiver running up the length of his spine at the spike of something in the air. His grin falls flat. And no wonder. Because he's just come face to face with the angriest pair of eyes he's ever seen, staring deep into his own and demanding that he drop dead. Thatch can barely breathe in the face of the searing heat these eyes exhort, the immense pressure of this kid's aura, the hate. A stark comparison to what he now remembers, with startling clarity, as a shy, freckled little newbie wandering about by himself, the same one the cook had called tiny, adorable, and cute. Before him now is none of those things and every bit dangerous as a venomous snake. Then, oh, he squeaks. What angry eyes you have. One silver eye twitches and cracked lips peel back into a snarl that releases a guttural growl. He hears Izo and Haruta shiver. Thatch gulps, sweating. And what nice teeth you have. I should stop talking. Those teeth snap inches from his nose when the boy lunges at Thatch. Hockey on his side, the pirate dodges, barely, because this kid, is freakin' fast. He lets out an undignified screech as he scoots backwards across the floor on his rear. What bad temper you have, he squawks, stumbling to his feet with Izo's help. His fellow commanders step forward as the three boys, all children, finally clamber out of the pillowcase. And then Thatch gapes, horrified when they stand to their full, non-too-impressive height, and understands what Pops had said to Marco. They're short, raggedy, and incredibly thin. Kids. They're starved kids, in rags, dirty and a little bloody, cuffs on their bare feet. He thinks he might be sick or cry. The bitey one is the first to raise his fists, snarling through his teeth at them like a wild animal. The littlest one clings to the blonde with one hand on his grubby t-shirt, the other bunched into a determined fist that shakes. The blonde has one arm around the smaller boy, discolored eyes skimming the assembled commanders. He looks ready to claw someone's eyes out and shove them down some throats, until he counts how many pirates surround them, and it's like a switch flips in his brain. Thatch watches as the fight drains from the kid until all that remains is confusion, which rapidly gives way to something else, like a cornered mouse amid a pack of monstrous felines. Something stabs Thatch's heart and mercilessly twists. The freckled boy doesn't so much as bat an eye at their numbers, glaring at every pirate in the room and then at Whitebeard, watching them with solemn eyes. The boy takes a step forward. To do what, Thatch has no idea because no way in hell is he in any condition to do anything, let alone fight. Gotta give him credit, though, he's got ball to pick a fight with an emperor. Marco intercepts quickly, sliding into his path with ease. And though his glare is firm, there's pain hidden deep in his eyes, an aching Thatch knows well, and hates every time he sees it. I suggest you calm down, he says. Even with the building pressure in the air, emanating from the freckled youth in their midst in a manner reminiscent of Whitebeard himself, and another, a powerful rival lost long ago, he's calm and steady in the face of such loathing coming from a boy that barely reaches his chin. We're not going to hurt you. But unless you settle down, we'll have no choice but to restrain you. Harsh, Thatch thinks with a grimace, but unfortunately true. The boy looks at enough to try and tackle one of them and might succeed in at least injuring someone, or worse, himself. However, this just angers the boy further. Silver burns into cobalt, a battle of wills. Marco lifts one brow as if to say, try me, I dare you. The kid's fist twitches. Marco tenses, and there's a protest on the tip of Thatch's tongue that begs him to reconsider because he's just a kid. The blonde moves, yanking Freckles backwards by the collar of his shirt, and the pressing aura vanishes. When he stumbles to his side with a choked gasp, the blonde forces him and the littlest one down until all three are on their knees. Then, hands clenched in their hair, he shoves their heads down into a deep bow, foreheads pressing against the floorboards. We're sorry. He cries. Everything stops. Marco freezes. His eyes are wide, frighteningly so, focused on the bowing boys. Oh God, Thatch thinks, agonized, as Izo slides across the room to Marco's side, a hand firmly clasping his arm. It's that bad? Jozu, Fasa and Haruta pause and trade looks. Whitebeard's eyes are utterly pained. Fasa is the first to speak, taking a hesitant step forward, awkward as a newborn deer, as he's always been around young children. This, unfortunately, is even worse. Hey, what are you? We're sorry. Blonde repeats, almost desperate. His voice shaking. Freckles tries to lift his head off the floor, but Blonde slams his face back down with a bang. That has even Jozu wincing. The littlest one doesn't budge an inch, frozen solid with his face pressed against the floor. We're sorry. We're sorry, Blonde says again like it's a mantra or a prayer. Don't kill us, please. We meant no harm or trouble. We just wanted, Hey, easy, Haruta hushes, stepping forward with the confidence Fasa lacks, palms held up, not that the boys can see. It's okay. We promise we won't hurt you. You're okay. We just want to know where you came from, Anne. We snuck aboard your boat early yesterday morning when you departed from Garnet Island, Blonde replies instantly, as though responding to a harsh command rather than a gentle request. He swallows hard, the tremble in his voice. We ran from our previous masters and, we were partially responsible for the uprising that led to the fire and the rioting on the castle grounds. Thatch's eyes go wide. The fire engulfing the castle, the untamed riots, that was? Holy crap, Fasa barks just as Izo's mouth falls open and Jozu's eyes narrow. Marco, coming around, regards the kids evenly, masking what Thatch is certain is amazement or shock. Whitebeard is indecipherable, but curiosity gleams in his golden eyes. That was you three? Haruta gapes, looking the boys up and down, probably thinking the same as Thatch. You wouldn't think three malnourished, raggedy children could hope to start a rebellion against the leaders of the land, against anyone. And yet? And the stolen apples, the vomit, and the strange bedding found in the storage hold, Jozu adds. That was your doing? Blonde recoils and the little one flinches. Why yes, sirs, Blonde stammers, sirs? That was our doing. We boarded your ship without permission, raided your provisions, and attacked your captain. He presses their heads down as if to merge with the floor. We're sorry. We're sorry. Please, don't kill us. We'll do anything, whatever you ask. We deserve punishment for our actions, but please, let us live. The longer Thatch watches, the more his heart aches for them, the more hatred begins to bubble within him for the heartless BSTRDS that had dared to touch these kids, sell them, hurt them, mold them into this. Despite the freckled kid's violent display, the fire raging in his eyes, the three of them reek of terror. Thatch would much sooner take the anger, the hate, anything but this. He glances around him. Jozu and Fasa, hardened pirates who have seen some of the worst of this world, stare at the hunched forms with such sympathy crumpling their features, their jaws tense and locked. Haruta is no different, nor is Izo with a hand over his mouth, lips pressed together, fingers gripping the fabric of Marco's jacket in an iron hold. His half-lidded eyes are a storm. Thatch lets out a breath, pinching the bridge of his nose and shaking his head. For the first time in a while, he's at a loss as to what the hell he, or any of them, should do. He'd wanted to see what Pops had, to know why he'd stayed his hand. An ugly part of him wishes he'd never looked. It's too much, too close to back then, and it's a wonder that Marco hasn't already. A strained grunt breaks the stillness. The freckled one moves his head, pinning the blonde with a fierce glare. Sabo, he hisses, and thank God they still have names. What the hell are you doing? Shut up, Ace, Sabo hisses back, his fingers in his black hair tightening. He continues in a hoarse whisper that Thatch strains his ears to hear. We can't fight them, not this time. We won't win. Please, just do as they say. We've caused enough trouble, Ace. Please. Ace looks ready to scream at Sabo, eyes flashing. A nearly inaudible whimper stops him short, and his eyes travel to the littlest one on Sabo's left. He still hasn't moved from his bow nor said a word since they were set free. Now he's shaking, bleeding fingers digging into the splintering floorboards. Thatch can see a wet patch just below the kid's face, his cheeks damp. Ace must see it, too, and he goes incredibly still for a moment. The anger leaves him in a single breath, and soon he's turning away, pressing his face against the floor. Please, he says, his voice hoarse, devoid of any fight. Please, let us live. We'll do anything. He's given in. They all have. Before Thatch's heart can completely shatter, it's too much, Whitebeard steps forward. Commanders part for him, watching curiously. He stops in front of the kids and eases himself to one knee. Boys, he says, decibels softer than usual. They still flinch at his voice, even Ace. Whitebeard continues. Please, stand up. Let me see your faces. The speed at which they comply is almost frightening. In seconds, Sabo releases the other two, and they get to their feet, backs irked. Their eyes remain on Whitebeard's chin, not even Ace meets his eyes directly now. The little guy is sniffling quietly, his eyes overflowing, his mouth screwed shut to hold back frightened sobs. If the Whitebeard is upset by this, he doesn't show it. Remind me of your names, please. At this, they blink in surprise and trade glances from the corners of their eyes, keeping their heads down. Whether it's because Pops has been saying, please, and asking permission this whole time or that he's even bothered to ask for their names, it's not clear. Thatch wonders if anyone's ever asked them if they were okay, if they were tired or if they were hungry, or scared. They collect themselves quickly, and Sabo speaks first, tentatively. My name is Sabo, sir. Ace, the freckled boy grunts with a scowl. Sabo half looks like he wants to slug Ace and half like he wants to fuse with the ground and disappear. Instead, he lays a hand on the littlest one's shoulder, giving it a comforting squeeze. This is Luffy, sir, he says. He does? Can't speak, sir. He's not quick enough to cover up the doesn't, and the implications disturb Thatch. It's almost like. He risks a glance at Marco before he can stop himself. Marco's fists are clenched and white, his lips a thin line. He looks seconds away from destroying something or shifting into his phoenix form and getting the hell out of here. Aizo's hand tightens around his arm, a grounding touch and a silent plea for him to keep it together, just a little longer. Whitebeard nods, focused on the youngest in the room for now, despite the turmoil of his eldest. I see. Now then, Ace, Sabo and Luffy, allow me to make something very clear. They lower their heads. Ace's fists clench, teeth grinding. Sabo shuts his eyes, acceptance in his dropping shoulders. Luffy shakes under Sabo's hand, more tears spilling over. From this moment forward, the three of you are our guests, the captain says. When their heads snap up, eyes wide and mouth slack with shock, his smile is sincere and inviting. No harm will come to you as long as you are on my ship. You're welcome to stay with us for as long as you wish and we'll provide whatever you need. We're by no means a passenger ship. However, wherever you want to go, be it your homeland or the next island, we will take you there. You have my word. The boys gawp at him, making eye contact for the first time. Luffy blinks hard, both hands coming up to wipe the tears off his blotchy cheeks and then grip Sabo's arm, looking from the old captain to his slack-jawed friends. Sabo glances at the boy and then meets Ace's eyes. He shakes his head, bewildered. They're so confused by a simple act of kindness. It might be cute, Thatch thinks, if the circumstances weren't so DMN heartbreaking. Still, he finds himself smiling. What had he expected? The man is known worldwide for taking in just about anybody he takes an interest in, no matter who they are or where they come from. No matter how scarred, frightened, or alone. We're all children of the sea, he says to anyone who asks. The sea is a vast, dangerous, beautiful place, but she doesn't discriminate. Neither does Edward Newgate. Fasa and Haruta are grinning at each other now, fist-bumping. Jozu nods, a small but earnest tilt to his lips. Aizo is hiding a big smile behind his sleeve, and Marco? Marco looks spades better. The anguish is long gone as he stares at Whitebeard's back, his smile warm, reminiscing, proud. Ah, Marco. Sir? Sabo asks after a moment, lifting his arm to tuck Luffy closer to his side. Luffy instantly winds his skinny arms around the elder's middle. Ace takes half a step to the side so that his shoulder brushes against Sabo's. We don't understand, sir. Aren't you? He trails off, biting his lip. Whitebeard chuckles. The sound makes Luffy blink, and something akin to recognition dawns in his eyes. If you expect me to throw 3 children overboard, you've got another thing coming, he says. My name is Edward Newgate, but you can call me Whitebeard, everyone else does. Whitebeard. Sabo repeats, brows furrowing. His eyes and Luffy's flick downward in unison, and everyone in the room smothers their snickers at what they all know the boys are thinking, though Thatch can't help but notice how Ace has suddenly tensed again. Maybe the name rings a bell? An Emperor of the Sea kind of bell, perhaps? Whitebeard chuckles again. Yes, I'm aware I don't have an actual beard, but it is what it is. I'd also like to apologize for scaring you earlier. And stuffing you, quite unceremoniously, into my pillowcase. That wasn't ideal, but you did try to bite my hand, Sabo. Sabo splutters, an incoherent jumble of sounds escaping his lips as his cheeks turn an impressive shade of red. Ace snaps out of his trance to gawk at Sabo. Wait, Sabo was the biter, even after Ace attempted to bite off Thatch's DMN nose? And then, dry eyes scrunched closed and a smile pulling his lips, Luffy giggles. Freaking giggles. It's a small one, timid in nature, but such a contrast to the terrified little thing they've been courting until now, and it melts every heart in the room, even Jozu's. He can deny it all he wants, Thatch knows the truth. He tugs on Sabo's shirt twice to get his attention and then gestures with his hands and fingers. Oh, the kid knows sign language. Oh, thank the seas, he's not wholly lost yet. Thatch's sign is a little rusty, but he catches what Luffy says. I like him, Luffy signs, grinning. It suits him, and it lights up the whole room with its glow like the sun after a storm. He's funny. He's good. I can tell. Ah. Sabo exchanges a brief look with Ace, unsure. Ace simply frowns. Guess that explains where their trust lies. Who can blame them? I'm glad you feel that way, Luffy, Whitebeard says as he gets to his feet, startling the boys as they take a few steps back. Even Luffy, despite his claims, Sabo quickly pulling Luffy to his chest and Ace moving to half-shield the other two. The captain, unfazed, merely smiles. I'll have my commanders Izo and Marco escort you to the showers before settling in. You'll need fresh clothes and food to get your strength back if you're up to it. We should let the nurses take a look at them, too, Marco adds, finally speaking up, back to his old Marco self. Thatch feels a swell of relief. Wouldn't want to risk them getting sick, you are. Whitebeard nods. Good thinking. Showers first, though. I'd rather they feel comfortable in their own skin than see them in those rags another minute. That's my cue. Izo all but sings as he glides over to the boys, who immediately regard him and his eager smile warily. Again, Thatch can't fault them for it. Izo is quite the formidable force when he gets like this. Hello, boys, he says kindly, softening his smile. Sabo and Luffy relax slightly while Ace's scowl is a permanent, distrustful thing. I'm Izo, 16th Division Commander of the Whitebeards. I'll be escorting you to 1st Division's shower room. As for your clothes, well, I'll have something much better whipped up for you in no time. He winks and beckons them to follow, which they do after sparing Whitebeard a final glance. They're cautious, not quite believing what's going on, what motivations or true intentions are at play, hoping to find the answers in Whitebeard's countenance. They only find a genuine smile and a warm gaze. 3 things happen. Sabo looks away, blonde hair falling into indecisive eyes. Luffy smiles again, a small but wonderful thing as he lifts a hand and shyly waves at the captain. Acebox, his frown deepening as he snaps his gaze away, tugging on Luffy's wrist to usher him after Izo. They follow the commander, already muttering about sizes, color coordination and other monstrous things, out of navigation. Nodding once to Whitebeard, Marco slips out to follow at a more sedate pace. Then, well DMN, Jozu says, a heavy sigh whooshing out him like he's been holding it in. Ditto, Fasa mutters, digging into the pockets of his jacket to pluck out a cigar, lighting it and taking a mighty puff. Haven't seen anything like that in a while. Those kids. He shakes his head gravely, shutting his eyes. They're messed up. Poor brats. Thatch, for once, can't think of anything to add and simply nods. He's already running through diet plans, what to give them to keep them up and energized and how much so that he doesn't make them sick again, like the apples. Pops, Haruta's voice, with an edge seldom heard, draws all eyes to the 12th Division commander leaning against the wall, arms crossed tightly over his chest. He meets Whitebeard's gaze. If his eyes are a little shiny, no one brings it up. Is it too late to go back to Garnet Island and burn it to the ground? Whitebeard's smile is long gone, and his new frown is thunderous. I'm afraid so, my son, he replies and sounds as infuriated by this prospect as Haruta, and Jozu, and Fasa, looks. However, I would not argue against anyone taking a small group to pay King Surge a visit in the foreseeable future. Their grins border on feral in reply. And Thatch, not often one for vengeance, finds a grin matching theirs spreading across his lips. Those kids may not be Whitebeards, but who says pirates need an excuse to plunder an island? Chapter 6. The boys follow Izo like a trio of lost lambs, 2 of which are wide-eyed and curious though cautious of their surroundings as the Moby D comes to life. Breakfast has come and gone, Thatch's division without his presence in the kitchens, and the decks are swarming with, mostly, sober pirates, working and moving like clockwork in the heat. Weather in paradise is inconsistent, the New World even more so. It's beautiful now, with perfect sailing conditions, all they need is some strong winds to fill the sails, but best not to jinx it. It'll change at a coin toss. On the main deck, commanders bark orders left and right, men and women springing to comply to set sail once the winds pick up, others conversing by the railings, poring over sheets of compiled stock, possible repairs and tune-ups that require the attention of the shipwright soon. Others are pausing to stare after their young guests as they pass. Murmurs begin to drift, and some stares linger longer than others. Oh, for goodness sake, Izo inwardly drones with a hard roll of his eyes. Fearsome pirates indeed, acting as if they've never seen children before. Though he supposes it's been a while. The current youngest member of the crew is in their 20s at most. Teenagers and preteens are a foreign sight on this ship of brawny, seasoned men and women. He looks over one shoulder. Luffy shifts closer to Sabo at the attention they've garnered. Sabo tucks Luffy to his chest with one arm around his shoulders, his eyes on the floor. Ace shoots anyone who comes within 3 feet of them a poisonous glare. Looks like he's gotten some fight back. That's good, at least. What isn't good is the ogling and wittering among the crew following their every move. The boys are anxious enough as it is. Izo meets Marco's eyes where he walks behind Ace, and he nods once. Izo turns back and comes to a halt, prompting the boys to follow suit. He feels their eyes boring into his back, Ace's most notably, but he pays them no mind. "Stop staring and get back to work, you louts," he calls, loud and clear and sharp with a warning that has at least half the deck freeze, others gulping when his hand moves to where his pistol lies concealed in his sash. "These boys are our guests, and that's all you need to know for now. So scram." And scram they do, tripping over themselves in their haste to return to their obligations, avoiding eye contact with either commander as they scatter like insects. Satisfied, Izo drops his hand and turns to the children, offering a smile. "Never mind them, dears. They're always like this around newcomers," he says. "No one here means you any harm." The only one consoled is Luffy, nodding against Sabo's side and loosening his iron grip. Sabo still looks uncertain, averting his eyes and biting his lip. Ace doesn't look convinced, and his frown deepens. Izo doesn't hold it against the older boys or take to heart their distrust as he leads onward, free of prying eyes. The commanders are blessed with private cabins and showers, but the division's shower rooms are still wide and spacious with a separate section for baths to soak in. The boys look around the room with awe, and thank the gods it's empty. Heaven forbid they traumatize these poor things any further, careful not to slip on the wet tiles. Izo tries not to think about how long they've gone without a proper bath, without basic hygiene. The sooner they see Whiskey and her nurses, the better. He turns to them. "Now, I know you're eager to get clean, but I'll need to quickly take a few measurements for your clothes if that's all right with you," he says. They blink at him with wide eyes, heads tilting. They look like mucky puppies. It's wretchedly adorable. "Our clothes, sir?" Sabo hesitantly asks. Izo nods, offering another smile. It's working, somehow, as they seem far more at ease around him, considering they're still wary, keeping their distance and hardly speaking. Still, Izo will take a victory when he sees one. "Of course. Do you honestly think we'd let you walk about in those filthy rags all day?" He waves a hand at their attire. They look down at themselves, at their grubby, torn, rank clothing and mucky bodies, and grimace. Izo nods again. "Exactly. So, as per the captain's request and because I'm an angel." Marco smirks. "Shut up, I shall take it upon myself to make new clothes for you, no exceptions. I'll go right ahead and burn what you're wearing now, assuming you don't want to keep them." "Hell no," Ace growls. Sabo and Luffy jump in surprise, the former glaring at Ace accusingly. Ace ignores him. Izo shrugs, taking no notice of the blatant hostility. "I thought so." But first, he whips out some measuring tape he never fails to keep on his person, snapping it taut and flashing a grin. Measurements. The boys, and Marco, gulp fearfully. The process takes less than 5 minutes, thanks to experience and precision. Marco is handy too, he supposes. The bird has its uses. Izo makes sure to add an extra inch. They'll pack on a few pounds and, hopefully, some muscle soon enough. He notices something interesting, though. Luffy and Sabo are alarmingly thin, but Ace is more slender than gaunt like the other two. Izo wonders why but doesn't dwell too much. Dwelling leads to conclusions he'd rather not come to. Soon, they're ushered to the showers. Izo gives them privacy while they strip off and toss the disgusting rags by preparing their bath instead. He makes it a bubble bath last minute. Something tells him Luffy will love it, and Sabo and Ace will at least appreciate it. He's mindful not to fill the tub too high, remembering 2 of them are devil fruit users. The cuffs on Ace and Luffy's ankles are a giveaway, and get easily lethargic even in tap water. Which reminds him. "Hey, Marco. I'll get Rakuyo on it as soon as they're settled." "Yuah," Marco says, his smile a little smug when Izo rolls his eyes with a huff. The big brother, of course, knows everything. Cocky bstrd. Sirs?" The commander's turn. The boys stand side by side, towels wrapped around their bare bodies. It somehow makes them look smaller and younger as the cottony white fabric swallows them up. Luffy's head just peeks out from where his towel has been wrapped securely around his tiny shoulders. Sabo is blushing, shifting uncomfortably, while Ace clenches his jaws shut. They look spades better. Gone are the grime and the dried blood, the color returning to their faces from the warm water and steam, their hair almost shining in the light. Hell, Sabo's hair finally looks properly blonde, golden curls sticking to his scarred face. Thank God at least one of them knows what conditioner is. Izo had overheard Sabo scolding Ace and Luffy for trying to eat it. Izo claps his hands once, grinning. "All done? Good," he chimes. "Now, go ahead and hop in the bath to soak whilst I get your clothes ready. Once you're dried off and dressed, Marco will take you to the infirmary for a checkup with our head nurse, Whiskey. Is all of this okay with you?" Luffy looks between his older brothers, apparently waiting for their answers before giving his. Eventually, they turn back to Izo and nod. Yes, sir, Sabo says, bowing his head slightly. Ace grunts. Luffy shuffles, fingers clutching the towel wrapped around him, torn between bowing like Sabo or keeping still like Ace. Izo squashes the urge to pull them into his arms and hold them tight. All right, then. Come now, into the bath before it gets cold. He smiles, leaning in close and winking. I've added bubbles. He smothers a laugh when the trio perk up like excited puppies. Luffy beams, hesitance gone, dashing and almost slipping towards the bathtub, discarding his towel haphazardly and jumping right in with a splash, soaking Izo's robes. Izo inhales deep and exhales through his nose, lips pressed into a line. He can forgive this. Wouldn't do to lose his temper over a little boy getting excited by what may well be his first bubble bath. And these aren't even his best robes. He can change. It's all fine. Luffy. Ace and Sabo hiss, the latter almost panicked as he offers Izo an incredibly apologetic bow of his head, a murmured plea for mercy, while the former disregards Izo completely and heads straight for the giggling child already playing with the bubbles. When Ace sets his towel aside and joins Luffy in the warm bath, Luffy scoops a handful of bubbles into his cupped palms and blows them into Ace's face. Ace splutters and retaliates by splashing Luffy in the face. They go back and forth until Sabo, skittering past Izo and Marco like a wary, wet kitten, scolds them for getting water and soap everywhere. The black-haired duo look up at him. They splash him. Growling, Sabo tosses his damp towel and jumps in, and thus the war begins anew, a clustercuss of splashing, incoherent yelling and giggling on Luffy's part, bubbles flying. Izo and Marco watch from a safe distance, well out of the splash zone. They've forgotten we're even here, Izo remarks, moving to gather the dirty rags off the floor by the showers where the boys had discarded them. He frowns in disgust, wondering if it's too late to go back and shoot the BSTRDS responsible just for this. That's good, Marco says, smiling as they turn away, leaving the boys to play. Means they're starting to get comfortable around us. They exit the shower room and shut the door behind them. Marco leans against the wall, arms folded. I'll wait out here, till you get back, keep anyone else out for now. They won't do well with crowds or other people in general, Of course. I won't be long, an hour at most. I'll get my boys started making the best DMN clothes this side of paradise, Izo says with a flourish. Marco rolls his eyes, muttering nonsense about going overboard. Shows how much he knows, perfection takes time and all hands on deck. Uncultured disasters like this flaming turkey won't understand. Speaking of which, how long, do you think? Izo asks. He doesn't need to elaborate. Marco releases a long sigh, glancing at the door. Luffy's laughter hasn't diminished, nor has the splashing. They're making quite the mess for Marco's men to clean up later, Izo is sure. Hard to tell, Marco admits, and suddenly the Phoenix looks tired. They're all so different, From what we've seen so far, it doesn't look positive. Luffy seems pretty happy, though. Granted, he did cry back in navigation, but only with Sabo and Ace nearby. They're like his lifeline, take them out of the equation, and he might be even worse, And the kid doesn't speak, Izo, at all. Marco sighs again, tilting his head back to stare blankly at the ceiling. His eyes are distant, old almost, recalling days long gone but never forgotten. They're not okay, Izo. It'll be a while. Izo regards his brother, softening as he lets out a breath. Can't say I'm surprised, he says, aching for the older man and the little ones they've taken in. Shifting the dirty bundle into one arm, he reaches out with the other hand to cup Marco's cheek, jarring him from his thoughts as he meets Izo's eyes. Izo offers a smile, one he hopes the Phoenix can feel. You'll be all right, won't you, he asks. Marco chuckles. He lays his hand over Izo's pale fingers. It's fine. I'm not glass, he says. It's the brats I'm more worried about. You would be, wouldn't you? Izo muses, drawing his hand back as he turns, heading for the main deck to gather his men and burn these wretched things. You're always looking out for others. So much that you hardly look out for yourself. He smiles to himself, shaking his head. Lovable fool. 00000. There's a presence lurking beyond his door, and Edward lifts his eyes from the paper he'd been reading, another update on Red Hair's actions in the New World. Edward wonders more and more about what's through that fool's head these days, attacking SLV ships and auction houses left and right like a one-armed, vengeful spirit. Theories are stacking up. The media, as always, are blowing things out of proportion, claiming the Red Hair pirates are readying themselves for an attack on Mariehua to free slaves of celestial dragons, much like the former captain of the Sun Pirates had done long ago. As if the brat would risk such a thing. He's a reckless BSTRD, but he's not a complete moron. From the looks of it, Red Hair should be returning to paradise soon. Their crews may meet somewhere in the middle. Perhaps Edward can pick his brain for answers over sake. He's been wondering how he'd managed to lose his left arm, among other things. He sets the paper aside. "Come in," he beckons. 3 of his commanders step inside, shutting the door behind them and greeting him warmly. Edward offers a smile in return. "Anything to report, boys?" Namor steps forward. 12th Division has already plotted a course for Sabaody Archipelago, Pops, the fishman says. Weather permitting, Haruta estimates we should be there in 6 weeks tops, 7 counting any stops we need to make along the way. The next island is about a week away, a winter island called Tundra. Ironic, given how close it is to Christmas, Vista says with a grin, twirling his mustache around a gloved finger. The locals don't mind pirates, so long as they don't cause trouble. They should be happy enough to let us dock and resupply should we need it. Might even let us stick around for the celebrations. My division's already finished the stock count, Thatch says, pride in the shape of his smile. Despite last night's party, and a certain little munchkin stealing half our apples, we should be good for a month. I'd be happier knowing we have enough to feed 3 more mouths and then some. Best we stock up on food while we're at Tundra to be on the safe side. And believe me, I'm not holding back on meal prep this year. I'm going all out, you just wait and see. Edward doesn't try to hide his smile at his son's excitement for the upcoming holiday, nor the nickname. Little Munchkin indeed. "And what of our honorary guests?" he asks. "Have arrangements been made to accommodate them?" Vista's grin widens. Izo summoned his entire division on making new clothes and refurbishing the cabin of our old 2nd Division commander. He chuckles. He's going all out with this one. And I'd expect nothing less, Edward laughs. His enthusiasm notwithstanding, it's good of him, all of you, to go to such lengths. They might not be with us for long, but we can make sure they'll be comfortable. That's when Thatch frowns, a slow but sure thing that gives Edward pause. Actually, about that. He trails off, scratching the back of his head and staring at his feet. Namor and Vista watch him oddly. Edward raises a brow and waits. The head chef lets out a breath and raises his head to meet his father's eyes, steady with resolve. "The thing is, Pops," he begins, "we don't need whiskey or the nurses to tell us how rough those boys have had it. And that's not considering their emotional or mental health. I know you promised you'd take them wherever they like, but honestly, I don't think it'd be wise to leave them on their own the way they are now. They're fierce little BSTRDS when it comes down to it and crafty to boot. They managed to hide from all of us for a full day without anyone noticing. Technically, you did find Ace last night," Namor points out. Thatch waves him off. "I was drunk off my butt, it doesn't count. But like I was saying, because of everything they've been through, they're SBMSSV but also prone to extreme bouts of aggression at the flip of a switch. Pretty sure I saw a bit of that in Sabo." Edward nods slowly, recalling what he'd seen of the blonde before he'd stuffed the 3 of them into the pillowcase. Guiltily, he can't help but still find the whole ordeal hilarious, and later when they were released. There was ice, retribution in his glare as his eyes stalked the room. Ice that melted just as quickly with what fight he'd had, leaving behind the obedient SLV to bow his head and beg for mercy on his brother's behalf. It's saddening as it is sickening to see humans so young conditioned like mongrels. And from what I can tell, Thatch continues, they're pretty freaking desperate to survive and incredibly paranoid around other people. They'll attack anyone who looks at them funny, and they're capable enough to do it. You felt Ace's aura back there, and Sabo's no pushover either. Hell, I'm almost scared of what Luffy might do. Edward hums in acknowledgement. It's disturbing to think of what fear, starvation, and desperation force one to do when they have nothing to lose. But Thatch isn't wrong, and Edward has seen it many times. It's not a pretty sight. It's a miracle those boys are still alive, their spirits intact, despite their horrific ordeal. Most have their wills broken much quicker, embracing death as a far kinder fate than slavery. While that might be true, Vista says, facing Thatch and frowning, you're acting as if we just let that happen. And perhaps they're capable of harming others, but not in their current condition. They won't survive if they leave the ship the way they are. Besides, they're perfectly calm now, so who's to say? They don't trust us, Vista. Thatch faces the 5th commander, frown deepening in what Edward assumes is frustration, an undercurrent of sorrow in his eyes. They're only calm now because they think they have to be. They'll probably bolt the minute we drop anchor at the next island, which is only a week away, not nearly enough time for them to recuperate or build any sort of trust or sense of security around other people. They'll leave the ship, and it's kill or be killed. I don't need or want that on my conscience. Vista's eyes go wide before he averts his gaze to the ground. But it's not like we can make them stay either, Namor adds, his expression sour. Edward has an idea why, such topics are sensitive to the young fishman. Sure enough, I'm fortunate enough having never experienced slavery despite the, he shudders, value my people have among some humans. But I know enough, heard some stories. Being forced to do anything they're not completely willing to do might seem like slavery all over again, just under a different master. And like Thatch said, the only reason they've been so compliant is that there's so many of us, and they're terrified we'll kill them if they say no. Thatch nods. Exactly. Worse, they can't distinguish a genuine act of kindness from an order behind a fake smile. A high five might as well be a slap to knock M flat or a plate of food spiked with poison for a laugh. At that, the chef barely withholds a truly furious snarl, fists shaking at his sides. God forbid he would do such a thing, pirate or no, a factor that Edward is more than proud of him for. But the brats won't know that. They'll think it, though, and it's truly saddening. Thatch takes a moment to compose himself, then looks up at his captain. You get what I'm saying, Pops? I hear you, my sons, Edward replies. He strokes his chin as he mulls it over, golden eyes cast upwards. This is an unfortunate predicament. It's been so long that I fear I've forgotten just how wretched an existence former slaves might live without proper rehabilitation. Grimacing, Vista nods. Yes. To ensure their well-being and that of others, we'll need time. And for that, we'll need their absolute trust, enough for them to stay aboard long enough to adjust. How exactly do we go about this for 3 teenagers who trust us as far as they can throw us? Namor shrugs, shaking his head helplessly. Thatch's lips purse as he taps his chin and his foot, brows furrowing. Edward shakes his head with a soft sigh. Despite popular belief, he's not a miracle worker, nor does he always have the answer to everything. He's no scholar nor a therapist, he's a simple pirate captain, a very old man who's seen enough of the world in his long life to gain a semblance of understanding of it. And yet, he still has much to learn, and this discussion demonstrates such. One thing he knows is that everyone is different. Something that worked over a decade ago may not work as well now, and certainly not with 3 much younger people who have dealt with their entrapment in vastly different ways. There's only so much Edward can do. Everything else must be of their own free will. Anything otherwise would make him a hypocrite of a pirate and unworthy to carry the title of father. Even if they're not his children. The only thing we can do, he says, is protect them. Help them recover from their ordeal however we can and keep our distance if necessary. We'll let them come to understand our intentions in their own time. And if in the next 7 days they desire to leave, then we must let them go. Thatch bristles. But Pops. Edward lifts his hand, silencing the chef. I'm aware, son. I know well the risks for them and those around them. However, it's not my place to decide what's best. They've lived under the cruelty of others long enough, and I've no desire for them to go through anything remotely similar. Their lives belong to them for the first time in years. Who are we to take that away? Thatch bites his lip, eyes averting elsewhere. He crosses his arms. I know, Pops, I do, he says. But, for God's sake, they're just kids. His voice cracks. Vista lays a hand on his shoulder, squeezing it. Namor bumps his elbow against his other side, his shark-like smile a warm, compassionate thing. Thatch's heart bleeds for many, a byproduct of one who raised most if not all his younger siblings growing up, developing a fondness for young ones and a desire to help others. A fine quality in any man, and one Edward knows wars with what they must do and what he feels they should do. Edward's heart aches for him. And besides, he adds, and the 3 men look back at their father. Freedom is a precious thing. We understand that better than most. They have the freedom to make their own decisions, choose their paths, no matter where it will lead them. His troubled commanders share another glance and finally nod, conceding. They're torn, of course, and why shouldn't they be? Letting such fragile, and yet not, children go into the world so soon after a terrifying, traumatizing experience doesn't sit right, not even with Edward. But his words are true and his decision is final. He will not force them to stay. Still, he wishes it were otherwise. He wishes, were it not too soon, he could hold out his hand and offer them what he'd offered to Marco years ago and to every member of his family since. Join my crew, and I will call you my son. 00000. Marco pokes his head through the door after an hour. The kids are still in the bathtub. They're quiet now, but the silence isn't a fearful one. Luffy's still playing with the bubbles, or what's left of them, but his slanted smile is lethargic, no doubt it's thanks to the water. Ace is no different, tiredly pouring water over Luffy's head and washing out the remnants of soapy bubbles in the younger boy's hair, gentle in his ministrations. Sabo is marginally better, though the riffraff from earlier, general lack of energy due to hunger, thirst, illness, and God knows what else, leaves him slumping against the rim, droopy eyes observing his brothers. They know they're allowed to get out of the bath any time, right? Or are they awaiting consent from Izo or Marco before they fall asleep in the water? Marco shakes his head, carefully shutting the door. He leans against the wall, a finger tapping his chin. What should he do? What can he do? They're timid but comfortable enough around Izo, appeased by his smiles and patient indulgence. But Izo isn't here. Marco is. And if the glares he keeps getting from Ace and the wary glimpses from Sabo are anything to go by, his presence isn't welcome yet. He wonders if it ever will be. They need to get dressed and see Whiskey soon, but keeping them awake seems cruel. But he doesn't want to scare them. God, this is uncomfortably close to how one might treat wild animals, a notion that disgusts the Phoenix horribly. Seriously, where the hell is Izo? I'm back. Jiminy freakin'. Marco curses and spins, flailing gracelessly, finding a very pleased Izo behind him, a basket of folded clothes in his arms, most of them vibrant in color compared to the ugly brown and grays of the boy's former garments. He's all done up now, having made time, somehow, to freshen up in the hour he'd been away, his wet kimono replaced. Izo smirks. Gotcha. Marco frowns, barely withholding a pout that would make Haruta proud. Don't do that, he mutters. Oh, but it really is such fun, Izo chuckles, unrepentant. He's been hanging out with Thatch far too much. Can't have that for much longer. How are the boys? Izo asks. Are they done with their bath? Still in it. I think they're waiting on one of us to tell them to get out, Marco replies, and Izo groans. Oh good lord, he sighs, shaking his head. I figured that would happen. Best get them out before they drown. He then nods down at his basket, grinning proudly. Look! I've got 3 adorable outfits ready for them to put on. More are on the way, of course. My men are hard at work as we speak. Marco blinks. He shouldn't be surprised because this is Izo, but still, all of your men? Yes? Marco decides he doesn't like the look Izo gives him, like he's an uncultured idiot. You know as well as I that boys go through clothes like crazy, always getting into ridiculous shenanigans. Izo pauses, considering. Or maybe that's just you lot. Oi. So I want to make sure they'll have plenty to spare, everything they might need during their stay. I heard that the next island we're docking at is a winter one, so I've set Kenga, Jules, O'Brien and a dozen others on making appropriate winter wear, boots, some fluffy scarves to match their coats, color coordination is important, fight me, and some woolly hats, mittens. Marco raises a hand before he can go any further. You're going all out on these kids, aren't you? He says and lowers his hand to shove both in his pockets. He tilts his head, his smile broadening. You hardly do the same for any of us, Izo huffs, nose upturned. Please, I do more for you ungrateful clods than you realize, he grouses without heat. Besides, they're children and our guests. Someone has to be a good host, and I like to think of myself as such. He steps around Marco to enter the shower room, cheerfully announcing himself. Marco chuckles under his breath, trying and failing not to feel like a hypocrite when he muses how taken the crew have already become by their 3 stowaways as he follows Izo inside. Minutes later, the boys follow the commanders through the halls, dried off and fully clothed. Izo hadn't been lying about the new outfits, they fit near perfectly, transforming the trio. Sabo now dons a pair of black boots and knee-length shorts, royal blue to match his button-up, the sleeves rolled to the elbows, the buttons left unfastened on his own accord, revealing the black t-shirt underneath. Luffy tugs curiously at the hem of his new black tank top, giggling at the grinning monkey face printed on the front. How the hell had they time for that, comfortable in the denim shorts and sandals. Ace stumbles a bit in his new combat boots, matching black cargo shorts that fall short of the knee, fastened by a belt with an on the buckle. His tank top is dark red, and Marco might have imagined the slight smile on his face upon reading the word fire, printed on the front. The smile is gone now, replaced with his default scowl as he shoves his hands in his pockets, feeling Marco's eyes on him. Marco is impressed. Take away the hallowed cheeks and thin frames and they look like ordinary teenagers. And damn it, even with Sabo's nervous twitching and Ace's permanent frown, they're almost cute. The shy smile Luffy sends him isn't doing his poor heart any favors either. I'm a genius, Izo whispers over his shoulder with a smug wink. Marco rolls his eyes, but he lets him have this. He's earned it. Whiskey is waiting for them when they reach the infirmary, leaning against the door frame with her arms crossed and a brow raised at the commanders, the picture of beautiful impatience. Took you long enough, she gripes. Izo crosses his arms, trying and failing not to sulk petulantly. Well, sorry for wanting them to look nice, he mutters, turning his head away with an indignant huff. Marco pats his shoulder, praying for patience. These two hardly ever see eye to eye, and God knows why. Honestly, Marco can't bring himself to care. Whiskey rolls her eyes, but she's quick to smile at the three boys. Hello, she says kindly. Good God, is that a strange thing to hear from such a brash woman. I'm Whiskey, the head nurse aboard the Moby D Dash. I'm going to give you three a quick checkup to make sure you're okay and see if you've contracted any illnesses or any medical conditions or allergies that the medical staff need to be aware of as long as you sail with us. Is that okay? Sabo glances up at her once only to duck his head back down with a mumbled, yes, ma'am. Ace's cheeks have a bright pink tint, and averting his gaze does little to hide it. Luffy offers Whiskey a bashful smile and a wave, his other hand clasping Ace's sweaty palm. Marco wants to laugh so bad. But he does want Ace to like him and would rather his head stay where it is and not incur the wrath of Whiskey. Her anger rivals Whitebeard's on a bad day. But Izo has no such inhibitions, and he snickers behind his hand. So precious, he whispers to Marco, the first mate struggling to keep his silence as Whiskey beckons the boys inside, ignoring the snorting pair. Ace casts a look over his shoulder to see if either commander follows them in. Marco doesn't take it personally when the boy looks slightly relieved before moseying after his brothers. Whiskey shuts the door behind them and pins Izo and Marco with a stern look. The sunny smile is long gone, but her frown is not unkind. Normally, Marco, I'd be willing to let you in to help with this, she says, but I can't have anyone of a higher rank hanging around longer than necessary. They're incredibly nervous, and I need them calm. Your presence might give the impression that they're being guarded. I trust the room is ready for them to occupy? She turns to Izo, who nods. Good. I'll have June escort them once I'm done and report to the commander's meeting room. If they're willing, I'll share what I've learned. In the meantime, scram, Izo and Marco say with rueful smiles. We get it, Yua. I'll have Rakuyo get his tools set for those cuffs once you give the all-clear, Marco adds. With a final nod to him, Whiskey slips through the door and back inside the infirmary, shutting it behind her. In the hush of the empty hallway, the two commanders trade a look. With the boys free from their care, Marco feels lost on what to do now. He won't deny that he's become somewhat attached to the brats, though they've shown no signs of reciprocating, distrustful of his every move like deer in an open meadow. Perhaps it's the phoenix in him, vehemently objecting to leaving hatchlings, good God, on their own, even with said hatchlings in the care of a woman he trusts with his life. He politely tells the phoenix to shut the hell up. Well, Izo sighs, shattering the silence, and he spins on his heel. I'll go check on the progress my men are making with the boys' clothes. He glances at Marco over his shoulder, and Marco doesn't like the shape of his smile. I trust you'll be updating Pops. Or will you give in to Mother Nature and make a nest out here until the boys come out? Marco does not pout, but it's a very close thing. Shut up, Yua. Izo laughs as he walks away, disappearing down the hall with a dramatic swish of his robes. Marco watches him go. Playful jeers aside, he lingers by the door a moment longer, frowning. Part of him wants to risk Whiskey's fury and go in, see that the boys are all right. And maybe to prepare the nurse for what she might see. Whiskey has seen countless wounds in her time, even before joining the Whitebeards, injuries so horrible they churn Marco's gut at the memory. But he wonders if she can handle seeing anything of the kind on a child. Whitebeard barely could, and an island had suffered his wrath for it. The phoenix croons and hisses at him as he turns away and heads for the main deck. They'll be fine. Whiskey will take care of them. You worry too much, Phoenix. He really might have to break something to appease her at this rate. A chair will do. Chapter 7. Wood bangs against stone, and Ace jumps, looking over his shoulder. The king strides into the extravagance of the throne room, his cape flaring with his every step, closely followed by his daughter, and Luffy, still on the collar and chain, and several flustered servants. The man's displeasure fills the room, and every SLV ducks their head and turns back to their tasks. Even Sabo almost cowers as he dusts the statues along the walls. Ace keeps scrubbing the marble floor, his head down, but his eyes watch the ruler and his little brother shuffling after the spoiled beach. It's a marvel she's still hauling him around after what happened. Ace would give anything, to hear Luffy's voice again, to hear him scream about his dream to the heavens and laugh wildly. He'd rather him blubber over a grazed knee than watch him suffer in silence. Still, he thinks, it's better than dead. Luffy has to live. So does Sabo. He'd gladly take every one of their punishments and his own to ensure that. The king loudly complains about how his precious food stocks have been contaminated by the presence of a foreign fruit that somehow slipped the attention of the delivery men. The servants plead otherwise, holding up the fruit from where it rests in a bundle of cloth. Ace gets a good look at it from the corner of his eye and wonders how in the hell anyone could have missed such a vibrant thing. It's bigger than a man's palm, the skin a fiery orange with swirling patterns to match, and a curling green stem at the head. It doesn't look all that appetizing if he's honest. Doesn't look poisonous, either. How could it contaminate anything? Enough of your nattering, the king booms, spinning on the startled servants with a swish of his cape. I demand to know who would dare sneak a devil fruit into my storage. Ace stiffens. He hears the faintest gasp from Sabo and sees Luffy twitch beside the princess. A devil fruit? Ace thinks. That's a real-life devil fruit? The princess laughs, one dainty hand under her chin. Whoever picked such a disgusting fruit must have thought they could trick you, father, she titters. They'll surely be executed when you find out who did it. Tee-hee-hee. My lord, one servant offers, perhaps you should eat the fruit. I hear the taste is ghastly, but you'll have power few in the Grand Line have. You'll be the most powerful ruler in these waters. The king huffs, crossing his arms. And forsake the ability to swim? I think not. It's far too great a risk. He sniffs derisively. Heaven forbid I could even drink again, for the liquid may weaken me from the inside and render me helpless. What an idiot, Ace thinks, barely holding in a laugh. Well, says another servant, rubbing his hands together in a greedy fashion Ace recognizes from the assholes back in High Town, we could sell it for a high price. I know the government is always looking for more devil fruits to add to their arsenal. No. I say we feed it to a SLV, the princess says, a mean grin on her ugly face. It could be funny, watching them squirm and GG at the taste. Ooh, what if they get a stupid ability, like their body turning into bubbles or sludge? Tee-hee-hee. The king regards his daughter and hums, stroking his chin. Ace feels his stomach churn with dread. More so when his eyes land on Ace kneeling nearby. He flinches. Oh. Bring him, the king orders. The servants jump to comply, and they grab Ace by the arms and hair, dragging him up and across the room despite his struggle. Luffy starts to tremble behind the princess, and he can feel Sabo's wide eyes watching him as they force Ace to his knees before the king, devil fruit in hand. One servant grabs Ace's chin and forces his jaw open. The man's smile is a wicked thing as he leans forward. Open wide, he leers, then shoves the fruit into Ace's gaping mouth. He fights it with all he has, but the hands in his hair and digging into his arms sting and stab with a vengeance as they hold him down. He's gonna choke at this rate, but he can't eat it. What if it is a dumb power and renders him useless to his brothers, more than he already is? But the king won't stop until he's forced it down Ace's neck or kills him in his efforts. So Ace squeezes his eyes shut, prays to a god he doesn't believe in and swallows the DMN thing whole, spluttering. It really is disgusting. A moment of silence passes. All eyes are on the kneeling boy, anticipation in the air. For a time, nothing happens. Ace blinks and looks down at himself as best he can with the fingers clenching his hair. He doesn't feel any different. Does he look any different? Maybe it was a fake. GRK. And then something surges within him, throbbing and burning and painful. His mangled back arches. He can barely breathe, hands clawing at his chest as the burning sensation envelopes him. His heart pounds in his ears so loud he barely hears the princess laughing at him as he falls to his side, the servants backing away in fright. He hardly hears Luffy whimper, Sabo whispering his name over again like a prayer. He shuts his eyes, sweat pouring down his face as he gasps for air. Holy God, is this what it was like for Luffy? What's happening to him? It's too much, it hurts, oh God, it hurts. Ace screams, and he bursts into flames. There's screaming, people running away as the flames encircle Ace's form, liking at the floors and walls with a wild, frenzied glee that Ace can feel over the fear pulsing through him. He scrambles to his feet, trying and failing to stomp the fire out before he burns to cinders. Sabo screams his name, and despite everything, oh God, he's on fire, why isn't he dead yet? At his brother's cry, the flames, they seem to respond, heating Ace's thoughts as they seep into his skin, dissipating little by little until faint flickers remain, in his hair, on his shoulders and fingertips. He's shaking, breaths thick and heaving, sweat dripping off his chin and brow. What the hell? He looks at his hands, the glowing embers on his fingertips. He's fine. No blood, no burns, nothing. He's whole, unscathed. And with a jolt, he realizes the fire isn't hot to the touch when it should be blistering. It's almost cool against his skin. He looks up and sees Sabo against the wall, holding Luffy close. The princess must have abandoned him in her fearful plight. They stare at him, mouths agape, there's no fear in their eyes, only confusion and amazement. The tiniest smile splits Ace's face, a short, breathless laugh escaping him as he looks back down at his hands, fire swirling around his wrists as though embracing him. As if they've always been a part of him. Ace can control fire. No. Ace is fire. And with this new power, they have a chance. They can get out of here. They can be free. His moment of amazement is brief as guards arrive in droves, weapons and eyes fixed on Ace. Ace glares at them, the flames pulsing and flaring to the beat of his heart, the song of his rage. He sweeps an arm with a yell, and a plume of new flames bursts forth. The guards rear back, some in agony and some in terror, a wall of fire blocking their path. Ace grins wickedly. The king was a freaking idiot, this power is awesome, and hurries to Sabo and Luffy. The fire doesn't touch them. Come on, he shouts, grabbing Sabo's hand, and the three of them make for the main doors of the throne room. The fire reacts and clears a path for them to run through without hindrance, keeping the terrified guards at bay. They run through the hallway, linked at the hands, freedom in their sights, and Ace racks his brain furiously. He can't remember how to get to the main castle gates. The only other option is to go out the window, but they're way too high up. Ace feels a tug behind him, vicious and angry, and a strangled GG. Sabo cries out. Luffy! Ace whirls. The princess is there with Luffy's chain in hand, the little boy on the floor grasping at the collar around his neck and wheezing. Where the hell did she come from? Hadn't she run off with her father? The girl's face is twisted and red with rage. Where do you think you're going with my pet, you nasty little heathens? She squeals like the rotten piglet she is. He's mine. I'll have you all executed. She tugs the chain again, and Luffy cries out, tears pricking his eyes as he fights to breathe. Ace's growl is low and feral as he faces the princess. He ignites his right fist. The princess recoils and pales, staring at the hot orange flames enfolding his hand as he steps closer. She screams as he raises his fist, his fire burning brighter and hotter in gleeful preparation. He's waited a long time to do this. Ace, look out! Splash! And then the fire is gone as someone douses him with ice-cold water. Shivering as water cascades down his body, Ace turns and sees the king returning with an entourage of guards carrying buckets of water. Ace snarls, lighting his hands up again, only for the guards to throw their buckets over him, over and over until Ace is on his knees, dizzy and weak, his flames quelled. Over his coughing fit, he hears Sabo cursing, fighting against the hold of another guard. He shuts his eyes, clenching his jaw. They were so close. The king steps forward, glowering at the drenched boy at his feet. Hair sticking to his face, Ace raises his eyes with a vicious sneer of his own. He might be soaked and shivering like a wet dog, but he can still bite off a finger. The slap sends Ace bowling sideways, splashing into the puddle surrounding him. Such a hit normally wouldn't faze him, but the water, God, he feels so weak, useless. Is this what Luffy feels like every time he falls into a stream? How dare you, the king seethes, breathing hard like it's all he can do to keep what remains of his composure. You set fire to my castle, try to murder my daughter. You never should have given me the DMN fruit in the first place. Ace screams, his voice resonant in the halls, ringing in his ears as his senses realign themselves. The king backpedals in outrage, but Ace isn't done, not by a long shot. We don't belong to you. We're not your tools or pets or playthings. You don't own us. Nobody does. Silence. The king and his guards stare at Ace with eyes the size of saucers. Ace doesn't back down, wishing he had his fire now to burn this husk of a man to ashes. The king blinks, and then his teeth bare into a snarl like he's moments from frothing at the mouth. He raises his hand, curling it into a tight fist that shakes. Your Majesty, a cry from the guard still trapped behind the wall of flames stays the king's hand, and the man looks up. It's only now that Ace registers the building thickness of black smoke billowing from the throne room, filling the lungs of those unfortunate enough to be taller than an 11-year-old. Even the princess splutters behind her hand while Luffy remains safely curled up on the floor, tugging his shirt over his nose. We can't stop the fires. They'll spread all over the castle at this rate. We need help. Bring more water, another guard shouts as pandemonium erupts around them. There's no time. Please, we're suffocating in here. Somebody put out the DMN fire. It's then that the king, pale in the face as he watches his precious throne room and riches within go up in smoke, grabs Ace by the hair and yanks him to his feet. You did this. If you value your life, he growls, their faces inches apart, you will quell these flames at once. Ace claws at his hand, gritting his teeth against the pain. I don't know how, he spits. The king shakes him roughly. I'll have your head, boy. Stop the fires, now. I told you, I don't know how. He winces when he's thrown back to the ground unceremoniously in the king's outrage, landing on his back. He's too late to bite back the whimper as agony laces through him. Ace! Sabo shouts, struggling in the guard's unrelenting grasp. His voice lures the eyes of the king as he turns, regarding the blonde for a moment. He then looks at the fire raging strong and getting stronger, hotter. His gaze returns to Ace as he shifts onto his knees, fighting the urge to hurl. The king is abruptly calm, his face a mask of apathy. Ace doesn't like it. He slowly folds his hands behind his back, eyes fixed on Ace. Guard, he says. That child you have. Put his face into the fire. The blood drains from Ace's face. No. No, wait. Sabo gasps, a fearfully ragged sound, and then he's thrashing violently in the guard's arms as he drags him towards the swelling blazes. Luffy starts crying, fat tears pouring down his face as he slaps his hands over his mouth to soften the sobs. The princess is laughing through her coughing fit, a madness in her eyes as she watches the guard draw closer and closer to the flames. Ace can't breathe, think or feel anything but the cold talons of fear sinking into him like shards of piercing ice. No. No, you can't, Sabo, they can't. He whirls on the king. Stop! Stop it, don't hurt him, he cries, begs, screw his pride. The king shrugs, nonchalant. Only if you put out the fire, he says simply. I don't know how. Ace screams. Something wet stings and pricks behind his eyes, but he refuses to let them fall, digging his nails into his palms. Please just, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I won't do it again, let him go. Ace. Sabo's desperate cry echoes, his voice hitching like he's crying, Ace, help me. Horror squeezes him like never before, surging through his veins, choking him, bringing him to his knees. You can't do this. Of course, I can, the king retorts, as though they're conversing the weather and not the well-being, the life, of one of the few people Ace has left to live for. I own him, as I own you. I may do whatever I wish with my property. You? And then Sabo starts screaming. Ace freezes. Everything else fades into silence, the princess's shrill laughter, the roar and crackle of the flames, the guards shouting at each other to put out the inferno. Everything except Sabo's screams, his throbbing heartbeat, Luffy's terrified sobbing as the boy slams his hands over his ears. Stop! Ace scrambles for the king's robes and tugs with bloody fingers, his eyes wild as they meet the man's emotionless gaze. Please stop, let him go, let him go. Call off the fires, wretch. Do that, and your friend might live. I don't know how, his voice breaks, and he hangs his head in despair. This can't be happening, this isn't happening, what can he do, what does he do? Sabo's gonna die and it's his fault, he started the flames, it's all his fault, hisfault, Ace. Sabo screeches. Ace's eyes fly wide open. Something tugs from deep inside, a pull so fierce it rivals the song of his flames, demanding his attention, his essence as it pulls, compressing, and then. Stop it. Something explodes from within Ace, and it's not fire. It shakes the very foundations of the room, shattering glass, roaring like a raging beast in his ears. The flames vanish, killed in a single breath, and with them, several guards plus the princess collapse to the ground in a heap, frothing at the mouths, eyes rolling into their skulls. Ace shakes uncontrollably. Everything spins, his ears ringing, shapes and colors leaden and indistinct like he's underwater. He swallows thickly, his dry throat protesting, and turns. He can see Sabo and the guard both on the ground. The guard doesn't even twitch, but Sabo quakes where he lays, panting hard and whimpering, hands hovering tentatively over his left eye. Ace can faintly smell burning flesh. Not far from Ace, Luffy stares at him with wide eyes. Ace sways on his knees. It's too much. He can't, he's gonna, it's too much. What? He hears above him, the king, the only one still conscious. There's awe in his wavering voice, fear, and intrigue. What did you do? Ace doesn't reply, couldn't if he wanted to. The last thing he sees is Luffy reaching for him as the world tilts and spirals into darkness. 0000. Whiskey storms into the commander's meeting room with a dark look on her face that has everyone, even Captain Whitebeard, tense with worry as they clear a path for her. She has a file clenched in one hand and a bottle of her namesake in the other, already half empty, which she slams down on the table after taking a mighty belt. Whitebeard withholding a remark on the irony of her, a nurse chugging alcohol when he shouldn't, speaks volumes. Marco glances at Thatch and knows what he's thinking. Something's wrong. Whitebeard gives her a moment to compose herself before he speaks. What's the news, my daughter? He asks. There's no pity in his rumbling voice, she doesn't need it. But the warmth is there, as always, warring with concern for the woman he considers his own and their new young charges. Eventually, the nurse heaves a long, weary sigh and rakes a hand through her hair, undoing the neat bun. She meets each gaze in turn. Before I begin, she says, her voice low and carrying a bloodthirsty undertone that's rare even for her, is it too late for us to turn back and kill every single heartless BSTRD on that godforsaken island? No one winces, rears back or gawks at her like they might have done had they been ignorant. Instead, every head turns to the captain sitting at the head of the table. The man is penitent as he shakes his head. I'm afraid so, he says. Whiskey looks livid, ready to argue until Whitebeard raises a hand. But that doesn't mean we don't have allies sailing nearby that will have no qualms paying them a surprise visit. Marco isn't a bloodthirsty man by nature or nurture. But this comes close, and the grin he shares with Thatch and Blenheim is a dark, near-feral thing that appeases his enraged phoenix. The other 13 commanders are a breath away from brandishing their weapons. Regarding each of them, Whiskey nods, satisfied, and the mood shifts as she lays down the file and opens it, plucking a sheet laden with a scrawl that Marco can't hope to decipher. I've made some notes of each of the boys and their conditions, she says, all professional calm. Mental stability and obvious undernourishment aside, I'll give you the nutrition plan in a moment. Thatch, here's what I have. Bear in mind that I've asked for their XPLCT consent to share this with all of you and you alone, though something tells me they wouldn't have refused whether I asked or not. Whitebeard nods. Understood. Nothing you share with us shall leave this room. The unspoken warning is clear, and the commanders nod, giving the nurse their full attention. With that, Whiskey continues. They all have brands on the center of their backs, the symbol of the king, some lowlife BSTRD named Surge. She holds up the first sheet. Luffy, age 12 and 7 months, scars running all around his neck suggest strangulation, and multiple bruises on his knees, forearms, and elbows. Scars from whips and canes are healing but might be permanent. No allergies aside from dust. The aura in the room shifts a second time when Whiskey mentions the brands. Marco's skin crawls at the reminder of what those brands mean, what they do to a person's head for years, and that's if they escape and live to tell the tale, but now, the killing intent is so thick and heavy that a weaker man might choke on it. Undeterred, Whiskey picks up the second sheet. Sabo, age 15 and 9 months. Third-degree burn scars on the left side of his face. He can still see through the left eye just fine, thankfully. He also sustains multiple bruises along his back, arms, legs and chest, belt scars on his back just above the brand, too close to his neck for comfort. He's allergic to feathers, but that's minor. She sets that paper down and hesitates to pick up the other, a paperclip attaching a picture Marco can't quite see. Anger burns in her eyes, hotter than any flame, as she picks up the file and reads it aloud. Ace, 15 and 11 months, 16 on January 1st. His injuries are similar, whippings, bruising from chains, irritated skin from what I suspect might be from jewelry and makeup. Marco frowns. Jewelry and makeup, you? Whiskey turns to him. From what he was willing to share with me, he was one of the king's prized performers, she says. Her scowl is a dark, cavernous thing. He was a dancer. A dancer? Jozu echoes, sharing bewildered glances with Atmos and Curiel. Izo huffs through his nose and crosses his arms. That explains a few things, he says. All eyes fall on him. He's thin, but he's got a better build than Sabo or Luffy. It makes sense that they'd have kept him in better shape if he performed. No one wants to see a half-starved, exhausted dancer after all. Painted lips draw downward, wrath in the dark eyes that burn holes into the table. Haruta links their arms, lacing their fingers and squeezing tight. Izo squeezes back. If you think that's bad, Whiskey plucks the photograph off the sheet and sets it in the center of the table. Look at this. Medical records are strictly confidential, as are pictures. But in this case, I've asked Ace for XPLCT permission to show this to you. He's sensitive about this. And it's no wonder. Not even Marco can hold the horrified gasp that tears his throat. Ace also has a brand, a diamond-like shape with a bold S in the center burned into the skin. But you can barely see it under the absolute mess of his back. Some discolorations are black and nauseating green, lash marks, burns. It's a miracle the boy is even standing let alone walking and, according to Pops, fighting. Marco has seen firsthand what horrific things the world will throw at your feet without a word of warning. Bodies in the aftermath of war or plague on islands forsaken by the government, his brothers and sisters whose deaths haunt him even now. But this is a boy, a 15-year-old child, and he understands, now, Ace's caution around them in the showers, Whiskey's rage. And he doubts this is even the worst of it if he was a performer. Call him a coward, but he can't bear to look at the photo. He takes a step back, shutting his eyes and breathing deep, measured. Get it together. Control yourself. He's not the only one. Izo's hand flies to slap over his mouth as he turns away, shoulders trembling like he's about to be ill. Haruta whispers reassurances in his ear, holding tight to his arm, though his own hands twitch and clench against the fabrics of Izo's robes. He's itching for his blades, to tear into something, anything. Even their most seasoned commanders rear back, some grind their teeth, and others curse ferociously under their breaths. Whitebeard is silent, staring at the photo of Ace's mangled back. Not even the first mate can decrypt his expression. Then Thatch staggers, incredibly pale. Only Marco's swift reflexes save him from falling over as he shakes, staring at the photo with wide eyes. Oh God, I slapped him on the back, he gasps, dazed. Last night? I was drunk, and I thought, I had no idea. He faces Marco, eyes shining, shame so deep it must shake his bones. I hit him, Marco. Mother of God on high, he must hate me. The desire to destroy is almost too much. The phoenix sings her haunting melody of reckoning, and it's all he can do to keep her at bay, keep himself from flying back to that island and razing it to the ground. Mother C, Curiel curses, fists quaking. What the hell did those BSTRDS do to this kid? The other two don't look nearly this bad. Did he have to dance like that, too? Namor croaks, looking green in the face. Fishmen don't bruise as humans do, though they bleed like any creature, their scales don't discolor or harden. Marco can imagine this isn't a pretty sight for him. They can't have. I'm sure they figured something out, maybe covered his back while he was on stage, Whiskey says, her voice even but not at all dispassionate. They don't trust me enough to tell me any more than I've told you, but it's enough. More than enough. I've asked June to take them to their room for now. They're exhausted, hungry, and need every kind of help one can think of. And that is what we shall give them, Whitebeard rumbles, standing to his full imposing height. Marco can see now that his father's eyes are a hurricane, untamable, waiting to unleash hell upon anything that dares stumble into its path. He can feel his aura, barely suppressing what might render their even strongest commanders unconscious. The anger of a father is a powerful thing, after all. Whether they're a part of the crew, Ace, Sabo and Luffy are now under Whitebeard's protection. There's an unspoken rule among the pirates of Paradise and the New World: harm anyone under Whitebeard's care, and you've signed your death warrant. It's clear what fate King Surge has in store, having incurred the wrath of Edward Newgate. For now, Whitebeard continues, I believe it best that they're fed and freed from the sea stone. Rehabilitation can come once they're well rested. The storm abates after a moment, the pressing aura lifting so he can offer Whiskey a proud smile. Thank you, Whiskey. I know it wasn't easy, nor was it pleasant to hear, but you've done well. Whiskey's smile is a weary thing. Thanks, Pops. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a meeting with my bed and this bottle. She raises her namesake and gives it a little shake, earning a chuckle from the commanders. The mood has lifted, more so when she gathers the papers, hiding the mangled spine of the 15-year-old from sight. Thatch lets out a shaky breath, sagging against Marco as he swipes a hand over his sweaty brow. There's guilt in his eyes, and Marco knows it won't go away until he's found a means to redeem himself, whether or not his actions were accidental. Whiskey turns to Thatch. First things first, I'd feel better knowing they've eaten something. As far as I know, they've had nothing since yesterday. Luffy apologizes for the apples, by the way, she says, smirking when Thatch, and everyone else in the room, Whitebeard included, blink hard. Wait, what? Thatch squawks, jabbing a thumb at the door at his back. You mean, Luffy? That tiny, baby-faced, he? Up. Explains the vomit, though. Kid can't handle so much at once and made himself sick. She hands Thatch several sheets of paper. Here's the nutrition plan. Follow it to the letter, and they should be fine within the next few weeks to move on to bigger portions. As for their injuries, I've already had them cleaned and bandaged. Ace's bruises, if you can call them that, are reparable. Serious bruising can cause complications, and further bleeding and excess fluid may accumulate, causing a hard, fluctuating lump or swelling hematoma, but we caught it early, luckily. This, she taps the sheets in Thatch's hand, should help with that. And not to inflate your ego, but you're the best man for the job. Marco fights a laugh as Thatch splutters. Whiskey giving Thatch a genuine compliment? Inconceivable. Nevertheless, it does wonders for the chef's mood as he seems to light up with a hearty salute more befitting of a Navy officer than a pirate. You got it, Whiskey, he chimes. Won't let you down, no ma'am. Whiskey snorts. I'm not nearly drunk enough to listen to any of that crap, she tosses over her shoulder, slipping through the door to a chorus of teasing laughter. Whitebeard grins. On that note, you're all dismissed, he announces. As the others make their way out, Whitebeard pauses to regard his eldest. Marco, you and Rakuyo have business to take care of, he asks. Marco nods, bumping his shoulder against Thatch's to usher him out of the room with Rakuyo. I'll be joining them to see to the kids one more time, he replies. Rakuyo's gonna get those cuffs off for them. Might be a big step in earning their trust and hopefully get them to stay long enough to heal up. He arches a brow, and though he has an inkling of the answer, he goes ahead and asks, what are you gonna do in the meantime? The grin he receives could freeze the boiling blood in Admiral Akainu's veins. I believe, Whitebeard says slowly, I have a call to make. Whitey Bay was patrolling those waters, I recall. Let's hope she doesn't mind making a brief stop at Garnet Island. Marco grins back. It's little moments like this that remind him, not that he needs reminding, of why he loves his captain and father, why he'll follow him to the depths of hell and back. Even if it means leveling a castle. It might seem needlessly cruel. The Marines may call it savage, a typical, pirate, act of barbarity against an otherwise harmless kingdom in paradise. But the Whitebeards are not saints. Not even close. Marco only wishes he could see that hellhole burn firsthand. 00000. Sabo is having a crisis. Nothing particularly dire, a nice change of pace, but enough to render him bewildered as he sits on the bed, one out of 3 bunks in their new room. Oh, yeah, another thing to add to the growing list of crazy things happening to them today, they have a room. Not a dank old cell that smells of fear and blood and vermin waste, but an actual, furnished room. With 3 beds. And a desk. The room is spacious and brightly lit by a lantern on the wall by the door and the midday sun streaming through the porthole with light gray curtains hanging on either side. The 3 beds, lined up against the wall opposite the door, are bouncy and soft, something Luffy had immediately taken advantage of, with plush pillows and thick quilts. They're even color-coded with brand new sheets, royal blue for Sabo, red for Ace and sunshine yellow for Luffy. The desk, touched up and polished, is situated under the porthole on the right side, offering a perfect light source for late reading or writing. Across the room, a row of shelves lines the wall, ready to be filled along with an old treasure chest, repainted in bright, bold colors. It looks warm and inviting. A personal touch is all it needs to make it fit for 3 growing boys. One of them is currently in the middle of a minor existential crisis as he hugs his knees to his chest, watching Luffy giggle in delight as he springs on his lush, yellow quilted bed. Sabo is having a hard time wrapping his head around this. Not just the room, but everything. They've been treated with nothing but kindness by the fearsome crew of pirates. The captain, whose room they'd invaded, whom they'd attacked and whom Sabo had tried to bite, offered them a place to stay. The pretty commander, what was his name, Izo? And the one with the pineapple hair had let them take a bath. They'd given them fresh, clean clothes that weren't too big, nibbled on by rats or moths. Their injuries, new and old, were treated and bandaged with care and tenderness Sabo hasn't felt since Makino. And now, they've even redecorated a whole room for them, all within hours. It's almost overwhelming. No one has ever shown such compassion, not for a long, long time. He'd almost forgotten what it felt like to be cared for. Sabo had fallen to his knees before the captain, Whitebeard, the Whitebeard, emperor of the DMNC, having surrendered to whatever the pirates deemed a suitable punishment. He'd bowed his head, begging for the lives of his brothers and expecting to die. It's what they deserved as trespassers, as slaves, as property of royalty. But instead, Whitebeard had knelt before them. Still towering over their forms like a giant, he'd lowered himself to their level. He'd asked for their names, called them their guests, and smiled without a trace of veiled malevolence. And in the face of such a smile, earnest and inviting, almost paternal, Dayton was the closest thing to a mother Sabo ever had, regardless of her rough edges, foul mouth and brash nature. The woman cared more than she let on, more than anyone else ever had or would for 3 mischievous little brats, in her way. With Whitebeard, Sabo doesn't know what to think. But a part of him kind of likes it. Sitting in a lovely yet modest room just for them, with no bars or chains, Sabo purses his lips and wonders. Maybe these pirates aren't as bad as they'd feared if even the captain, freaking Whitebeard, had stayed his hand after what they've done, the trouble they've caused. He looks up from his knees to seek out Ace. It's not hard, he's been pacing the floor back and forth since the nurse dropped them off after their checkup with whiskey. His older brother is agitated, murmuring as he glares at the ground. Sabo watches him a minute longer, weighing his words. "Hey, Ace," he prompts. He gets a grunt in response, and Sabo rolls his eyes, at least he's listening. "Call me crazy, but I think these Whitebeards might be genuine." Ace stops pacing, his back facing Sabo, rigid. Sabo waits. Luffy bounces on. Ace turns and pins Sabo with a glare, his scowl deep and sharp. "Don't be stupid, Sabo," he says. Sabo blinks, startled, and then he bristles. "What?" he barks. Luffy spins mid-bounce to look at them, his smile fading until it vanishes when he catches their frowns. He stops bouncing to sit cross-legged on the bed, opting to watch another argument play out because that's what this is now. Of course. What's so stupid about this? Sabo goes on, shifting to sit on his knees. "I mean, look at what they've done for us. The baths, the clothes, this room, it's more than anyone's ever done, except maybe Makino. Anyone else would have killed us on sight or forced us back into slavery, feeling entitled because we belonged to someone before," he adds, barely repressing a shiver at the wretched word, what those BSTRDS had driven into their skulls. He sighs. I know it's early yet, but maybe there's a chance they could be. Or maybe not," Ace interjects harshly, and Sabo clamps his mouth shut at his brother's low tone. "Haven't you noticed by now? How we've not once refused to do whatever they asked us to do. They'll play nice for now, but the minute we say no, they'll get set off. He glances up, meeting Sabo's eyes, narrowed and penetrating. Pirates aren't saints, Bo. And they like getting their way no matter what they have to do. Sabo remembers Blue Jam, Portuguese crazed, desperate rage for his treasure, so much that he'd tortured Luffy, a 7-year-old strung up like a marionette, for hours with spiked gloves tearing into his rubbery flesh. He remembers, and he can't hold back a shiver. He shakes the memories away. Well, yeah, maybe, Sabo argues, albeit weakly, and he hates himself a little more for it. But that was Blue Jam, a washed-up drunkard who'd never been past the coastline of Dawn. Yeah, and these guys are New World pirates. Ace snaps. We thought Blue Jam was bad when we were little kids running around a jungle. How much worse do you think the rival crew of Gold freakin' Roger will be? Ah. Figures he'd remember that. Sabo rakes a hand through his hair. Ace, please, think about it for a minute. Why would they go through all this trouble just to trick us? Why else? To lower our guard, Sabo. Ace shouts. Luffy flinches, and Sabo fights the urge to do the same. They'll make us feel welcome, put on a show and plaster a few smiles, make us think we're safe. Well, we're not. They cart us around the ship and stare at us like we're freaks, have their commanders follow us wherever we go. They haven't even taken off these stupid sea stone braces yet. We might not be slaves, but we're as good as prisoners. Ace's fists shake, silver eyes like burning coals. They've spared our lives for now, 'cause we might be useful, but we step out of line, try their patience just enough, and it'll be the gallows with us. Back in rags, back in chains and nowhere to go but overboard. Silence. Sabo settles down on the bed with a defeated huff, averting his gaze and hunching his shoulders. Outburst aside, his argument, well, it's not as unfounded as Sabo hoped. Deception is a powerful thing and comes in many forms. It's happened before, after all, the guards would toy with them, pretend to pay no heed to an unlocked door or a loose chain only to turn around and bash them over the head, laughing when they attempted to take advantage of their forgetfulness. The same would always happen with food. The princess would hang a fruit or a steaming dish over their heads, under their noses, giggling when their stomachs growled. Sabo can count a few times before, too. His parents were masters of such trickery. And Ace is right, they've been compliant thus far, with no complaints or protests for anything, not even when the nurse had asked Ace to take off his shirt and show her his back and take pictures. They've been taking full advantage of their weakened, frightened, SBMSSV state. And pirates, in the end, are still pirates. Better than nobles in some respects, but worse in others. And unlike nobility, pirates aren't quite as patient. It's only a matter of time before the facade gets too tiring to keep up. Right, Sabo mutters, crossing his arms over his chest. You're right. As long as we're on this ship, we're not truly safe. We're not free. Not yet. On the middle bed, Luffy looks down and plays with his fingers despondently. A moment passes, and then a long sigh drags out of Ace as he sits on the edge of Sabo's bed. He leans forward, seeking Sabo's eyes. When Sabo looks up, the harsh lines of Ace's frown are gone, an unsure smile taking its place as the elder opens his arms, fingers twitching. Rolling his eyes, Sabo closes the distance and wraps his arms around Ace's shoulders just as his arms come to pull him closer. Luffy immediately scrambles off his bed and joins in, squeezing his way between the older two, fitting seamlessly. I didn't forget, Sabo whispers against Ace's shoulder, his fingers curling into the fabric of his brother's new shirt. Doubt I ever will if I tried. I don't know. I hope this might be different, just this once, you know. Ace nods, his chin resting on Luffy's head. Yeah, he says softly. He lifts one arm and brushes his fingers through Sabo's hair. I get it, Bo. I do. And I'm sorry for snapping at you like that. It's just, we can't afford to lower our guards. Not ever again. Anything can happen. He still blames himself for what happened that day. Of course he does. He blames himself for everything. Sabo sighs, drawing back just a little. Luffy shuffles to sit between them with his legs crossed, brown eyes wide and curious as he switches his gaze from Sabo to Ace expectantly. So, what do we do now? Sabo asks, fiddling with the hem of his open shirt. The feel of fresh clothes on his skin is a foreign thing after so long, something he hopes he'll get used to. I mean, if everything you've said just now is true, they'll probably put us to work soon. Do we just, he shrugs, do as we're told? Same as before? Ace's eye twitches. Of course not. We're gonna escape. Well, yeah, I figured. Sabo rolls his eyes again, something Ace doesn't appreciate as he gives him a light shove. Sabo shoves him back. But how? We're on the open ocean, not a castle with underground tunnels and open streets. And it's not like they'll just give us weapons or take off the sea stone and let you burn the ship down. I won't let that happen either, Ace snaps. Sabo pauses, looks at him, and Ace's eyes look haunted as they stare at his lap, at his fingers as they curl into fists, nails biting into his palms. Sabo's heart sinks with dread. He knows this look. He hates it more than the blistering anger he throws at anyone who looks their way or even mentions Roger. It's guilt, unparalleled, and despite Sabo's attempts, unbeatable. Ace. Not again. Never again, Ace whispers, shaking his head. His shoulders tremble, and Sabo knows what's coming. Not after last time. I can't give them that chance. He stops when Luffy calmly reaches out and takes his white-knuckled hands. Panicked silver meets unreadable baby browns as Luffy slowly uncurls Ace's fists, swiping the specks of blood off his cold palms with a few flicks of his thumb. Laying Ace's hands flat on his lap, Luffy draws back. Don't do that, he signs, his movement slow, calm and measured. It's okay. Ace stares at Luffy. Sabo watches them and feels a swell of pride for his baby brother. Young though he is, and as goofy as he often acts, Luffy never fails to surprise them with his empathy, boundless love and care. It's a wonder how they could have crossed paths with such a kid. But he's thankful, every day, that this awful beach of a world has given them this much. Without Luffy, well, God only knows how they would have survived the 5 years trapped in that hell. It kills him that Luffy is still suffering in his own way, still chained to that place. Yet he smiles, laughs and giggles and plays with bubbles and jumps on beds, because there's still some light, hope, in his heart. He's not like Sabo or Ace. Sabo prefers it that way. Eventually, Ace shuts his eyes with another heavy sigh and leans back. When he opens them again, the tautness in his frame and haunting sheen dissolve. Sorry, he croaks, raking a hand through his hair. He offers Luffy a weak smile, which the boy returns and then faces Sabo. His eyes linger on the scars. Sorry, he says again. Don't apologize. It's okay, Sabo soothes, resisting the urge to reach up and touch the old scars, still so evident and ugly, aching on a bad day. But he won't allow his brother to hate another part of himself, the one thing that brought him a sense of joy, a semblance of power and control and freedom, if only for so long. So he reaches for Ace's hand instead, clasping it tight and running his thumb over the pale skin of his knuckles. He smiles. It's okay. We'll figure something else out, he adds, quick to change the subject. I think heard one of the commanders mention another island a week away. He squeezes Ace's hand once more before letting go and leaning back. That's our chance, maybe our only one. What to do until then, though? Ace hums contemplatively. He sighs again after about a minute, shaking his head. As much as I hate the idea, he says, it's best we lay low, for now, do whatever they ask. Let M believe they've got us tamed. During the night, we can gather supplies and cash and the second we dock, we'll run for it. Sabo digests this. Not a solid plan, or a favorable one, but much like their options back at the docks on that island, beggars. Can't be choosers. He looks down at Luffy. What do you think, Lou? He asks. Luffy whips his head up to meet his eyes. By God, his hair is so fluffy now, he can't help but run his fingers through the feathery mess. You on board with this? He expects Luffy to agree immediately. But Luffy gives pause. His expression is blank as he stares at his feet, but his endless russet eyes are deep and thoughtful. Sabo shares a quick, perplexed look with Ace over his head before the boy snaps to attention. I don't know, Luffy signs, and now Sabo can see he looks torn, confused. They don't seem like bad people. They gave us a bath, funny clothes, and an awesome new room. He spreads his arms out wide to gesture to the colorful space with a sunny grin to match the sheets of his bed. And I like the big captain. He's strong and dangerous but safe. He's a good person. Ace splutters, and Sabo stares. Seriously, he asks slowly and feels his heart leap in his chest. It's been a while since Luffy has said anything like this about anyone. Not since May, which was a long time ago. You think Whitebeard's a good person? And the crew, too? Luffy nods, beaming. It's almost infectious. And what makes you think that, oh wise little brother? Ace drawls, unimpressed. Sabo nudges him. Ace pokes him back, sticking his tongue out. Luffy giggles at the exchange and raises his arms. I can tell. Don't know how, but I can tell. Then he shrugs, a carefree thing. Ace mutters under his breath and looks away, resting his arms in a stubborn cross over his chest. Sabo ignores the freckled grump and ruffles Luffy's hair instead. If you say so, kiddo, he says. Still, better safe than sorry this time. Again, Luffy shrugs in acquiescence, leaning into Sabo's touch like a kitten against its mother until he tucks himself against Sabo's chest, head nestling under his chin. Sabo obliges and draws Luffy into his arms, taking comfort from the young, beating heart against his own as he drops a kiss into Luffy's hair. Who's the sap now? Ace teases. Sabo pouts, a pink tint to his cheeks. Shut the hell up. Luffy giggles against him, and that somehow makes everything worth it. So, they have a plan. Or the skeleton of a plan. Survive 7 days aboard a ship full of pirates with unclear intentions, and, worryingly, an unknown history between the dangerous captain and the freckled teen sitting across from him, and escape when the opportunity presents itself. Freedom will be theirs. They've escaped one hell, and they can do it again, no matter how appealing this one seems. Sabo feels a smile and buries it into Luffy's hair. They can do this. There's a knock on the door. Sabo stiffens. Crap. Chapter 8. There's a knock at the door. It's a light tap, barely even that, and the boys tense up completely, whipping their heads around to stare at the door. Ace's stomach plummets with dread. They've already come for them, and it's not been a day. Ace clenches his jaw and scrambles off the bed, his brothers following suit. The moment his booted feet touch the floorboards, something he's still growing used to, he hasn't worn shoes in years, he shifts his stance to stand in front of them both, arms spread slightly. Sabo can beach about it all he pleases, claim he doesn't need coddling or protecting, and he doesn't. But he and Luffy are his priority, his younger brothers. And anyone, New World pirate or lowlife noble, will only get to them over his cold, dead. Hello? You kids okay in there? Calls a familiar, cheerful voice that gives Ace pause. It's Thatch. We met earlier in navigation. Ace almost bit my nose off? Probably shouldn't mention that. Is it alright if I come in? Ace blinks, thrown for a minute. He trades a look with Sabo and Luffy over his shoulder, and they're as confused as he is, shaking heads and blinking dumbly. Is this pirate asking for permission to enter a room on his own ship? Either they're really putting effort into this pleasant facade, or they've had lessons from Makino. Eventually, Sabo clears his throat and answers before the men can grow impatient. Yes, there is more than just Thatch behind that door. Ace can feel them, almost see them through the wooden barrier. Hoping to get them to drop their guard, no doubt. BSTRDS. Yes, sir? Sabo says hesitantly, making a face. The door creaks open a moment later, and the scar-faced, pompadoured man from earlier pokes his head through the opening, offering the brothers a harmless grin. Ace doesn't buy it, glaring back. Luffy goes on his tiptoes to peek at the man over Ace's shoulder, but Sabo quickly tugs him back down and forces him into a short bow with a hand on his head. Good afternoon, sir, Sabo says, his eyes fixed on the floor until they flick up at Ace, standing straight and tall. He nudges Ace in the side with his elbow. Ace swallows a guttural growl, and with great reluctance, he ducks his head in the slightest bow but straightens immediately after. They've agreed to lay low, but never will Ace submit to anyone. Not again. Whether he acknowledges any of this, Sabo's easy abidance, Luffy's curiosity, or Ace's resistance, Thatch does a good job hiding it. Hey there. Glad to see you've started to settle in. Aizo wasn't kidding, this room looks nice, he says as he steps into the room proper, regarding the new decor in mild fascination. He's carrying a large silver tray between his hands, balancing 3 covered plates with such ease and grace that it almost sees Ace off more than his smile does. What's worse, whatever is underneath the mental covering smells fantastic. Then Thatch pauses in the middle of the room, looking behind him at the doorway with an irritated frown. Come in, you idiots, he hisses. Sure enough, the 2 presences lingering beyond the threshold reveal themselves. It's the pineapple-headed guy and another man Ace hasn't seen yet. He's about average height, dirty blonde dreadlocks trailing the length of his spine tied back with a yellow bandana bearing the same mark as their Jolly Roger, and a black, pointy mustache. He reminds Ace of a typical swashbuckler from a children's storybook. His aura is strong, just like the other commanders and Whitebeard. But unlike them, he doesn't inspire much fear. The only thing even remotely intimidating about him is the red toolbox in his left hand. Ace eyes the object warily. Nothing good ever comes out of a box. The 2 men enter the room at an unhurried pace, leaving the door wide open, almost as if they want the boys to bolt past them. But Ace stays where he is, keeping Sabo and Luffy behind him. Inviting though it is, tempting even, it could be a trap. They're Whitebeards, he reminds himself, one of the most powerful crews in the world. And, his greatest rival. Can't take any chances. Can't let our guards down, not even a little. Pineapple leans against the wall by the oil lamp and the toolbox guy stands by the desk, keeping their distance from them and the door. Thatch rolls his eyes, muttering something. Ace just catches Mama Bird among the littered curses, as he sets the tray down on Luffy's bed. Feeling their eyes on him, distrustful and curious, he flashes them another grin. I heard you boys might be hungry since you haven't eaten since last night, he says and lifts the metal covering off the plates with a flourish. Tada! He chimes. A late breakfast, or brunch, rather. Steam wafts from the dishes, and Ace forgets himself for a moment. Oh good God. Ace will admit the food he'd stolen last night was incredible, but even the simple layout of eggs, crispy bacon, sausages and fruits, accompanied by 3 glasses of ice-cold water has him fighting the urge to drool like a dog. Luffy has no such reservations and drops his jaw, staring. Sabo looks weak in the knees, fingers clenching in the back of Luffy's shirt as he swallows thickly. Food. So much food, actual food. And then Ace blinks and looks up at the pirates. He does a quick head count and inwardly groans, masking his despair with another deep frown. They're gonna make us watch them eat this. It wouldn't be the first time. Ace briefly wonders why he's surprised by this. It was one of the princess's favorite pastimes. He glances at his brothers and sees the instant they realize the same thing. Watching Luffy's face fall and the ache manifest in Sabo's eyes as they take a painfully reluctant step back is worse than even this sort of torture. A moment passes. Thatch tilts his head and trades an odd look with the other two. They shrug back, nonplussed. Thatch turns back to the trio. Aren't you gonna eat? He asks. Ace feels his neck creak in protest when he snaps his head up to stare at the taller pirate, wide-eyed. Thatch snickers, waving a hand at the tray sitting innocently on Luffy's bed. This food is for you. What, you think we were gonna make you watch us eat this? Yes, Ace growls before he can help it. Sabo slams a hand over Ace's lips, paling and horrified, and Luffy flinches violently, eyes darting from Ace to Thatch. The smile slips right off Thatch's face, and it's almost satisfying. Shrugging Sabo off, Ace levels the commander with a glare, pouring defiance. He expects anger and outrage at having been talked back to, and he'll gladly take it. Because then at least he'll know, show Sabo and Luffy once and for all, who these pirates are. True colors aren't always so bright. But he receives none of that. Instead, the man looks like he's been gut-punched, eyes impossibly wide and sad. The guy with the toolbox snarls a curse and looks away, scrubbing his face wearily with his free hand. The other doesn't change much, but his eyes are blazing. It's a different kind of blaze than the one Ace feels pulsing beneath his skin, waiting to flicker to life at his call, when it can. It's furious, yes, but not at Ace. He steps forward. Ace lets himself snarl, low and beast-like, backing up until Sabo and Luffy are against the wall. Sabo hisses something that sounds like a protest in his ear. Again, Ace ignores him, eyes on the tattooed blonde striding towards them. Here it comes. When he's about an arm's length away, he stops. His gaze is piercing, knowing yet searching, and these ancient eyes meet Ace's, burning cobalt against smoldering silver. Ace refuses to yield, submit to whatever power this BSTRD thinks he has over him and his brothers, punishment be demanded. He won't do it, he won't. The man smirks, it's not unkind, condescending or smug. It's relieved, almost? Glad? Ace, right, he asks, and it takes everything in Ace to not rear back, hearing his name, not brat, not SLV, not it or slot or property, fall from foreign lips so casually, while not unwelcome, is jarring. In case you've forgotten, my name's Marco, the pirate continues. I'm the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and first mate to Whitebeard himself. He jabs a thumb behind him at the toolbox guy. He's Rakuyo, 7th Division commander, and you've already met Thatch. And we're all here to help you. Oh, really? A nasty voice in Ace's head sneers. Marco put his hands on his hips, an assured yet mellow stance, leaving every possible opening for Ace to attack. Why he thinks Ace won't take advantage of this is an enigma. You're not prisoners here, Marco says, and though his voice is firm, it's not intimidating. Instead, there's only warmth, the sort you'd find comfort in from a fireplace on a winter night. You're not servants, slaves, cabin boys, none of that, you are. Pop said you're our guests, and he meant that. You're free to do whatever the hell you want. He pauses, considering. Within reason, he amends, ignoring the snickering pair behind him. You can eat, sleep, go wherever you want to go on or off the ship. We won't stop you. Then Marco smiles, wholly sincere. And we don't expect you to trust us, even a little bit. We understand, you are. Ace stares, arms falling to his sides reluctantly. He doesn't want to admit it, believe it, but he sounds genuine. And when he tears his eyes from Marco and casts them about the room at the other two commanders, he finds they're no different. He feels nor sees malevolence or deceit in their smiles. But that's part of the act, dumbass, that snide voice leers again. That's what they want you to think. They're pirates, some of the best liars next to those BSTRD nobles who made you this way. You can't trust them, you can't trust anybody. Movement startles Ace from his thoughts and silences the toxic voice. Luffy squirms in Sabo's arms despite the blonde's quiet protests. Luffy whines and pushes against Sabo like a kitten until he's freed and shuffles past Ace towards Marco. Ace moves to stop him. And then he sees Luffy's face. It is a blank canvas of emotion, brown eyes fixed on the pirate as he comes to a stop mere inches from the man and openly stares at him with the intensity rivaling that of a serpent. Silence befalls the room, anticipation hanging thick and heavy in the air. The urge to pull Luffy back is strong, but Ace steels himself and waits, as does Sabo, even if the look on his face screams anxiety, fingers twitching as his eyes flick between their baby brother and the pirate standing over him. And if Marco had wanted to strike Luffy, he'd have done it already. And if he does, nothing will stop Ace from tearing him limb from limb. See Stonebeard Med, Whitebeard's Wrath Thrice Med. Marco schools his expression and keeps still, not averting his gaze from Luffy's when most would have been unsettled, as if he understands what's happening, the significance of this. Luffy then turns to Thatch and Rakuyo. They blink, startled by the sudden scrutiny, but they wisely keep their silence. Ace wonders if anyone's even breathing. Eventually, Luffy's scarred face splits into a cheerful smile as he turns on his sandaled heel, facing his brothers. I like them, he signs, his gestures lively, almost excited. They're good. Marco and Thatch, he clumsily spells out their names on his fingertips and across his palms, are nice. Don't know about the other guy yet. Nice, huh? Ace muses over his surprise, cutting Marco a glance. Not exactly the word I'd use. While Thatch is an open book to Ace, Marco is different. His aura is a powerful one, demanding respect. And he'd be a fool not to feel the intelligence, the killing intent concealed beneath those half-lidded eyes. Rakuyo remains to be seen. But if Luffy says they're okay, what the hell does it all mean, then? Sabo still looks uncertain, but his shoulders loosen with something akin to relief. He looks at Ace from the corner of his eye. Ace huffs, stuffing his hands into his pockets and turning his head away. He can feel the frown Sabo pins him like a hot iron, but he doesn't give him the satisfaction of a reaction. Luffy, grinning at their exchange because of course he does, turns back to the pirates and graces them with a small but cheerful giggle. The results. Thatch grins hard enough that his face threatens to split. Rakuyo looks away, a pinkish tinge to his cheeks as he scratches the back of his head in a fit of bashfulness unexpected of any veteran pirate. Marco chuckles, abating what Ace thinks might have been a move to ruffle Luffy's hair. These are the Whitebeard pirates, right? Most fearsome pirates on the seas right now? The way they're acting is as off-putting as the alternative, which was what Ace has been counting on. All right, Marco says, stepping aside and gesturing at the food on Luffy's bed. Go ahead, you eat up before the food gets cold. It's not a command. It's a suggestion, an offering. Luffy is the first to take it, signing a quick thank you to Marco before skipping over to the bed, clambering onto the soft surface and plucking a plate for himself, digging in like the stomach on legs he is. Casting the pirates a final glance, Sabo bows once and then hurries over, scolding Luffy to slow down before he chokes as he picks up a plate. Ace follows shortly after, taking a quick whiff of the food. Can't be too careful, he continues to tell himself, before settling down to eat. Despite his reservations, the food is freaking delicious. It's all he can do to keep himself from following Luffy's lead and plow through the meal like an animal. A glance at Sabo tells him his twin is suffering just the same, eyes flown wide and incredulous as he shovels the eggs into his mouth. Ace almost wants to laugh, but he'll choke, so he doesn't. All too soon the last morsel is gone, leaving 3 depressingly empty plates. Thatch whistles. You sure went through that quick, he chuckles, surprised and oddly pleased when Luffy licks his chops. I'll bet you're probably still hungry. Amen. Luffy nods but catches himself and hunches his shoulders immediately, ducking his head. Sabo's arm comes around his slim shoulders, and Ace shuffles closer, eyeing the pirate in a warning that can't be any clearer. Of course, because everyone seems to like proving him wrong today, not that it's a bad thing, just slightly annoying. Thatch laughs. Thought so. Don't worry little guy, I'm more than happy to give you seconds later, though I'd be careful, your stomachs can't handle too much at once. You'll have to start small and work your way up slowly, nurse's orders. But for now, he gestures to Ace and Luffy's ankles, I think it's about time we do something about those god-awful cuffs. Ace feels his heart leap to his throat, a very bad thing after a meal, but he pays the sickness no mind. He can't mean, no, can't be. They wouldn't dare, why take the risk? Rakuyo, Marco pps his head in the boy's direction. Rakuyo nods back and sits on the bed opposite Luffy's. His mustache twitches above his smile. Hey there, brats. His voice, gruff as any buccaneer, is still somehow inviting. Mind if I take a closer look at those cuffs? I won't. Touch you if you don't want me to, but shuffle a little closer, will ya? Ace regards the pirate, looking him up and down. He then looks at the sealed toolbox, with more trepidation than what should be warranted. Biting his lip, Luffy is the first to shuffle forward on the bed, ducking under Sabo's protective arm and showing Rikuyo the cuff encircling his right ankle. Soon enough, though his glare doesn't ebb by much, Ace follows suit. Rikuyo's smile broadens. "Atta boys," he says, turning to open his toolbox and sift through its clattering contents. Luffy tenses and Ace reaches for his hand, entwining their fingers. The commander notices and chuckles. "Mighty brave of ya," he says. "I'm sure all of this ain't easy to do, especially since you don't know me. None of us takes it personally, just so you know. Just sit back and relax, I'll be done before you can say Bob's your freakin' uncle." Ace's brows furrow, who the hell's Bob? But shakes his head as the pirate pulls out something. It's metal and shiny, and Ace doesn't like it. Neither does Luffy if the slim fingers crushing his hand are any indication. "What are you gonna do?" Ace asks snidely. "Tighten them?" Rikuyo barks a laugh, bringing the device to hover over Ace's ankle. "Cynical brat, ain't ya?" he says, eyes narrowing in concentration. "Nah kid. I'm talking off." Time grinds to a halt. His heartbeat is a dull thing in his ears. He blinks, once, twice, feeling and registering nothing at all except those words on repeat, over and over like a mantra. "I'm talking off, he's gonna take them." Clank. He's startled into reality by a heavy metal object striking the floor, and a weight off his ankle. Time resumes, and Ace looks down at his foot. His breath catches, and his chest is painfully tight. It's off. The sea stone cuff is off. He can see it on the floor, useless and harmless. There's faint scarring where it rubbed against his ankle, the flesh a lighter shade than the rest of him, but it's off. Another clank and Ace jerks his head to see Rikuyo finishing off the lock on Luffy's cuff, which meets a similar fate and drops to the floorboards. Rikuyo leans back with a satisfied sigh. "There you go," he says, watching with pleased eyes as Luffy grabs his ankle and stares at where the cuff used to be. "How'd you feel? Pounds lighter, I'll bet." Is this real?" Ace knows he's shaking, but he can't stop, not even when Luffy lifts his eyes to meet his own. He can already see tears welling up within them, and when he turns to Sabo, he finds he's not much better. Trembling hands cover his mouth, eyes shining with disbelief and the threat of tears. It's off. It's off. And now he realizes, belatedly, why he's shaking. He's warming up. The blood pulsing through him from head to toe is burning in a way that hasn't hurt in years, the familiar hum of flames beneath the skin and aching comfort, and he's not on a stage, plastered in beauty and riches unwanted, nor is he in chains. He pauses. He presses his lips together. Slowly, he raises one hand, palm upturned. Another glance at the gathered pirates. Marco doesn't move, nor do Thatch or Rikuyo, though the latter pair lean in just a little, curiosity agleam in their dark eyes. Ace licks his dry lips, blood pumping with a vengeance he's not felt since their escape. He closes his eyes, takes a breath, and lights his palm on fire. He hears gasps, a choked one from Sabo, awe and astonishment from Thatch and Rikuyo. Marco is eerily silent, but his aura spikes with something Ace can't yet name, though intrigue comes to mind. He cracks one eye open, then the other. A small flame, no bigger than candlelight, sways in the center of his palm. Slight in nature, barely enough to set the desk alight, yet the power Ace feels, the beauty he holds in his hand. My fire. It's back. I have my fire. He blinks hard, looking up at the commanders. Thatch is grinning hard, leaning closer to get a good look. A fire Logia, he says, and both he and the 7th commander cut a glance that's oddly knowing, something Ace isn't privy to, and they snicker like children. Think we found your new best friend, Marco? Marco has been staring at the flickering flame in Ace's palm, enthralled almost, but he blinks at their playful jeering and frowns, just shy of a pout. Shut up, you are, he mutters, much to their amusement. Ace pays them no mind, turning back to Sabo and Luffy. Both have tears running down their faces, Sabo doing his best to wipe them away whilst Luffy lets them fall as he stares at his ankle, his bare ankle. Ace can't help the little laugh, choked as it is, as he looks down at the baby flame in his hand. He's happy. He can't remember when he'd last been so. Something pricks behind Ace's eyes, foreign yet familiar, and he panics. The flame vanishes. No. His teeth sink into his bottom lip, harder and harder. No, don't cry. Don't cry, that's what they want, they'll hurt Lou and Sabo, I can't cry. And then Luffy leaps off the bed with a shriek that scares the hell out of everyone in the room. Ace jumps hard enough he bites his lip by accident, blood dribbling down his chin. Well, it gives him an excuse when Sabo eventually asks. Luffy is bouncing, thriving with unbound delight that Ace hasn't seen in so long. He looks at his hands, no longer sickly or ghostly but rich with his natural tan and a touch of pink in his flushed, blotchy cheeks, turning his palms over. He raises one hand and pinches the skin of the other between his thumb and forefinger, slowly pulling it further and further from the bone and then letting it snap back with a squeak of absolute joy. He can stretch again. After 5 years, he's rubber again. He looks up at the ceiling, and with a grin befitting his monkey name, he stretches. A sound between a laugh and a sob bursts from Sabo, up to catch the paper lantern hanging overhead and lets his feet leave the ground. Swinging back and forth, giggling madly. It's the happiest Ace has seen Luffy in years. His laughter, full of youth and energy and so unapologetically loud, shakes the room and rings in Ace's ears, and it's beautiful. He might cry. Might, wants to, but won't. The commanders, however, DMN near jump out of their skins. Ball. Thatch squawks, stumbling backwards. He can stretch? What the hell kind of power is that? Really? Rikuyo smacks him upside the head. We've got a flamin' turkey, a girl's best friend and a man who can tilt the bloody sea, and this surprises you? Marco laughs, recovering from the shock quickly as he watches Luffy swing back and forth. I think it suits him, he says. Ace doesn't miss the touch of fondness in his tone. He really is a little monkey. Ace almost smirks. You have no idea. At Sabo's urging, through a wide grin and stifled tears, Luffy sets himself down, arms snapping back to their natural length. He's bouncing on his toes, eyes shining as they fall on Rikuyo. The man finds his gaze and grins back. I take it you feel better, he chuckles, hands on his hips. Good. Still, I'd watch it, save your energy. Might tucker yourself right out before, oof. He's cut off when Luffy, overcome with emotion, barrels into him with a hug, lanky arms encircling his waist tightly. The grin drops from Sabo's face faster than it came. Ace's heart plummets when the pirates freeze, staring at the boy burrowing against Rikuyo's chest. Rikuyo holds his arms up awkwardly, blinking down at the top of Luffy's head. It's all Ace can do to remain where he is on the bed, not burst into flames here and now and tear his baby brother away from the imminent danger. He's hugging a pirate. Their former masters would sooner have them executed or beaten with irons if their slaves so much as looked them in the eye without permission. He and his brothers have crossed that threshold long ago and so far have lived, but this. They may have clothed them, fed them, freed them from the wretched sea stone and swore their safety, but there's only so far one is willing to go, boundaries that can't be crossed. Damn it, Luffy, what are you doing? Luffy seems to ask himself the same thing as his eyes snap open. He lifts his head from Rikuyo's chest to meet his eyes. Rikuyo stares back. Luffy swallows thickly, going very still, a stark contrast to the bouncing rubber ball of joy he'd been mere seconds ago, and an aching familiarity and reminder, lest they dare forget, of what he's become in the absence of such joy. And then, Thatch coos, shattering the silence, hands under his chin and fingers laced. That's so cute. Rikuyo blushes a deep red and doesn't yet know what to do with his arms or mouth and stammers intelligibly, but falls silent when Luffy unwinds his arms and backs away slowly like one might when faced with a wild tiger. Only when Luffy is at a safe distance does Sabo move, scrambling off the bed to Luffy's side, forcing him into a bow at the waist. We're sorry, he cries. My brother didn't mean to offend you by touching you, sir. Please, forgive him. We meant no disrespect. We're sorry. Damn it to hell, Bo, Ace thinks, pained, clenching his fists on the bedsheets. His mind tells him to get up and join them, bow his head and plead mercy from these pirates, for his brother's sake if nothing else. His body is another matter, shrieking at him to ignite a fist and swing it, and then he thinks better of it because he can't give them that chance again. But not one of the pirates makes a move. Rikuyo doesn't scream or shout in outrage and doesn't strike or move to grab them. He stares at Sabo and Luffy and then turns to Marco and Thatch, his expression silently begging for help. One sigh later, it's Thatch who steps forward first. Ace tenses, feeling his fire hum beneath his skin as the taller man nears his little brothers. They stiffen with every echoing step until scant inches separate them. Hey, kids, he says, calm and insouciant despite the heavy cloud of trepidation. It's okay. Don't mind our brother, he's just an awkward grumpy boy who's not used to hugs. People usually find him too ugly to hug. Rikuyo splutters. Oi! The hell re you callan ugly, you pompadoured bstrd, he cries. Thatch ignores with the experienced grace any sibling would be right proud of. We don't mind hugs around here, he says, emboldened when Luffy and Sabo gradually raise their heads, eyes gleaming with confusion. I mean, sure, some of us aren't all touchy-feely or as eager as I am to share the love ahem Marco ahem. Oi! But seriously, unless we tell you otherwise, go right ahead and tackle anybody you please. I bet you'd give the best hugs, Luffy, being rubber and all. Bet you could even give Pops a run for his bell lie for the best hugger in the world. Luffy blinks, straightening fully. Sabo follows slowly, shuffling in place, fingers twitching. Ace makes to stand to join them or pull them back to safety, he's not quite sure himself. But he stops when Luffy moves, cautiously lifting his arms. But he doesn't sign. He lifts his arms and opens them. Ace splutters, and Sabo chokes. Thatch looks as stunned as they do and backpedals, palms raised. Hey, no, wait, I didn't say you have to hug anybody, he stutters. I was just saying, you can if you want to, no one's forcing you to. I know, Luffy signs, and he's smiling again, timid though it is, it's there and void of any fear. At least I think so, he amends with a slight shrug. But I'm happy. I want to show how thankful I am for what you have done for us. Is that okay? Ace stares at his baby brother, blinking owlishly. Years ago, when they'd been wilder things, Luffy's affection was freely given, latching on to anyone with a smile and a good heart, an offering of food never hurt. That had been all but crushed in recent years, limited to the only two people in the world he could trust, fearful of any other touch in a way a boy like Luffy should never be. But for him to approach a pirate, a stranger, after all this time. This is huge. And DMN this pirate to the depths of hell if he dares belittle his brother's bravery. But Thatch does understand if his wide smile isn't indicative enough. He spreads his arms wide. All right then, kiddo. Bring it in, he chimes. Giggling, Luffy bites his lip and carefully steps forward until he meets Thatch's chest, wrapping his arms around the man's waist. Thatch's arms come around him, slow and careful like he's made of spiderwebs and morning dew. It's an endearing sight, Ace can't help but think, enough that Marco nor Rikuyo can hide their grins. Sabo blinks, and then the barest of chuckles slips past his lips. There you go, buddy, Thatch says, patting Luffy's back gently when the kid's shoulders start to tremble. His smile softens. You're so brave, you know that? Hell, all of you are. And don't worry, like I said, you don't have to do this all the time if you don't want to. He raises his eyes to meet Ace's, and for a moment, the sudden weight of guilt swirling in his eyes threatens to crush him. And no one gets to touch you either unless you're okay with it. Understand? The question is open, but his gaze is fixed on Ace. It doesn't take long to understand why. Last night. When he hit me on the back. Does he remember that? Ace is so stunned that he almost forgets to nod, swallowing hard. The tension seems to drain from Thatch's body, and his smile is a relieved, thankful thing. Ace locks his jaw and looks away. Luffy sniffles, then, and lifts his damp face from Thatch's chest. Thatch looks down just in time to see the 12-year-old smile, brighter than any sun, wider than any sea and just as endless. Thatch blinks and stares. Suddenly he's huddled in the corner of the room, his back to them as he covers his face with his arms and weeps. Luffy, arms up and open where Thatch had been, stares at the man as he lowers them back to his sides, confused. Dude, what the hell? Rikuyo guffaws. Sabo's mouth twitches in what might be the beginnings of a startled laugh, one he stifles with a hand over his mouth. Ace watches on, perplexed. I can't do it, man. Thatch wails from his little corner. He sniffs, loud and messy. Those trusting eyes, staring into my very soul. Thatch, get up. You're freaking the kids out, you are. They're cinnamon rolls, too good for this world. Thatch. Too pure. Pthahahaha. All heads whirl on Sabo, Thatch's caterwauling falling silent at the loud snort of laughter. Blanching, Sabo slaps his palm over his mouth. I'm sorry, he cries with a deep bow. Again. Oh, Sabo. The response this time, however, is quicker. Marco waves a dismissive hand. Don't sweat it, kid, he says. Sabo tentatively raises his head. Marco flashes him a kind smile. Go right ahead and laugh at Thatch, you are. That's what everyone else does whenever he's in the room. Thatch nods along up until the backhand and he splutters, hey now. What? Rikuyo chortles, giving Thatch another cuff upside the head for his troubles. You're gonna act like a fool, might as well laugh, right? Ow. Why do you hit me? It's not okay to hit. I'll tell Pops on you. The juvenile bickering continues from there. Luffy giggles at the display, his tears long gone. Sabo's spine uncurls from its SBMSSV hunch, and slowly, another smile spreads his lips, a light chuckle no longer stifled. Ace ignores the pirates, eyes fixed on his brothers. They're happy. Calm, if not hesitant still. And Ace has to admit, the commander's presence, their easygoing nature, with them and amongst themselves, is a familiar thing. He's uncertain as to where this brother situation between them stems from, nor can he fathom anyone daring to refer to Whitebeard as Pops, but the bond these pirates share. It's reminiscent of what Ace shares with Sabo and Luffy, a bond forged not by blood, but by choice. They're like a family. Just what kind of pirates are these guys? There are eyes on him, and Ace turns his head to meet them. From across the room, Marco regards him, also ignoring the childish rumpus his shipmates are causing. He quirks a brow, a question in his eyes. What do you think? Ace takes a moment. He looks at his hands, clear of muck and blood, at the scarred skin of his bare ankle, the fresh clothes adorning his thin frame and the bandages wrapped around the treated wounds underneath, and the bruises marring his mangled back, the ache dimming, remembering the taste of warm, unspoiled food made for them. He clenches his jaw, fingers curling into loose fists on his lap. A part of him wants to believe it's all a part of the facade, a cruel game they're playing to win their trust and dash their hopes when the time comes, and it always does. The other part that believes in Luffy's judgment and yearns and hopes for freedom thinks otherwise. But for now, he ignores Marco, watching Luffy wrap his arms around Sabo's middle, an action returned with warmth and love as Sabo folds Luffy into an embrace, smiling into his black hair. He ignores Marco, even when the commander sighs through his nose. He sounds disappointed but accepting. Ace grudgingly respects him for it. Not yet, he thinks, that same mantra from a time and a place Ace will never know but will forever cling to. He's grateful. But unlike his younger brothers, he's not about to throw that gratitude at them like a garden sprinkler. He needs time. Something these pirates, and their captain, seem willing to give. Not yet. Chapter 9. Captain. Marine vessel on the horizon. Shanks pries his eyes open with great reluctance, stifling a mighty groan as he sits up. His back creaks in protest, an unhappy reminder of the years catching up to him. In hindsight, leaning against a rock for a nap wasn't the best idea, but he's known to make dumber decisions. One of them had cost him his left arm, but that, at least, he knows will be worth it. He'd bet that arm on the new era, after all. And a boy like that. Well, he can't see into the future, but the view from his standing looks bright. What isn't worth anything, he grouses, is having to wake up from a blissful nap in the sun on a beautiful island retreat to the unwelcome visit from a ship full of Marines. Worse still, he's hungover from last night, hence the nap. Even so, he stands up, dusting the dirt and sand off his pants and cloak and walks over to the edge of the cliff overlooking the sea, coming to stand by his subordinate on lookout duty. His jaw cracks with a mighty yawn. Any idea who it is? He asks, lifting his hand to scratch the back of his head. Much as I'd like to believe a bunch of rookies would track us down to have a go, I highly doubt it. The young man with the spyglass leans forward a bit, like that'll help, and Shanks shifts a little closer in case he has to prevent this dumbass from taking a swim. Can't tell the crew from here yet, but there's a big butt dog figurehead on the bow, Captain. Shanks freezes mid-scratch, eyes bulging. A dog figurehead on a marine vessel? Heading their way? Crud. It's freakin' Agarp the First. How far out are they? He asks, cursing himself for the stutter that everyone within earshot stifles a laugh at. I'd say about 30 minutes, Cap. Shanks hangs his head. Too late to run, then, he mutters. He's not in the mood for this. He's probably come to yell or beat the holy hell out of him for converting his precious grandson. Hadn't the first time been enough? The ensuing brawl had lasted 5 days and nearly destroyed the island. At least this one's uninhabited. Still, despite his grievances, he hardly blames the old coot. He'd known that day would come sooner than later the second he'd left his treasure with the boy, despite how little Garp seems to be a part of Luffy's life other than the occasional beating training. He'll give the man this, though, he does love his grandson in his own strange, if not violent and irresponsible way. To hear that he'd been influenced by one of the most dangerous and infamous pirates on the seas must have been less than amusing. There's a familiar chuckle behind him, and then his first mate stands at his right hand, arms folded and a smirk on his face that's not at all helpful. Certainly looks like it, Captain, Ben says around his cigar. Even if we did, if it's for what I think it is, that crazy BSTRD will follow us to hell till he gets your head on a platter. Might as well face the consequences. Again. Shanks pulls a face, affronted in a manner that's only half feigned. What consequences? All I did was convince a vice admiral's 6-year-old grandkid to become the next pirate king. Yasopp hoots with a good handful of others gathering at the commotion. Yeah, don't see how anything bad could come out of that, boss. Shanks doesn't pout. He doesn't. He's a grown-butt man and an emperor to boot. Emperors do not pout. But it's a close thing. All right, shut up you lot, he calls, and of course, they only listen to a degree. There are still some snickers floating as he makes his way through the crowd and down to the beach, Ben and Lucky Roo at his heels. The rest of them follow once they've gotten over their giggles. Useless scallywags, all of them. Surely, this is a form of mutiny. Spying the ship approaching the shore rapidly, Shanks squares his shoulders. He's strong, his crew a reliable bunch despite their bouts of childish idiocy, but Garp could go toe-to-toe with Roger. And time means little to the Marine if he's still able to chuck cannonballs like Pebbles Ball at his age. This future does not look bright, not for red hair. Eventually, the ship drops anchor and settles at the shore. A gangplank drops to the damp sand, and minutes later, Garp the Fist himself steps down. His shoulders are barren of the navy coat he usually donned so proudly. That's odd enough, but his expression is a disconcerting mix of fury and something else that has the pirate's heart sink with dread, and not for his own well-being for once. The old Marine approaches at an even gait, a wooden box in his hands and a deep frown marring his scarred face. He stops a few scant feet from the pirate captain, staring him down. Shanks stares back and waits. The sea gently laps against the white sand and the mighty vessel anchored at her shore. Wind sweeps through the tropical trees and flora, rustling hair and coats in the warm, sea salt breeze, gulls screeching their dissonance in the endless blue overhead. Then, I'd like to speak to you in private, red hair, Garp says, his gravelly voice decibels lower than what Shanks, and the rest of the world, probably, is used to. Shanks regards the man, gray eyes traveling up and down. Anyone can see the Vice Admiral isn't here to fight. He cuts a glance at the crew still on the ship, and none of them has their weapons drawn. They're merely peering over the bow, watching their leader and the pirates with curious eyes, young and old alike. Shanks trades a look with Ben. There's a curious glint in his eye that's telling, and he dips his head. Well, then. Shanks turns to Garp and PPS his head towards the trees. Garp follows, ignoring the lingering crew as they pass and enter the jungle, heading deeper inland. This jungle is thick, untamed, and home to plenty of unusual beasts hiding within the bushes and the looming canopy, avoiding the humans treading through the foliage of their island home. They'd learned their lesson after a tiger had tried to sink his claws into Shanks only to end up unconscious on the beach, frothing at the mouth. They reach a clearing, quiet and private per Garp's request. Shanks takes a seat on a fallen tree trunk, arm resting on his knee, looking up at the cheerless man. He cracks a slight smirk despite this. I take it you're not here to tell me off like last time, he says, or for a drink. Garp raises a hand, the box tucked under the other arm, and shakes his head. No, thanks. I'd rather be sober for this. His frown deepens, and the arm around the box tenses. There's something dark, barely repressed, swirling in his eyes. And I've had enough to drink in the last few months than I have in years. The smirk falls from Shanks' lips. I see. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of this unexpected visit? Never pegged you as the type to chat with pirates, much less me. Believe me, any other day I'd have your butt. But this, he sighs, heavy with all the world's burden on his shoulders. Shanks stands as Garp opens the box and presents it. I believe this belongs to you. Shanks freezes. Impossibly wide eyes stare with horror, confusion and a foreign flavor of fear at the straw hat sitting inside the little wooden box. Roger's gift to him as a scrappy cabin boy, the very same he'd passed down to the little brat on an island in East Blue, who'd looked him in the eye and swore to surpass him, swore to the title of a king for all that he was tiny for his age, and an anchor and a crybaby and a joy and delight and wonder. That hat is sitting in a box. In the hands of a vice admiral. And not on the head of a little boy he'd grown far too fond of. Jaw-locking, Shanks' eyes slide up to meet Garp's. Above, clouds gather and darken the heavens. It's all he can do to quell the embers of rage burning hot and violent in his chest. What happened, he asks, calm but dark as the mass of storm clouds. He wonders if Ben is already cautioning the crew to keep away from the borderline of the jungle. Maybe further. Garp, of course, is barely ruffled. All that remains is bitter resignation, grief embedded into the lines of his wrinkled frown like a brand. Slavers, he says. The fallen trunk Shanks sat on explodes. Neither pays it any mind. Garp continues. Some nobleman in the Hightown district caught his kid running around with my boys. Rather than contact local authorities, the man went to the first crew of washed-up pirates he could find to bring him back. The kid ran away again a few days later, so the BSTRD decided to go the extra mile and hire slavers instead. To keep my boys away for good. Of course, they took all of M, including the noble son. They'd been hired by one of the more reputable nobles in the city so no one could do anything about it. This, Garp raises the box, was all Makino had left when she'd called, told me everything. She'd watched M drag the kids off, held back by Whoop Slap for her safety. Shanks' heart clenches a second time. Oh, Makino. The hand that reaches for the box is steady despite the trembling anger, the heartache welling up within him as he gently plucks the hat from the box, bringing it close and running his thumb over the old brim. It's still in perfect condition. I see, he murmurs. Barely 2 years and his captain's treasure has returned to him. And Luffy's grandfather is the one to bring it, along with the news of his. Shanks' hand clenches around the hat pressed against his chest. It's too soon. Far too soon for the boy he'd come to love, no matter how brief their time together had been. It's too soon. He won't stand for it. He looks at Garp, and understands, now, why he'd sought him out. Where? No idea, Garp replies, scrubbing a hand over his weary eyes. It's been months. The only lead I have is that these guys make routes from Paradise to East Blue and are conveniently under the radar of the world government. Not nearly enough to narrow it down, not without the names of the crew or captain, none of which Makino was able to tell me tried her DMN hardest, though, bless her heart. Plenty of slavers go to East Blue, being the weaker of the blues. Easy pickings for M. Shanks tries not to shudder, but it's a close thing. Good enough for me, he says instead. Garp stares at Shanks long and hard. Shanks stares back. An alliance, should word get out, might mean more than just their heads. But it's worth the risk. Like his arm had been worth the little life he'd saved that day. Shanks can do things that Garp, under the watchful eye of the world, can't do without dire repercussions, not even for his grandchild. It's sick, but there's little to be done to change that. At least on their end. Dragon is another matter. Speaking of, does he know? Shanks asks. Garp sighs again, a heavy thing. Not yet, he admits. Call me a coward, but I'm not ready to face that storm yet, or subject the rest of the world to it. And yet you come to me, first? It's almost enough to crack a smile out of them. Almost, but not quite. The revolutionaries are incredibly adept at what they do, but there's only so much their illustrious leader can do from the shadows. And the rage of a father is a terrifying thing, it can lead to recklessness, even among men like Dragon. Even among men like Shanks. He's not a father, certainly not Luffy's, but... Shanks' hand tightens around the hat, and the grin across his face is a jagged, feral thing. Where do we start? 00000. The commanders and I want to show you 3 around the Moby tomorrow morning, seeing as you're staying with us for the foreseeable future, you are. But only if you want to. If you'd prefer to stay here, you're more than welcome to. Marco's parting words echo in Ace's ears even now as he stares up at the ceiling of their cabin. It's not particularly interesting, but sleep has again decided to be the elusive beach, leaving Ace restless and frustrated. Not even the steady pulse of his fire is enough to lull him to sleep, or maybe it's what's keeping him awake, so used to being dormant, shackled and suffocated until permitted otherwise. Regardless, he's awake in the middle of the night, aboard a ship full of pirates whose intentions are far from what Ace had expected, and a captain who can crush them between his fingers without batting an eye. Yeah, that surely helps to put one to sleep. Thanks, unwanted. Images, urine butt. The 3 pirate commanders had left shortly after whatever the hell it was Thatch and Rakuyo were arguing about had ended, the former promising more food later. Such a promise, a concept of more than 1 or 2 meals a day, had Luffy throw his arms around Thatch again, reducing him to more melodramatic tears. Marco had paused briefly at the door to make them an offer, not a demand, before departing with his crewmates, satisfied with Ace's half-hearted, maybe. In the interim, the boys were left to their own devices. Luffy was bouncing off the walls, literally laughing and giggling and pulling stupid faces to make Sabo laugh, and the blonde was in a fit of hysterics in minutes. Ace had watched them with a grin on his face and warmth coursing through him, now in more ways than one. A shame he couldn't follow Luffy's lead. Untamed bursts of fire don't mix well with wood, so he hears. Thatch returned a short while later with food and a cheerful greeting. As they ate, he'd casually, though eagerly, brought up Marco's offer to join them on deck. He took their hesitance in stride but assured them that at least 2 commanders would accompany them the whole time should they change their minds. Getting reacquainted with the captain can come later. That's a meeting Ace fears he'll never be ready for. Thatch had left soon after they'd finished eating, wishing them a good night's rest and pleasant dreams. And yet neither come to Ace now as he lays here, staring at the ceiling, thoughts swirling in his brain like a raging sea. He gets sick of counting the cracks in the wooden panels and rolls to his side, seeking his brothers in the dark. Luffy is tucked up against Sabo's chest, fast asleep and softly snoring. They've pulled all 3 beds together, uncomfortable with sleeping separately. Luffy had exhausted himself with bouncing and stretching, though who is anyone to blame him, asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Sabo had joined him soon after, wrapping him up in the safety of his arms. The blonde has long since shut his eyes, breath soft against the top of Luffy's head. But Ace would be a fool to think his twin is truly asleep. So, Sabo, he whispers. Blue and gray eyes snap open, glowing in the dimness. Ace smirks. Can't sleep either? Sabo shrugs a shoulder. Sorta, he whispers back, running the hand not pinned under Luffy's frame through the boy's wayward hair. Am tired, but too much in my head. Ace nods. He lifts an arm and drapes it over Luffy to take Sabo's arm, pulling them closer. Luffy snorts in his sleep but soon settles against Ace's chest, nuzzling into the warmth. The older two spare a moment to smile at the sleeping boy. Same here, Ace mumbles, meeting Sabo's searching gaze. This is. I dunno. Crazy? Ace snorts. A little. He sighs softly into Luffy's hair. I don't know about this, Bo, he admits. I mean, all this is great, what they've done, and I'm grateful, really. But. The Dmed voices in his head, screaming, lies, betrayal, tricks, don't trust them, are louder than those that plead that he open his heart and try. But it's been years, and his heart is as black and yellow with scars that might linger until his dying day. One more hit, and there's no saving it. A warm, calloused hand covers his, the thumb smoothing over his knuckles. Ace lifts his eyes to Sabo's, and Sabo cracks a rueful smile. It is a lot to take in, isn't it? He asks. When Ace nods, he chuckles and squeezes Ace's hand. Guess they really want us to trust them. Going through all this effort, taking off the sea stone. Ace lifts a brow. And? Sabo bites his lip. Well, the fact that we're still alive counts for something, right? He offers. At Ace's dubious look, he rolls his eyes. Look, so far they've given us no reason to distrust them. They gave you back your fire, Ace. Doesn't that mean something? Of course it does. But that's just 3 guys, for counting Izo, Ace argues. What's to say that the rest of the crew are the same? A crew this big is bound to have more than a few bad eggs. Unless I was right, and this is some sick game they're playing. He doesn't sound as convinced as he, sort of, feels, even to his ears. Sabo shares the sentiment, sighing. All right, how about this, the blonde offers, shuffling closer and squishing Luffy between them. He's too far gone to notice, or even if he does, he certainly won't complain. We'll take them up on their offer. Tomorrow morning, we go up and check the ship out. If we see or find anything wrong, or if Luffy comes across one too many of those bad eggs, we'll come back here. We'll decide whether to stay or leave based on that. Sound fair? Nosing Luffy's hair, Ace mulls it all over. Admittedly, it's a much better plan than the mere skeleton plan that was Ace's former escape strategy. Better still, it'll give them a chance to map the place out, find the kitchens and other stock holds for them to gather supplies should they need them. As for mingling with the crew, hundreds of powerful men and women, pirates under Whitebeard. He looks at Sabo. What about you? He asks. Being with the crew, I mean. You sure you're comfortable with that? No, Sabo's reply is immediate, breathless, and his hand clings to Ace's like a lifeline as he shuts his eyes, lips pressed together. Ace gives his brother a moment, twisting his hand in Sabo's grip until their fingers are intertwined. Then Sabo sighs, heavy from his soul, and opens his eyes. I doubt I'll ever be if I'm honest, he whispers, his voice tight. But if we're gonna move on, then we need to take the first steps. Conquer our fears, get stronger. His eyes narrow, and Ace could almost weep at the confidence glowing in the mismatched blue and gray. Break the last few chains shackling us to that godforsaken place once and for all. Not for the first time, Ace is so proud of his brother, proud of his renewed resolve, the same that gave him the strength to rebel against his parents, make a home among the scraps of society and 2 lonely kids who shared his lifelong dream. Ace smiles and presses a kiss against Sabo's forehead, the blonde jolting in surprise. Yeah, Ace says, and if his voice sounds a little choked, neither brings it up. I mean, geez, I still don't know what the hell these crazy BSTRDS are trying to do. Ace. I know, Bo, I know. But, I'll try. Sabo's smile is a slow thing but a bright one. And that's all we ask, Ace. That's more than enough, he says. Ace smiles back. Shishishi. They both jump, startled, and then glare at the giggling, very wide-awake little boy squished between them, shamelessly eavesdropping on their conversation like the heathen he is. You sneaky little bugger. Ace grabs him around the waist and squeezes, earning a high-pitched squeak and a stream of giggles from the rubber boy as he flails in Ace's grip, kicking the blankets off. What did we tell you about listening in on Big Brother conversations? Ace admonishes with no heat and a grin pressed against Luffy's neck. To do it, apparently, Sabo chuckles, sitting up and watching them go at it, laughing instead of helping when Luffy twists and bites Ace's shoulder. Ace yelps, smothering curses, and Sabo tries to hush them through his giggles. The wrestling and laughter simmer eventually, leaving them boneless and giddy. Luffy lies sprawled on top of Ace, head on Ace's chest to listen to his heartbeat. Ace runs a hand through the ebony mess of hair. So, what do you think, Lou? He asks after a short lull. Luffy's eyes flutter open, and he meets Ace's gaze. You okay with going up tomorrow? Pausing briefly to spare a glance at Sabo, Luffy sits up to straddle Ace's middle, folding his arms over his chest with a thoughtful pout. Ace props himself up on his elbows and waits. Sure enough, I agree with Sabo. He signs for S and drags his palm down the left side of his face for Sabo's scar. If we want to be free, we have to get strong and face our fears. And besides, he adds, smiling brightly, I like the commanders, especially Thatch. The big captain is kind. I can tell. Ace pps a brow. What about the rest of the crew? What if they're not like Marco or Thatch or, he grimaces, Whitebeard? Luffy doesn't hesitate. Then we get off at the next island as we said before. I'd rather it just be the three of us than stick around with a bunch of JRKS. Ace can't help but snicker. Luffy's never had the tolerance for bullies, less so after 5 years of enduring some of the worst. Heaving a sigh, Ace lets himself flop back onto the mattress, which Luffy takes as an invitation to sprawl over him again, cuddling against his chest and sighing happily. Ace rolls his eyes and throws his arm around Luffy. All right then, he mutters. Looks like we're going up tomorrow. Facing our fears and whatnot. You don't sound too excited, Sabo teases, tugging the blankets over them and settling against Ace. Ace smirks. Neither do you. Sabo shrugs, muffling a yawn against Ace's shoulder. Least I'm honest about it, he says. Still, best to get it over with. And I'll try not to. You know. He doesn't need to elaborate. And they both know one day interacting with a crew of pirates of all things won't change it, not right away, or at all if things decide to go awry. So Ace doesn't say anything. Instead, he pulls Sabo closer. Get some sleep, Bo, he whispers, Luffy already snoring atop him. We'll deal with tomorrow when tomorrow comes. His cheek against Ace's shoulder, one hand reaching up to clench his shirt, Sabo closes his eyes. Soon enough, the younger two are finally out like lights for real. In turn, Ace's eyelids grow heavy, sleep finally deciding to stop being an evasive wretch. He closes his eyes, one final thought rolling about in his brain before dreams, good or bad, claim him. 24 hours. Let's see who you Whitebeards are. 00000. The first thing Luffy does when their feet touch the top deck is rush to the nearest railing, dragging Sabo and Ace with him despite their flailing, and lean over the side to gaze upon the open waters of the Grand Line. 5 years since he's seen the ocean, and it's still as beautiful, as vast and endless and so vibrantly blue as he remembers, the gentle waves lapping against the ship and glistening in the morning sun's golden rays, carrying this mighty vessel along with grace and ease unmatched. Luffy's laughter is a breathless thing, his fingers gripping the banister hard enough to blister. Sabo and Ace are silent beside him, but Luffy feels their awe keenly as his own. They've dreamed of setting sail to the Grand Line, 3 pirate captains free as the wind and adventure awaiting them on the horizon. Things had taken an awful, unexpected turn, their dreams put on hold in their fight for survival. But despite it all, they're here. They're alive, and they're here. They've made it. But Luffy knows how much they've yet to go before they're ready to face such seas alone. Before they're truly free. But this is one hell of a start. Been a while since you've seen the briny blue, huh kiddos? Luffy jumps slightly at Thatch's voice. Oh yeah, they were supposed to be following him, Marco and Izo to the galley, yet Luffy had scampered off to the rails like an idiot. Whoops. The boys all turn on their heels to face the fourth commander. He has his hands on his hips and a soft smile as he stares out into the blue, his eyes distant and fond as though greeting an old friend. He breathes deep through his nose and releases a sigh, long and content. For all his dramatics and eccentricities, Thatch always seems laid back to Luffy. But this is peace, satisfaction with the world and everything in it. It's been so long since Luffy's felt the same, back when life seemed simple, innocent, even with bandits and pirates and corrupt nobles whom they robbed daily. I've been sailing these seas for a while. Now, Thatch says after a short lull, only the gulls, the waves and the daily doings of the crew for company. His voice is soft, almost reverent. And it never gets old. Waking up to nothing but the sea and the sky all around you. That's freedom. Well, our freedom anyway. Luffy stares up at the pirate with wonder and respect, brown eyes blown wide. He looks across at Marco and Izo coming up behind him, and their soft smiles speak the same truth. They love freedom and treasure it the same way Luffy and his brothers do. The same way Shanks did. The stabbing reminder of the red-haired pirate, the promise they'd made and the treasure he'd left behind almost brings tears to Luffy's eyes. He fights them off. This is no place to cry. What about you three? Thatch asks suddenly, jolting Luffy from his thoughts. Thatch grins and pps his head, leading onward down the deck to the galley. The crew has already come alive, teeming with pirates of every size and shape. Some eyes are drawn to the 3 brothers with curiosity, similar to yesterday. Luffy shuffles closer to Ace on instinct, but at Marco's pointed look and Izo's hand drifting towards his pistol, none come any closer. You ever think about setting sail at all? Thatch continues once they've passed the worst of the prying gazes. Sabo bites his bottom lip, worrying it between his teeth. A stray curl of blonde comes loose as the wind sweeps over them, and he tucks the stubborn thing behind his ear with a finger. Well, he trails off, hesitant. Luffy squeezes his hand and offers his best encouraging grin. It does the trick, for Sabo swallows once and keeps going. We wanted to set sail when we turned 17 and become pirates, and Mr. Thatch. Luffy could dance with glee, he's so proud. Mr. is a far cry better than Sir. But then Thatch snorts loudly and barks a laugh. Sabo jolts and ducks his head. Ace bristles at Luffy's other side. He looks about ready to do something that just might be stupid before Thatch turns to Marco. He called me Mr., he snickers to the blonde, who looks less than entertained and more exasperated in a way Luffy knows well. He's been on the receiving end of multiple dumbass brother glares to know it when he sees it. "'Dju guys hear that?" Thatch goes on, puffing his chest out. "I'm Mr. Thatch now. Shut that mouth of yours, brother dear, before I shove the barrel of my gun up your backside." Izo chimes with a sweet smile, one hand curling around the handle of a pistol tucked in his sash. Thatch obediently shuts his mouth, sweating. Luffy stifles another giggle, and Ace settles down. Sabo does his best to hide the blush staining his cheeks. Marco rolls his eyes at the exchange but cranes his neck to offer Sabo a reassuring smile. Never mind him. He likes to remind everyone how much of an idiot he can be, Thatch splutters. "Excuse you." But anyway, Marco continues over Thatch's indignant squalling, falling back a few paces to walk beside the trio. "You said you three wanted to be pirates? That's interesting, brave, too. What made you decide to pursue such a career?" he asks, not a trace of skepticism or jest. It's surprising, anyone looking at Luffy and his brothers the way they are now, a hair's breadth away from skin and bones, would deem it impossible, reckless to pursue such a dream. Not Marco, though. None of them does. Luffy loves them a little more for that. So Luffy beams, slipping his hands from his brother's grip. "For freedom and adventure," he signs. Sabo cracks a hesitant smile, too, and nods. All eyes fall on Ace next, anticipant but patient. Less bristly than he was, Ace's frown remains as he shoves his hands into his pockets, casting his gaze over the sea beyond the railings. "Same here," he replies eventually. Then his eyes narrow, and there's a spark, one Luffy remembers from a lifetime ago. "And there's someone I need to surpass," he adds, distantly, as though he's talking to himself and not the trio of curious commanders. Ahead, Thatch and Izo share a bemused glance. Marco's eyes narrow on Ace with definite interest. Luffy knows full well who Ace is referring to, though after yesterday, he has a bad feeling that the list of people whose but his older brother feels he has to kick to prove himself has grown by one more. Ace is strong, Luffy knows, impossibly strong in immeasurable ways, and Luffy couldn't be prouder. But even the strongest have their limit, and he prays to a god he stopped believing in long ago that his brother knows what he's doing, or at least reconsider. Surely, he's sensible enough to think this over, right? Luffy trades a quick look with Sabo, this hopeful question in his eyes. Sabo grimaces, shaking his head. No. Of course he isn't. Damn it. Then Marco flashes a grin, half-lidded eyes bright and knowing in a way that makes Luffy's gut churn with dread. "I see," he says, ignoring the burning pair of metallic eyes now trained on his back. "Well, before you go on surpassing anyone, I suggest we get some food into you first, Galley's right this way, should be getting empty now that the breakfast rush is nearly over, so you won't have to worry about crowds." He doesn't seem bothered that Ace has hinted at the possibility of another attack on their captain. If anything, the idea seems to intrigue him. Luffy, for the life of him, can't fathom why. Ace must think the same thing as he narrows his eyes at Marco's back, snorting once and then giving Luffy's hand a gentle tug, and off they go towards the galley. Good thing, too, Luffy could go for something bigger than a plate of eggs. As they descend the steps leading to the galley, Luffy dismisses the curious murmuring between Thatch and Izo and watches in mild fascination as Sabo and Ace have an entire argument with their eyes and expressions alone. He can't translate all of it, but catches Sabo throwing Ace that seriously look and Ace retorting with his infamous "you just try to stop me" beach frown. Sabo admits defeat after gifting Ace with the "you're a huge dumbass" sigh. Ace huffs and looks away from Sabo. Sabo huffs and looks away from Ace. They've fallen out again. They'll make up by the end of the day, if not earlier. It happens every time. Luffy's not worried. He feels eyes on him and he looks up to find Thatch and Izo giving him and his brothers an odd look. They must have caught some of the exchange, leaving them hilariously clueless. Luffy sympathizes, offering a shrug and an apologetic smile. Big brothers are fickle things at the best and worst of times, and he loves them for it. No matter, though. They have more important things to worry about than petty arguments and apparent threats to the strongest man in the world. They have food to look forward to now, among other things. Whatever happens in the next few hours will decide their future, whether they stay, build their trust and confide in the Whitebeards, or leave and take their chances in an unfamiliar world. Ace's reluctance and Sabo's trepidation aside, Luffy has high hopes. With a captain like Whitebeard, powerful yet so kind at his core, the commanders as understanding, dare he say loving, toward each other, accepting and cheerful and fun at the heart of their bond, there's no doubt that they'll be safe here for as long as they need to be. Luffy wouldn't be surprised if, by the end of all this, however long that may be, one of his brothers eventually decides to join the crew. It's a stretch considering the nature of his brothers, but one Luffy is willing to bet on with confidence. Luffy won't join, however. No matter how great the crew and their captain, Luffy will sail under no flag but his own. He'd made a promise, after all. A future pirate king serves no one but himself, the sea as his throne and the wind as his guide to adventure and freedom. Chapter 10. Breakfast comes and goes with no incident. The boys, wary among the pirates littered about the galley, adjust very quickly under the multiple curious gazes watching them from all corners of the room, ignoring everyone in the room aside from the three commanders and each other as if the other pirates didn't exist at all. Thatch is proud of them for it. When they finish, Luffy timidly asks for seconds. A surprise, considering the boy is a twig and shouldn't be able to handle so much at once, but a pleasant one. He has an appetite, able to retain food, and he's mustered the bravery to ask for more food, something that would have earned a severe punishment elsewhere. Again, pride swells in the depths of Thatch's ever-bleeding heart. Still, he denies the request, much to Luffy's chagrin, and his brothers, who'd looked hopeful once Luffy had mustered the courage to do what they didn't. Thatch can only push his luck so far until Whiskey catches wind of his deeds, and then he's seeking chow. On a bad day, not even Whitebeard dares to cross her. Still, the threat of such wrath doesn't stop the chef from sneaking freshly baked brownies from his nook in the kitchen for them. He's been practicing a new recipe, and 3 hungry little boys are just the taste testers he needs. His only regret is that he didn't have a camera on hand to capture their reactions after the first bite. Pop surely would have laughed his butt off. Now, Thatch watches from a good distance as the boys pick a spot on the deck by the starboard railing to watch the rest of the crew scamper about the ship, business as usual. Pops had all the commanders inform their respective divisions of the situation regarding their 3 new guests, so they're no longer the object of confusion and peculiarity as they were yesterday, though the odd eye strays in their direction from time to time. Instead, their focus has switched elsewhere. The Whitebeard family has come together to begin preparations for the festive season, decking the Moby D with the appropriate, flashy holiday decor she deserves. The more nimble of the crew are up in the rigging and crow's nest or over the sides suspended by ropes to pin up the holly, bells and decorative lights, others hauling up their cargo from that island from the storage to the kitchen for Thatch and his cooks to attack at a later date. He grins to himself, earning a few odd looks to which he pays little mind. He hadn't lied when he'd told his captain he'd be going all out this year. And more so, with 3 young souls aboard who've only known suffering and fear for who knows how long. And they'll be stopping at a winter island, of all places, in a few short days, snowball fights and igloo building guaranteed. That'll be a treat for them. Thatch can hardly wait. Being one of the biggest celebrations of the year, all commanders are hauling but to assist their fellow brothers and sisters in getting ready. Even Marco, the ever-hovering mother bird he's always been and is now even more so around the little ones, and Izo had dashed after breakfast to help with prep work, leaving Thatch on babysitting duty. Though he's itching to get out there and put up some tinsel, better yet, some appropriately placed mistletoe, Thatch doesn't mind this particular task. Nothing new for the eldest of 9 siblings. If anything, it's nostalgic, minus the constant stream of tears and screams and dirty diapers, of course. So many diapers. But speaking of kids, Thatch tears his eyes from the beginnings of the Christmas tree. Blenheim and Jiru are helping to convert the mast into, turning back to where the boys have stationed themselves. Luffy is sandwiched between Sabo and Ace, the older pair standing protective and vigilant. It's wretchedly sweet. Sabo's wide eyes flicker from one point to another, never lingering on one thing or person for more than a second before the next thing draws his gaze like a moth to a flame. They're full of need, the sort you'd find in the eyes of a young child drinking in their surroundings and wanting to understand everything and anything about this vast and wonderful world they've been born into until the next big thing sets them off anew. It's a humbling thing and incredibly endearing. This child, however, remains at his brother's side and keeps silent. Something in Thatch's heart clenches. He wants to tell the kid to go for it, pester anyone he likes and ask. But wanting something is one thing and doing it is another. It might be a while yet before he's ready. Thatch hopes it's not too long. Luffy swings his legs where he's perched atop the railing, Ace's arm bracing him from behind, watching a devil fruit eater sitting on the only barrier separating him from a watery grave is not quite doing Thatch's heart any favors. His eyes are radiant as he sweeps his gaze about the ship, gasping softly in quiet awe when Rikuyo manages to get the Christmas lights wrapped around the mast. They glow like fireflies in the chocolate brown of Luffy's eyes. Even Sabo pauses to gaze upon the beauty of the Whitebeard's makeshift tree, grinning softly. Ace, again, remains silent and stiff where he leans against the rail. His frown is no longer the suspicious thing it had been in the galley, nor is it the hateful, distrustful sneer of yesterday, but it's still there. The freckled youth watches the crew intently, flashing warning glares at any who even looks or steps in their direction, a clear warning if ever there was one. Belatedly, Thatch realizes whatever threats Ace may or may not dish out or carry in his thoughts. He can probably execute them dutifully, accurately, now that the sea stone is gone. And no one yet knows whether the boy can control his power, his fire. Not that Thatch will ever regret removing those horrific shackles, but still. Luffy moves, then, tapping his brother's shoulders to draw their attention. Snapping from their respective reveries, they look at him as he starts to sign, smiling wide. It's rude to pry, and Thatch doesn't mean to, but he catches a few specific words: pirates, good, and explore. The latter meets Ace's disapproving frown and Sabo's reluctance as his eyes dart away, fingers messing with each other. Luffy, unsatisfied and utterly petulant, whirls on them with the biggest DMN puppy eyes Thatch has ever seen on a human face, lower lip protruding and quivering like he's on the brink of tears. It's already felt any unfortunate enough to look in the boy's direction, and it cracks at Ace's resolve now. Sabo has already given in, hands thrown up in defeat. Ace puts up a good fight until he, too, surrenders. He rolls his eyes to the heavens with a heaving sigh as he lets his head fall back. Fine, he hisses through gritted teeth. Thatch is in awe. Not even Haruta can get them to cave in as quickly to his whims. What special powers does this little imp possess, and just how much danger are his food stocks in? Luffy beams for all he's worth, hopping off the railing and lacing his fingers through Ace and Sabo's. Then all three are walking towards Thatch, a resigned scowl on one freckled face, a nervous frown marring the scarred blonde, while Luffy's smile can blind a man. Thatch straightens, meeting them halfway with a grin. "What's up, kiddos? Ready to go back to the cabin already?" he asks. He'd expected it, and he's not as disappointed as he thought he'd be. God knows how taxing it must feel to be surrounded by so many people for too long. Some time to recharge might be for the best. However, the older boys share a glance over Luffy's head. Sabo ducks his head down while silver eyes narrow on Thatch as Ace regards the pirate carefully. "No," he says. It's a simple word, and yet it has Sabo bite his lip hard enough to break the skin, Luffy's fingers tightening around his brother's, his smile now a plastered, forced thing. It's the first time any of them have told them no. And Ace is waiting for Thatch to snap, get indignant, even violent. All it does is break his heart, sets it aflame with the burning desire to sail to that island and tear that wretched excuse of a king apart himself. Whitey Bay might have already beaten him to the punch. So he settles a hand on his hip instead, smiling wider. "Alrighty then," he says, carefully not reacting when Ace blinks or when Sabo's shoulders go lax with a soft, relieved sigh passing through abused lips, or when Luffy's fingers unclench from his brother's hands. "What you pups feel like doing, instead?" They all blink at him. "Pups?" Ace parrots and then clamps his mouth shut, red blooming across freckled cheeks. Luffy giggles into Sabo's arm and the blonde follows Ace's example and turns a bright shade of puce. Oh, how Thatch wishes for a camera. Would have made Izo's day. Ace shakes his head and meets Thatch's eyes again, resolute. Luffy says. He's ready to explore the ship some more, he says like Thatch is honestly supposed to believe that Luffy is the only one who wants to go. And we thought. We're wondering if you could take him us. All of us. Together. Only if you want to, S.I. Mr. Thatch, Sabo is quick to add and amend, dipping his head again. We don't wish to burden you or take you away from your duties if it's inconvenient. Asking for things and telling me no in one day. Thatch thinks, fighting the stupidly proud grin threatening the corners of his mouth as he watches the boys shuffle under his gaze, expectant, hopeful and anxious alike. These kids. They're a hell of a lot stronger than we give them credit for. Of course, it's no trouble at all. Thatch chimes, perhaps a tad too loud when Sabo flinches and Ace cringes. He has the grace to wince, apologetic, and then sweeps an arm across the crowded deck in an appropriately dramatic fashion. Just say the word, and I'll take you wherever you kids want to go. Any questions you want to ask, I'll do my best to answer. And don't worry about my duties, my job is to take care of you three till you're ready to go back below decks and rest. And hey. He leans in and cups a hand beside his mouth, whispering, maybe after lunch, I'll sneak you some more of those brownies. How's that sound? Sabo allows the faintest smile, eyes sparkling with new enthusiasm. Ace tries not to look excited, but the light in his eyes is there, perhaps not just for the promise of secret treats. Luffy giggles again and slips from his brother's hands to throw his arms around Thatch's waist, stunning him. It's the third time, and he's still not over it. Thatch brings his arms around Luffy's tinier frame. And with great care, he rests one hand atop the boy's head, ruffling the soft mess of ebony, relief warm and fierce in his chest when Luffy doesn't flinch at his touch. If anything, it makes him all the happier as he tightens his grip around Thatch's middle. Looking down at the little one burrowed against him, trust and gratitude in the endless brown eyes peeking up at him from the folds of his shirt, Thatch never wants to let him or any of them go, wants to give them the world. Oh, for crying out loud, who the hell made Thatch cry this time? Someone calls, exasperated. I'm not crying. Thatch shouts back, doing exactly that. Laughter rises from the masses. Ace and Sabo stare at the crying commander before trading a look. Sabo shrugs, smiling crookedly. Ace rolls his eyes and looks away, arms a stubborn cross over his chest. Luffy keeps on giggling. 00000. The brats are back in the galley by the time lunch rolls around, having earned a rest after touring half the ship. It's the first time Namor has seen them in the flesh and honestly, he'd expected far worse. They're thinner than any humans have any right to be and short for their ages. The tallest of the trio, Ace, a dusting of pale freckles, raven hair framing and silver eyes that he swears he's seen, barely comes up to Marco's chin when he should be at least 3 inches taller. Their eyes barely hide the haunted gleam that so many who've shared their fate have, one that never truly leaves even years after, if any are lucky to live that long. It's bad, no denying that. He'd be a fool to think that a day has changed any of what they discussed only yesterday with Pops, what whiskey had shared. But it could be much worse. Namor is glad it isn't. Perhaps Izo and Thatch are partly to thank. He'd had them freshened up and clothed like people, giving them a room, privacy and a space to call theirs. Thatch feeds them constantly, ignoring whiskey's strict guidelines to keep them happy and satisfied. Namor could, and really should, tell her, but he won't, funny as the outcome might be. In a way, this is helping. Spoiling them, showing them they're more than welcome to a little more than a fair share. Treating them like kids, showing they care. Namor feels a smile tug at his lips, eyes flicking over to the 3 commanders who've been hovering over the young trio since this morning, then peers about the galley to find more gazes, curious and fond alike, watching the boys. He wonders, not for the first time, just how he could have possibly come across such a family of pirates. And how lucky these kids are that they boarded this ship at the port that day. He feels eyes on him and turns. He blinks. The blonde kid with mismatched eyes and horrible burns marring his face is staring at Namor from the corner of his eye, gleaming with curiosity. Such a look would ordinarily make the fishman wary, even angry beyond a sense of self. It only ever means one thing among his kind, a prejudiced thought, but it sticks like glue. But this boy. There's curiosity, yes, but the ugly greed is absent. Instead, there's a sort of awe Namor hasn't seen since he first left Fishman Island to join Pop's crew. And this is the same kid, Namor recalls, who'll sooner keep his head down than risk eye contact with anyone. Is this a good thing? The boy's eyes flick upwards just once but long enough to meet Namor's gaze. Sabo gasps and quickly looks the other way, shoulders stiff, pink tinting the tips of his ears. His brothers notice and watch him oddly, one with his face stuffed with food and the other ping a brow. The freckled lad leans in and whispers something, to which the blonde rapidly shakes his head, hissing something back that sounds like a denial. Ace rolls his eyes to the heavens, and Namor is reminded suddenly of Marco every time Thatch opens his mouth. A big brother through and through, it seems. Eventually, Sabo turns around again, teeth digging into the flesh off his bottom lip with great hesitancy. He gulps hard, fingers tightly clenching the fabric of his pants. Ah, Namor thinks, fighting a grin. He quickly runs through what he's heard over the years, what warnings Marco, Pops and Whiskey have issued out, and how each might take the blunt, upfront approach their ilk are prone to. Not all pirates are well regarded for subtlety like Izo, after all. They're not made of glass, but the last thing Namor wants is to startle the kid into silence when it's clear the curiosity is killing him. Normally, the questions he gets from humans tire him, even annoy him. But for this kid, he thinks he can give him that much. He's been deprived of so much in his short life, so why deny him this? So he leans forward a little, an elbow perched on his knee. His smile is tight and close-lipped to hide his teeth, but he hopes it's warm. "What's up, kid?" he asks casually, and it seems to do the trick. The nervous guppy unclenches his fingers and lets go of his abused lip, shoulders loosening. "Never seen a fishman before?" Sabo hesitates a moment longer. And no, he stammers, "I haven't, mister." Namor can't help it, he snorts. Sabo flinches, so Namor reels it in. Kid, you don't have to call me Mr. or anybody else on this ship. We're not that formal. He extends a hand, grinning at the absolute marvel in the wide young eyes of the human teen as he stares at the webbed limb. The name's Namor, bud. Good to finally meet you. Sabo blinks rapidly, eyes flicking from his hand to Namor's face. Slowly, the boy raises his hand and carefully clasps Namor's, a shy grin worming its way across his face. And nice to meet you too, Namor, he says, shoulders hunching. It's a wholly innocent thing that has even this pirate's heart clench. I'm Sabo. Ace and Luffy stare at their brother as though he's a being they've never seen before. Namor can't blame them, this is a huge step, and the fisherman can't help but feel humbled for having a part to play. His grin widens, flashing a few teeth. There's no fear in Sabo's eyes at the gesture, only admiration and yet more of that endearing childlike wonder. It's almost cute. God, he sounds like Thatch. So, he says as he lets go of Sabo's hand first, letting the boy draw his hand back to his lap. I take it you have a few questions for me. When Sabo nods, curls bouncing, pressing his lips hard to fight an eager grin, Namor huffs another laugh and waves him over, gesturing to the empty bench beside him. Come on, join me. I'll tell you what I can if you like. Sabo's smile dips, eyeing the empty seat and the pirate. Namor opts to wait, trying and failing not to feel like he's taming an animal. Sabo looks back at his brothers, a query in his eyes. Ace regards Namor, looking him up and down. Luffy swallows the massive lump of food in his swelling cheeks and stares at Namor, long and hard, expressionless. Unnerving though it is, Namor stays put. He was warned of this thing by Marco, though the meaning behind it slips his mind. Eventually, Luffy's face breaks out into a smile as he lets out a giggle one he's heard floating about the ship all DMN day and melting hearts in its wake and nods at Sabo encouragingly. Seems like Luffy approves of him. Whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. Sabo takes this as an invitation to move, picking up his tray and crossing the short distance to sit beside Namor, a noticeable gap between them. Hands on his lap, he looks up at the pirate through curling bangs, still unsure but quietly delighted, his crooked smile a timid but very real thing. Namor hardly knows this guppy, yet pride swells in his chest something fierce. He certainly deserves a pat on the back for his bravery, but Namor keeps his hands on the table for the blonde's sake and his brothers watching them intently with varying degrees of warning and curiosity. All right, Namor says at last, Sabo, right? What do you want to ask me? I'm an open book. Sabo uncurls his spine completely, his smile broadening, a twinkle in the incompatible blue and gray. And then, what's it like on Fishman Island? Is it as amazing as they say? Namor grins hard, already warming up to this timid but unbelievably gutsy slip of a kid. He'll be sad to see them all go if it's what they truly want at the end of the 6 days they have left before Tundra. But for now. Hell yeah it is, kid, he replies and basks in the glow of Sabo's excited grin. Somewhere behind Sabo, Namor hears a satisfied, thoroughly pleased snicker that sounds like Luffy. 00000. Just heard from Whitey Bay down in navigation. Said they'll be around within a day or two, weather permitting. Marco lifts a brow at Curiel as he approaches. So soon? We left Garnet Island 2 days ago, and Bay was at least another day out when we contacted her, How the hell did she manage to? Impact dials, Curiel supplies, crossing his arms over his broad chest, a smirk on his lips. One of her boys let it slip how said she was when Pops and Whiskey told her about the brats. DMN near wrecked her cabin after Hanjin up, then got her guys to haul but to Garnet before sundown. The 10th Division commander's smile is a wicked thing as he chuckles. I don't think King Surge will be a problem for the brats anymore. Grim though it is, the king's fate no doubt grimmer, Marco smiles back. The phoenix within him croons, satisfied. However, what about the islanders, he asks. It's one thing to take down the monarchy, but the people. Unharmed, for the most part, Curiel says with a shrug that's hardly caring. The queen and the princess live too, from what I heard. Apart from a few steals and 1 or 2 fires. Only 1 or 2? Okay, maybe 7 fires. Let's just say the island is intact, and rebuilding is possible. Honestly, I'd say they got off easy. Too true, an ugly part of Marco thinks. The 3 boys may be under Whitebeard's protection now, but they're not his children. This is enough for now. More than enough, should they ever decide to tell the boys that a link in their chains has shattered. An excited bark followed by laughter brings Marco back to the present and lifts his lips in a smile. Curiel responds likewise, grinning. Sounds like someone's having fun, he notes. Marco agrees. The occasional bark, loud and lively despite the age of its owner, breaks through the din of chatter as Stefan bounds about the deck, tailed by an ecstatic Luffy and Sabo in a game of what Marco can only assume is tag. The old dog had taken one look at the new trio and all but pounced on Luffy, smothering him with slobbery kisses. The sentiment quickly spread to his flabbergasted older brothers, both of them sent careening to the deck under the weight of the old hound with no hope of escape. It was the first time Marco heard Ace laugh. It was a sweet thing, though short-lived. Now, the senior warhound plays with his new human pups, barking and chasing them with all the vigor of a dog half his age. Luffy's laughter rings like wind chimes in a spring breeze, innocence and joy unbridled. Sabo's delighted snickers are a breath of fresh air as he takes Stefan's face between his hands and gives his fuzzy brow a grinning kiss. The sight they make, even the broody form of Ace leaning against the railing as he watches his brothers play, is heartwarming and nothing short of miraculous. And earlier, when Sabo had courageously left the safety of his brothers to join Namor, to ask questions. When he'd told Pops, he was delighted. DMN near called for a banquet were it not for Marco firmly telling him no. Looking at them now, a far cry from the wary creatures they'd been courting only a day prior, you couldn't tell they've been through hell and back. Still, Marco knows better. The picture they're painting isn't quite as it seems. Every once in a while, Luffy will pause, look around at the crew, give them a wide berth, gauge their lingering eyes for a moment, and then carry on like nothing is amiss. Sabo cautions Luffy not to stray too far from the spot they've declared nearest to the door leading below deck and keeps looking over his shoulder as though expecting a glaring shadow of a man to be there, hanging over him and his brother with a hand raised to strike them down to their knees. And Ace, as always, is standing guard, keeping his brothers in his sights, mindful of everyone and everything. Even so, there's no fear in the air. There's no ire or an ounce of hatred, not amid Luffy's laughter, Sabo's cheer, or even the barest, indulgent smile on Ace's lips when Luffy glances his way. They stand amid the crew, the wind tussling their hair, the song of the waves rocking the ship a soothing ambience as the sun begins to set, declaring the end of another day. They're getting better, Marco thinks, pride welling up within him. And maybe, if this streak continues, they might even stay. It's early days, but Marco can hope. It's what got him this far, after all. I know that look, Marco, Curiel says, jarring Marco from his musings as he cranes his neck to look up at the man. Curiel smirks. You want the brats to stay? Marco shrugs, shaking his head. What makes you say that? I didn't say anything, he says. Curiel laughs from the belly, attracting attention from passing siblings and two of the boys, one of them too busy giggling under Stefan to care. Shut the hell up, he smacks a hand heartily on Marco's back. You're more like Pops than you realize, bud. Can't say I blame you, though. They're a real treat, those boys. His grin softens, a rare thing on him as he looks back as Sabo attempts to get Stefan off Luffy so he can breathe. Bet they'll grow into something amazing. Once there. You know. Marco does know. And it'll be something to look forward to. These boys are strong and so very brave. They'll make something of themselves, something incredible. He can feel it. And then something shifts. It's slow at first, a slight pinch in the back of Marco's brain, but enough to give him pause. Curiel goes still. They trade a glance, the eyes behind Curiel's shades clouded with uncertainty and caution. He feels it, too. There's a buzz in the air, not unlike what Marco had felt when Pops had discovered the brats yesterday morning. Across the deck, Marco catches the other few commanders pause in their tracks, brows furrowed, staring into space, all asking the same question, what, why, and where? Luffy? Luffy, you okay? Sabo's quiet query lures the two commanders back to the boys. He and Ace have managed to get Stefan off of Luffy, but the boy is frozen where he sits on the deck, locked in place by an unseen force. His eyes are wide, indecipherable, staring at a fixed spot across the deck, lips slightly parted. Stefan whines, nosing Luffy's cheek, sniffing and liking his hair. Luffy doesn't budge, doesn't blink, barely breathes. There's a pressure building in the air. More are taking notice now, conversations trailing off. The Phoenix shifts restlessly and wonders what is going on. Luffy, look at me, Ace says, kneeling beside Luffy and grasping his slim shoulders. He ducks his head to seek Luffy's gaze. Lu, say something, what's wrong? Luffy ignores him, slipping from Ace's grip and rising slowly to his feet, one hand on the rail behind him to steady himself. His eyes never leave the spot across the deck. The pressure increases by a hair, and Marco understands with startling clarity. It's coming from Luffy. Such a strong aura from one so young and small, and yet Marco can't read it. No one emotion lingering long enough to name, and Marco can't tell if he needs to be on his guard, if he should run or if he should be protecting the brats. From what, he has no idea, but there's something wrong but there isn't. A laugh drifts from one corner of the deck, one of the conversations proceeding without hindrance, deaf to the mounting pressure in the air. Zay ha ha ha. They did that, did they? Crazy BSTRDS. But that's what happens when you mess with the Whitebeard pirates, right? Another chorus of laughter and hearty agreements follow. It's Marshal D. Teach of 2nd Division, surrounded by a group gossiping over something. He and Marco get along well enough, and Teach is a pleasant guy to be around, a good brother and loyal son with an odd love of cherry pies and an eye for blades and devil fruits. It's only when Teach turns his head that Marco realizes Luffy's eyes are fixed on him. Teach and Luffy's gazes meet across the deck. Teach's group carries on with their gabfest without him. Ace and Sabo try and rouse Luffy from his trance. Stefan whines. Luffy stares. Then Teach smiles. Luffy goes white, Adam's wood railing crunching under his hand. ZZZZZZAP. And the pressure is set loose like a copper spring, shooting across the deck. A chorus of startled yelps and cusses rise from the masses as shivers run down spines and hairs stand on end. Stefan whines, sneezing hard and pawing at his nose. Marco reels, a tightness in his chest, eyes blown wide because he knows what that was, what Luffy just did. The crowd dissolves into bewildered laughter and teasing. Dude, look at your hair. Looks like a freakin' mohawk, what the hell was that? And Marco only has time to share a glance with a startled Curiel before Sabo and Ace's distressed calls pull him back to the boys. Luffy is tripping over himself, sandals sliding against the slick wood of the deck in his mad haste to get away, pushing his way past bewildered pirates to get to the door leading below decks. He throws it open with a crack against the wall and disappears. Marco's heart sinks with cold dread. Luffy, wait, come back, Lou. Sabo pounds after the boy, ignoring the eyes on him as he too vanishes through the door. Ace pauses just long enough to shoot Marco a look, confused, somewhat dazed but no less angry, incredulous, betrayed, before chasing after his younger brothers. Marco blinks and brings up a hand to rub at his throbbing temples as the pressure slowly dwindles into nothingness. What the hell just happened? What the hell just happened? Curiel mutters, echoing Marco's thoughts exactly, staring after the boys with wide eyes. He blinks hard and shakes himself before meeting Marco's half-lidded gaze. Did Luffy just? Marco sighs, dropping his hand back to his side. I think so, he admits. Luffy has very strong haki. Curiel huffs. That's putting it mildly. And that was just a zapda. Marco agrees, nodding as he watches his fellow commanders trade glances, some wide-eyed, the majority confused as hell even as the light-hearted chatter among the rest of the crew continues. A zap indeed, strong enough to set a few of their strongest on edge, send shivers down spines and have one's hair stand on end, like an electric pulse, but not nearly enough to put anyone out. Not like Pops can. But it's not anger Marco felt emanating off the little boy, nor was it when Marco caught his expression mere seconds before he'd turned tail and bolted when he'd looked at Teach and crushed the railing with one, paling hand. That was fear. Looking at the heavy-set man now, bewildered as the commanders as he scratches the back of his head, shrugging to himself, the first mate can't fathom why. What the hell just happened? 00000. Tracking Luffy down doesn't take long. Either he'd forgotten the way back to their cabin or his legs couldn't carry him anymore, for they turn the first corner and find him sitting in the hall, his back pressed against the wall as though attempting to disappear into the wood. His arms are wrapped tightly around his legs as he hugs his knees to his chest, wide eyes staring, unseeing, at the opposite wall, his breath shallow as he trembles. He looks like death, pale and so scared it tears Ace's heart in two. He'd been so happy before, grinning at passing strangers, laughing and playing with the oversized Mutt and Sabo, carefree as the untamed whirlwind he used to be. Then, this happens, and it's like he was thrown back in time to the frightened, browbeaten, helpless little boy they'd made him into, sea stone and all. Because of someone on the deck. Someone Luffy had seen on Whitebeard's crew, the very same Luffy had said with the utmost confidence were good, had reduced Ace's baby brother to the shivering mess he is. They'd done this to Luffy. Ace grits his teeth against a snarl, fists clenching at his sides shy of bursting into flames. I knew it. Sabo falls to Luffy's side in the next instant, pausing short of reaching out to touch the quaking boy's shoulders. Lou, he says, his voice soft and comforting, the closest thing Ace has to compare to a mother's gentle tone. Can you hear me, little brother? Luffy blinks once, but it's enough. His eyes shift from the wall to meet Sabo's and nod. Smiling, Sabo nods back. Good. Is it okay if I touch you, he asks. Another nod hesitant and then Sabo carefully folds Luffy into his arms, pulling him to his chest. One hand comes up to card through his hair, the other rubbing soothing circles along Luffy's ridged spine. He doesn't stop shaking, so Sabo holds him closer, pressing his cheek against Luffy's head. Can you tell me what happened? He asks. Luffy sniffs, burrows deeper into Sabo's chest and shakes his head. Discolored eyes flick up once to meet Ace's as Sabo lifts his head. They're cold as ice, a severe contrast to the warmth of his embrace, the promise of wrathful retribution gleaming within. It's not something Ace wants to see on the face of his younger twin, the one who'll whisper lullabies to a crying Luffy after a nightmare, living or imagined, and offer a witty quip to make Ace crack a smile, keep him from hurting himself on their worst days. But this time, it's reassuring, the two brothers are in one accord. Those pirates better have a DMN good explanation for this. Footsteps, swift and heavy, echo from where they came. Someone's coming. A familiar wave of their aura flowing into the hallway tells Ace exactly who it is, and he turns on his heel and squares his shoulders, eyes ablaze. "Take Luffy and go," he says. Sabo won't argue, he knows, not this time, and he scoops Luffy into a bridal carry and hurries down the hall. They vanish around the corner just as Marco skids to a halt before Ace, panting. The man looks disheveled, eyes wide as he looks Ace up and down. "Ace." A plume of fire wraps around Ace's clenched fist, hot and fierce. Light and shadow dance across the teen's features, the lines of his frown all the more daunting as he glares at the commander, daring him to take a step closer. Marco steps back instead, eyeing the flames liking against the wall and their owner. Ace carefully doesn't say anything, lips taut in a firm sneer, but a part of him wants to laugh. They really thought he wouldn't take advantage of this freedom, did they? A few days ago, this wouldn't even cross his mind. His brothers' lives hanging by a rope over his head had kept his fire mostly tamed. But now, even in the presence of a pirate, his fire heeds all too easily to his call. And he'll surely need them, now that he'd made the first move. Marco has no reason to hesitate, no reason to hold back, or keep pretending. He knows he can't fight Marco and hope to win, not now. His abysmal strength compared to the commander's is laughable, and that's not counting whatever abilities the older man might have, be it brute strength or a devil fruit. But he can at least distract him long enough to get Sabo and Luffy to the lifeboats thanks to Thatch. He knows where they are and get the hell off this ship if they have to. If they can. Blue eyes sharp, oddly sorrowful, aching, remorseful, what lambent in the flickering reds and oranges of Ace's blistering flames. Marco doesn't move. And when Ace shifts, taking a step backwards, a flaming fist between them, Marco still doesn't budge an inch. The look in his eyes is sincere. Almost has Ace entertained the idea of pulling back his flames. He doesn't, not until he's at the other side of the hall, far away from Marco. He casts a final glare before taking off after Sabo and Luffy, the flames fizzling out. Marco doesn't follow. Chapter 11. Ace doesn't stop running until he's reached their cabin, slamming the door shut behind him and bolting it. Yes, their room can be locked from the inside, freaking idiots. Only then does he relax, sweaty forehead pressing against the cool wood as he heaves a sigh. God, that was close, too close. Had Marco not hesitated, he absolutely would have died. But Marco didn't do anything. Even when he had the perfect opportunity. Ace shakes his head and the thoughts away with it, turning instead to where his little brothers huddle on the bed. Luffy is against Sabo's chest, legs thrown across the blonde's lap and arms locked around his waist in an iron grip contrary to his rubbery nature, fingers clenching the back of Sabo's shirt in a white-knuckled grip. Sabo tucks Luffy's head under his chin and gently rocks them back and forth, humming a familiar tune into Luffy's hair. It's the one about Father Time and Mother Earth, Ace recalls. The humming stops when Sabo lifts his head to meet Ace's gaze across the room. The glacial wrath is gone, mild relief taking its place. Perfect timing, he says like he'd never doubted Ace's return. Liar. He beckons Ace forward with a tilt of his chin. Ace moves swiftly and clambers onto the bed. He looks at Luffy, still hiding his face in Sabo's chest. Sabo shrugs, his smile wry. Won't let go of me, but at least he's not catatonic, he says with a chuckle that falls flat. Ace reaches out and lays a hand on Luffy's shoulder, squeezing it. He's not shaking anymore. Has he said anything? Ace asks. At Sabo's look, dry enough to rival the desert of Alabasta, he barks an impatient, "You know what I mean." It makes Luffy giggle a little, so his cheeky BSTRD of a twin gets off easy. Sabo looks down at the mane of black below his chin, lips twisting in a grimace that doesn't bode well. "No, not yet. I only just got him to calm down. Maybe now that you're here." He nudges Luffy's head with his chin. Luffy slowly lifts his face, still pale, but his eyes are dry, blinking owlishly. Ace offers a smile. "Feelin' better, kiddo?" he asks. Luffy shuffles off Sabo's lap to sit between them on the bed, legs crossed. He takes a breath as shakes himself as though physically throwing off a heavy burden, and then he nods, smiling, a far cry from its usual vibrancy, but it's there in spades better than the terror of moments ago. Ace grins in relief, running a hand through Luffy's hair and grinning wider when Luffy leans into the touch like a kitten. That's good, he says and keeps the hand in his hair when he leans forward to press his forehead against Luffy's, feeling the boy relax against him. The grin slips, as does Luffy's when Ace sits back again. Can you tell us what happened up there? What made you freak out so bad? That's putting it mildly. He'd be a fool, blind in all senses, to not feel the power surging through the air, the crack of splintering under Luffy's hand before Luffy had bolted. It was familiar. Like something exploding from the soul that made you want to kneel. That had come from his baby brother and he wants to know why. The how can come later. Luffy looks down at his hands, fingers twiddling on his lap, as Ace removes his from his hair. Lips purse and twist, brows furrowing as he searches for the words. Ace sits back against the headboard and waits. Sabo shuffles closer to Luffy until their knees touch, head tilting so that gold curls fall across the scar. A moment passes, and then Luffy takes a deep breath. There was a man on deck, he signs, slowly, like he's still trying to find the right words. A big guy with missing teeth and curly black hair. I don't know why I noticed him when I did, but I felt something. Something bad. He meets their gazes, and there's shame in his eyes and the shape of his deepening frown. I panicked. And I ran away. It was all going good, then I messed everything up because I got scared. I'm sorry. No, Luffy, no. Sabo hushes gently, throwing an arm around the boy and bringing him close, his thumb rubbing his shoulder. Luffy automatically leans into him. None of that was your fault. Don't apologize for being scared. It's okay. You didn't ruin anything. Sabo draws back a fraction, his smile soft, considering. Today wasn't all that bad, he admits. When Ace quirks a brow at him, he chuckles, tucking a stubborn curl behind his ear. I mean, aside from what happened a few minutes ago, I actually enjoyed today. We got to see the ship and I even talked to a fishman, and he answered all my questions. He pauses when Luffy pats his arm twice, grinning. Thatch gave us yummy brownies, too, he signs and licks his lips. And then the big dog came and we played. He gave me gross kisses, he adds with a giggle, one Sabo echoes. Ace watches them and feels a smirk tug at his lips, making a note to send Luffy to wash up as soon as possible to get rid of the dog smell. And really, Sabo's right. The day as a whole has been fine. Ace might even say it was nice. The whole time they'd been on deck or in the galley or even in the underbelly of the ship where crew members were counting stock and repairing rusty pipes, Luffy hadn't found fault in anybody they'd crossed. The crew still gave them looks, but none were condescending or spiteful, merely curious, one might even say friendly, and they kept their distance. And Sabo. God, he'd talked to someone. He'd had a real, casual conversation with a pirate. Ace can barely remember the last time he'd seen his little brother smile like that as the fishman spoke of the history and spun tales of his homeland far beneath the sea. It was amazing to watch, wonderful and crazy, as Sabo's confidence returned little by little, and it was all thanks to a whitebeard pirate. And yet one was all it took to scare Luffy. A hand curls around Ace's wrist and tugs twice. Ace looks up, and Luffy's watching him without a trace of his or Sabo's prior mirth. He lets go of Ace and raises his hands. Does this mean we have to leave? He asks. Ace regards Luffy for a moment. He looks doleful and lets his hands flop onto his lap. Shoulders drooping, Sabo bites his lip and looks away, reluctance and a twinge of disappointment in his eyes that startles Ace and yet doesn't. Ace stares at his lap and thinks. What's the right thing to do here? When Sabo first came into Ace's life, a tiny, smartly dressed 5-year-old stumbling over his own feet in the jungles of Goa, he had deferred to Ace, allowing him to lead and instruct until they got older and Sabo became a smart butt who loved to talk back. Then Luffy had moved himself into their lives with all the grace of a hurricane, disrupting their order of things, and never left. Luffy naturally fell under their leadership when he could be bothered to and not wander off to do his own thing like the half-wit he is, and suddenly Ace had 2 little brothers looking to him for instruction and guidance. They looked to him when scavenging the junkyards for scraps and running from their crazy grandfather as brats, and they look to him now, waiting. Ace bites his lip. In times like these, he knows they'll follow him no matter what, and the sane part of him wants to say, yes, of course, we're leaving right away, if not right this second. But, knock, knock. The boys stiffen, whipping around to stare at the door. Ace feels his heart plummet. Damn it, is it Marco? Has he changed his mind and come to? You kids okay in there? The muffled voice behind the door asks. Despite himself, Ace relaxes a little. It's Thatch. One quick sweep with that other sense tells him the man is well and truly alone, unlike yesterday. He sounds uncertain, guilty. Listen, I know you've locked the door, but is it alright if I come in? I swear I'll leave if you want me to, but please. Ace wants to tell him exactly where to go, not about to fall for any sort of trick, not again. but after yesterday, today, and everything they've seen and come to know of Thatch. And he sounds so genuinely sorry that it tugs at Ace's heart, more than he wants to admit even as he pulls a face. He trades a glance with Sabo, and he seems to battle with his feelings as he presses his lips together. It could be a trap, a way of bribing them into SBMSN like dogs. It's already taking effect, be it the case. But what's the right thing to do here? They both look at Luffy to no one's surprise. Luffy immediately nods his head. He's come to trust Thatch, and not simply because he's fed them, so of course they should let him in. Luffy logic at its finest. Ace finds he can neither agree nor disagree with this and instead heaves a sigh that he's sure can be heard from the other side of the door as he shuffles off the bed and stands. Approaching the door, he slowly unhinges the lock and grasps the knob with one hand. He puts the other hand behind his back, allowing heat to build in the clenched fist as he slowly opens the door. What he sees is not what he expects, as Thatch's grinning face comes into view, beholding a plate of fresh brownies that smell incredible, wearing a bright pink apron around his waist and matching oven mitts to protect his skin from the steaming plate. Ace blinks. What in the? Hey, kiddo, he chimes, all sunshine and goodwill that already has Ace's teeth rotting. Heard about what happened on deck, so I came down to see if you're doing okay. I even snuck these for ya, as promised. He takes half a step closer, presenting the chocolatey treats. The plate's still hot, so if you'll let me, I'll just leave them on the bed, then I'll leave, give you guys some time to yourself. Is that alright? Ace stares at him, arms falling to his sides. The get-up with the mittens and the apron and the brownies. He looks like a doting mother coming to check on her kids after a long hard day out in the world. It's almost funny. It is funny, but Ace is far too stunned to laugh. And he cares. There's no undertone of deceit in the shape of his smile or the shine in his dark eyes. He's still genuine. And he's sorry, for something he wasn't even there to see for himself, sneaking them goodies. Well, DMN, he says. It's all he can say. His little brothers burst out laughing, falling over on the mattress as they hug their guts. They sound far too relieved for all the bull they've had to put up with in the last few minutes alone, but Ace can't say he blames them. He rolls his eyes, his resolve starting to crack in the face of such domestic nonsense. Thatch, still holding the brownies, looks confused but says nothing. Instead, he grins, and Ace's resolve cracks further as he steps aside, letting the commander inside. Luffy's halfway off the bed to tackle the man with a hug once the brownies are safely out of the way. Sabo leans back on the bed and watches, smiling. Ace hangs by the door, his arms crossed. One more chance, Whitebeards. One more chance. 00000. It's the early hours of the night, right after the dinner rush, when Marco finally comes to see him in his cabin, his tired eyes aglow in the lantern light at Edward's bedside. Edward takes pity on him as he takes a seat on the bed at Edward's invitation, not that he ever really needs one, but old habits die hard. Without having to ask, his first mate delves into the tale of what the three little scamps they've taken in have been up to with Thatch, Izo, and Marco as their self-proclaimed guardians. And what had happened only a few hours earlier on deck. Old he may be, but he'd have to be senile not to have felt Luffy's burst of hockey from across the ship. Conqueror's hockey no less. He can't say he's that surprised, he'd had a taste of Luffy's power in their first encounter in this very room. But that had been minuscule compared to what he'd felt this afternoon, spreading all across the Moby D, like a surge of electricity. Not enough to render anyone unconscious, but a hair's breadth from sending someone crashing to their knees from the wave of fear. Luffy is stronger than his appearance may lead one to believe. Almost as strong as Ace. If this trend continues, perhaps even Sabo may display some surprises soon. Edward can't help but grin to himself at the possibility. These boys are truly something special. What are you grinning about now, Yua? Marco grouses. Edward looks down to meet the tired, long-suffering glare his eldest gives him, and he chuckles heartily. What? Can't an old man marvel at the incredible progress of the youth of today, he jokes. Marco rolls his eyes with a sigh and a muttered oath as he rubs his temples. Edward grins wide under his mustache, shaking his head as he leans back against the headboard. I swear, this new world is throwing powerhouses straight out of the womb, doing whatever it takes to weed us old-timers out as quickly as possible. Don't say that, Marco looks up at him, a wry smirk that belies the twinge of irritation Edward can feel emanating from him, spiking every time Edward brings up the subject of his passing. Touching and yet ignorant, and they both know it. Pretty sure you'll still be around to put the rowdier ones in their place, you are. Marco pauses, considering. Or adopt them, knowing you. And Edward can't argue with that in the slightest, conceding with a shrug of his giant shoulders. He does have a habit of taking in some of the biggest troublemakers on these seas, no matter how rough their edges or short their tempers. Speaking of which, how are our newest troublemakers doing, he asks, a swift change of subject but a needed one. After an outburst like that, I expected they'd stay hunkered in their cabin for the rest of the day. Thatch went to go check up on them earlier. Said they're fine, even accepted his apology brownies, Marco chuckles. It dies, however, as he presses his fingers to his forehead. Luffy seems to be doing better after. Whatever the hell that was, I seriously can't wrap my head around what could have triggered Luffy's hockey like that. Except. Edward raises a brow. Except? Marco seems to debate with himself briefly before relenting with another sigh. While they were playing with Stefan, Luffy just kind of froze and looked straight at Teach, he says, leaning back on the bed with his hands, staring at the door. When Teach turned around and smiled at him, Luffy. Well, you know the rest, I didn't want to accuse one of my brothers of intentionally scaring the kids, but I still asked him about it while Thatch whipped up his treats in the kitchen. Edward leans forward. And what did he say? Marco's smirk returns. He told me these are his exact words, mind you that he knew he was a disgusting blighter but had no idea his smile was that scary. Edward can't help it. He throws his head back and laughs, Marco giving in soon after attempting to smother it behind a hand. There's nothing wrong with Teach's appearance, per se, though one can understand why it might frighten a few children. The fact that he's a pirate does little to help, but who is the old captain to judge? After all, it's a wonder the boys hadn't fainted on the spot simply looking at Edward's giant form. Well, they did scream, but that's a minor thing compared to other reactions due to his size alone. Once their mirth simmers, Marco rests his elbows on his knees. In all seriousness, though, no one's really sure what happened or why. Maybe they're still getting used to sailing with a crew of pirates, Little things might still scare them now and again. He doesn't sound convinced, and Edward can see why. All he's heard of the brats is positive news, Namor indulging Sabo's curiosity, Luffy melting the collective hearts of anyone he makes eye contact with, and Ace. Well, he's not going for anyone's fingers or faces, which is an excellent achievement in Edward's book. A day surrounded by pirates of various sizes, strengths and personalities, yet one man sets Luffy off so dramatically over nothing more than a smile. Edward casts his gaze to the porthole at his door. Dusk has already settled across the sky, and soon the sun will vanish, bringing an end to another eventful day. He hums to himself as he watches the last few rays of sunlight dwindle into the sea. The last thing Edward Newgate desires is to accuse his children of any foul intent aboard his ship, especially towards 3 young boys who've already been through far too much in their short lives. And they are pirates and imperfect humans to boot, such a combination will bring about confrontations. Even so. It seems we've let ourselves get carried away with our hopes and expectations, Edward muses. Marco shifts beside him, giving him his full attention. They're stronger than they seem, but that doesn't detract from the fact that they've been through unimaginable hell and suffering, and trauma isn't something so easily decipherable. Many things could have triggered Luffy's hockey, and there's nothing to say he, or his brothers, won't have a similar reaction to any other member of our family soon. Marco hums in agreement, a pensive look about him, and briefly, Edward wonders why he's explaining any of this to Marco when he, of all people, already knows. So what are you suggesting, he asks after a brief silence. Back off? Edward chuckles again. To be blunt, yes, but only for now. We've exposed them to more than enough, perhaps even rushed them in our excitement at their progress. Let's give them time to catch up, breathing room, away from the crew if they so choose. At Marco's slight frown, one that holds a shred of disappointment, Edward raises a giant hand to rest against his back. I know what you're thinking, son. It may seem like we're back to square one, but they're stronger than we've given them credit for. They'll rise above this in their own time. We must give that to them, as I've said, and be patient. His eldest sighs, patting one giant finger in acknowledgement before Edward removes his hand. I know, Pops, Marco says, not looking at his captain, finding the loose threads of the bed sheets more interesting. Still. Hope what happened today isn't a deal-breaker, Now, Marco, Edward chides with a frown, and his brat has the grace to wince. Whether they stay or leave is their decision. I won't tolerate bribing or persuasion no matter how much we'd love to have them aboard. Marco cuts him a dry look. Who the hell said we're bribing them, Edward gives him a look in return. Didn't you mention Thatch giving them more brownies minutes earlier? I'd call that bribing. Marco opens his mouth to argue and then freezes. He blinks. Then he covers his mouth, realization dawning. Oh DMN, you're right. Edward smothers a laugh, barely keeping a straight face as he continues, and going against Whiskey's direct instructions like that? I'm afraid you might lose a brother tonight, my son. He shakes his head solemnly. Marco blanches. You haven't actually told her, have you? He quivers. Even the mighty phoenix fears the wrath of the head nurse. Edward casts his eyes to the ceiling with feigned bereft. Thatch was the kindest of souls and a wonderful son. May he rest in peace. Don't say things like that, she'll actually kill him, you are. With flailing limbs and blue flames licking at his shoulders, Marco leaps off the bed and dashes for the door, no doubt to save his brother. Edward's laughter chases after him, to which the phoenix responds with curses into the twilight gloom. Ah, the joys of being a father. And Marco is always fun to tease, ruffling his feathers. Ruffled feathers. Edward swears he's funny. And the idea of adding 3 troublemakers to his family, each their own little bag of surprises big and small. Well, he can only hope. He can't rush things or force something simply because he desires it. Marco was just the same, and Edward's forbearance came with a great reward. He'll wait and see what tomorrow brings. He's got a good feeling about it, though. 0000. When Ace opens his eyes, daybreak's first soft, blissful colors fill the cabin through the porthole. He blinks, sighing through his nose and turning his head to the left, trying not to sink back into the plush pillows no matter how tempting the notion. Luffy's drooling, snoring face is the first thing he sees, Sabo limp and lifeless as a rag doll behind the younger boy, one scarred arm thrown over Luffy's waist, golden curls a cheerful mess against the pillow and his face. A smirk tugs at Ace's lips as he reaches over with his free hand, sweeping a strand of hair from Luffy's forehead. They look so peaceful, rested and safely tucked under the covers. He can't say the same for himself. It's a never-ending vicious cat and mouse chase, him as the cat and sleep as the elusive beach of a rodent constantly slipping through his claws. Maybe it's the prelude to a bigger problem. Maybe it's stress. Maybe he's still getting used to everything happening so quickly, all at once. Whatever it is, he's not freaking sleeping, and he's sick of it. Ace untangles himself from Luffy's rubbery grip, slips from under the sheets and pulls on his boots. Sliding off the bed with care, Ace slips out of the room, softly shutting the door behind him after a final glance at his sleeping siblings. Walking through the dark halls with only light snores behind closed doors and the groaning of the ship against the waves as his company should feel daunting, yet it's oddly familiar. Almost like he's sneaking through the house for a snack while the bandits are dead to the world, none the wiser to their depleting food supplies as they sleep the night away. The thought of those bandits now, of Dayton and her loud mouth, her constant cursing and the ever-present odor of cigarettes clinging to her that steadily became a comfort to him, tugs at Ace's heart a little too hard, so he shakes the memories away. He won't be able to explain away any bites or bloodied lips without making a fuss, be it to Sabo or the Mothring commanders. And they are, all things considered, Mothring. Fearsome pirates indeed. He reaches the top deck, stepping into the blessedly cool, early morning breeze. The waves are tranquil, an odd occurrence with the Grand Line's reputation, but not at all unwelcome. The winds sweep over Ace, ruffling his bed hair even as he rakes his hand through the wavy mass to fix it, his jaw cracking with a yawn. A quick scan of the deck confirms he's not the only early bird. A few of the crew are already milling about, some disappearing in the direction of the galley, others up in the rigging or the crow's nest. Already up and at M to start the day. Even pirates have schedules to keep. The decorations from yesterday are still up, glistening in the rays of daylight peeking over the horizon. He approaches the nearest railing and runs a hand over what looks like a red bush thing made out of tinsel. Ace arches a brow, ping his head to one side. He honestly has no idea what any of this is, what it's for, and why everyone seemed so happy to plaster such nonsense all over the ship. Footsteps, the familiar clack of sandals against wood, an unmistakable aura of calm and curiosity, and then, hey there, you are. Oh great. Letting his hand fall back to his side, Ace turns to face the first mate proper as he draws nearer. The man looks well rested even at the crack of dawn, relaxed as anything as he closes the distance. If there's any hint of resentment or caution from yesterday, Ace can't find it. So he lets his hackles lower, swallows his pride and hey. Well, he'd tried. It seems good enough for the commander, his smile wider as he leans against the railing, facing the sea, far enough for the teen's liking but close enough for whatever the hell Marco wants to talk to him about. Sure enough, what's got you up so early, he asks. You feeling all right? Ace hunches his shoulders as he leans against the railing, resting on his elbows. He tries not to fidget and almost succeeds. Can't sleep, he admits, watching the rolling waves. Happens sometimes. Annoying as hell. Insomnia, you are? If that's what it's called, sure. Marco chuckles in response, and then there's silence as they watch the sunrise, pinks and indigos mingling into beautiful hues of reds and oranges as the sun climbs higher and higher, bringing a new day full of promise. Gulls screech overhead, circling the skies for an easy meal, be it aboard a ship or beneath the blue abyss. Amid it all, Marco's steady presence an arm's length away. It's nice. This is alright. Almost feels like freedom. Just within reach and yet still so far. His fingertips brush against the weird tinsel thing again, and he's hit with the urge to mimic Sabo and assault Marco with questions. The fishman Namor, right? Had been more than tolerant to Sabo's stream of questions. Marco is still an enigma, easygoing 1 minute, intense the next, and all around a cryptic BSTRD. Still. Oh, to hell with it. A deep breath and a heated inner battle of wills later. What are these things? Ace asks at last. Marco blinks, looking at Ace. Huh? Ace points at the tinsel along the railing and then sweeps an arm across the decorated ship. What's all of this stuff? What's it for? Following the teen's gaze, Marco's befuddlement swiftly turns into fond amusement. You ever heard of Christmas, Yua? Ace blinks slowly. Christmas? What's oh? A memory winter nights layered with thick, white snow, a curious 5-year-old climbing up to the highest treetop to gaze upon the shimmering, dancing lights from the walls of High Town, cheerful music and laughter rising above the chilling winds, heard even from his lonely position at the edge of the forest. He'd asked Dayton what it was about. Her grumbled reply had the word Christmas stuffed in there somewhere, and he'd left it at that. Until next year, when he'd asked Sabo. His response was reluctant and bitter, but enough to have Ace decide he wanted nothing to do with Christmas. And after catching a glimpse of what they considered a Christmas celebration, Ace shakes his head, the haunting memories going with it. Sorta, he replies, shoving his hands into his pockets to hide his clenching fists. I know the nobles back where we came from celebrated it. Put up all this flashy crap and played music, drank wine, and ate pricey food. He shrugs. Never really appealed to us. So, we never celebrated it. Marco nods slowly, something in his eyes that's understanding. I see. Well, we pirates like to do things a little differently, Yua. If you haven't noticed, we're pretty big on parties, and we've got some of the best cooks this side of the Grand Line going all out on dinner for the occasion. You and your brothers are in for a real treat. Something pricks at Ace then, at Marco's smile, his tone and diction a touch of annoyance, completely unwarranted, and yet it festers in his gut because Marco is still being so nice like it's no freaking big deal, and all this talk of treats, Thatch and his ridiculous apron, Izo and the clothes and the room and the seastone and the friendly greetings and goddamn Whitebeard. Ace can't take it. He's done beating around the bush. So he whirls on the commander, eyes blazing and clenched fists just short of following suit. Why are you doing all this? He growls, watching the smile fall from Marco's face in surprise. It's almost satisfying. I don't. What's this for? Helping us, feeding us, the clothes, the cuffs. Why? You want something from us in return, is that it? Pirates are known for more than just their parties, he adds with a practiced mean smile that comes easy. Hate to break it to you, but we don't have anything you or your captain would find of any value. Marco regards Ace for a moment, his face an unreadable mask in the ensuing silence. Ace twists his mouth shut and waits. And then Marco chuckles. I was wondering when you'd ask, Yua. Ace draws a breath, fists clenching, shoulders squaring. This is it. Honestly, we're doing this because we want to, the commander says. His eyes don't leave Ace's even for a moment, and his smile dips into something that's not quite a frown, but it's unyielding. It takes Ace back, and his rotten smirk dwindles until there's nothing left. You're scared, all of you, and you've been through hell. A few of us know what that feels like. We don't want anything from you in return, nor do we expect you to stay. You have no obligations to us, not me, the commanders or even Whitebeard. We'd be no better than the BSTRDS who took you otherwise. He takes half a step closer. We'll be docking soon at a winter island called Tundra. We'll understand completely if you three decide to leave the ship once we drop anchor. And then Marco's smile returns, warmth and sincerity aglow in the piercing blue of his eyes. You're free to do whatever and go wherever the hell you want. It's your decision, not ours, Yua. All right? In the brightening rays of the rising sun, Ace stares at Marco, unable to tear his eyes away from the understanding shape of his smile, the kindness layering every word. He's reeling from it, like a sucker punch to the jaw. He blinks and tries to muster the will to speak. All that comes out, in the end, is a resounding, boo. Marco laughs and reaches out to pat Ace's shoulder. Ace forgets to flinch at the foreign touch, or perhaps he's not afraid of Marco, dangerous a notion as it is. But he isn't afraid. Not really. Not anymore. It's all right if you don't believe me, Yua, Marco says, removing his hand and turning back to face the sea. A part of Ace wants to, foolish and reckless though it seems. The other part shrieks at him otherwise. In the end, Ace says nothing and turns back to the sea. The new silence between them no longer reeks of one-sided tension, and Ace loses himself in it, in the golden hues of the sun finally freed from the surface of the briny Ace likes this. The sea and the sun and the wind at his fingertips, simply existing as life goes on around them. They both jump at hearty laughter echoing from the galley, followed by cackles and jokes despite the early hour. Marco's lips twist in an exasperated yet fond smile. "Galley's filling up, he says. "You want to grab an early breakfast before the crowd set in?" It's staggering how easy it is now for Ace to look the man in the eye and nod. "Yeah, sure," he says, stepping from the railing. "Just, let me grab my brothers first. I kinda left without telling them where I was going." The light bout of laughter he gets in response has him fight a grin until he's skittered from Marco's sight. Walking back through the halls, passing pirates as he goes, all of whom greet him with smiles or sleepy salutes, Ace clenches his fists, inwardly shaking. It's still bizarrely new to him. He's trying so damn hard to keep up, to wrap his head around everything that's happened in the last 3 days alone, and now Marco. "We'll understand completely if you'd rather leave the ship once we drop anchor." Ace believes him. Despite everything, Ace thinks he can believe Marco. If Luffy can trust him, find no fault in him or any of the commanders, if Sabo can speak freely with a fishman pirate without the looming threat of violence for even opening his mouth, surely, Ace can do the same. For the first time in what feels like a lifetime of heartache, terror, and dread, Ace wants to try. Really try. To confide in others like he'd confided in Sabo and then later with Luffy, 2 people he adores more than life. It'll be a long road to travel down, no question, and God forbid it should be easy for them. But he wants to try. It was only one man out of hundreds that had set Luffy off, after all. As long as they steer clear of him, this road should be slightly smoother. If anything, it's the captain, the strongest man in the world and rival of Gold Roger, who Ace should be more worried about. He's yet to have any reason to think the commanders share the same ideals as the man they choose to follow. The man, for whatever reason, they all call Pops.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.